You fool! Warren is dead. The Dark Side of Sci-Fi. 15 stories blending horror and science fiction. Fessenden's Worlds by Edmund Hamilton. I wish now that I'd never seen Fessenden's damnable experiment. I wish my cursed curiosity had never taken me into his laboratory that night, to witness the thing that destroyed my peace of mind forever, and made me for the rest of my life a somber and soul-sick man. Arnold Fessenden was the greatest scientist this planet ever produced, and the evilest. I knew. I'd have told about it before, but I knew that I wouldn't be believed. He assured me of that himself, grinning with sardonic mirth at me. That night he showed me what I'd like to forget. It was a dark, wet, windy night in late October when I climbed the porch of Fessenden's big stone house near the campus and rang the bell. He lived there quite alone now, I knew. Even his housekeeper had finally declared that she couldn't stand his queer ways any longer. He came to the door himself, his big, powerful figure bulking against the dimly lit hall inside. He stared out at me and said, "Oh, it's you, Bradley. What do you want?" I told him, "That's a poor way to receive guests. I just came over to gab a little. Haven't seen you around the campus lately." He hesitated a moment, then said, "I'm sorry, Bradley. I haven't had many guests of late. Come on in." I went in and sat down in the slovenly-looking living room. Fessenden sat in a chair and looked across at me with a queer mocking light in his piercing black eyes and a sardonic smile on his flat, strong face. I said, "Fessenden, why haven't you shown up at any of the faculty meetings lately? They tell me you've been letting a substitute take care of all your lecture courses, too." Fessenden looked at me with that mocking smile and said, "What I like about you, Bradley, is that you're so transparent. You've heard everyone around the campus saying that I've got a little crazy, so you've come over to see for yourself." "No, that's not so," I protested. "It's true that a good many people have been ridiculing those radical astrophysical theories you propounded, and that some of them think you're more than a little eccentric. But that means nothing to me. I know very well that whenever a man proposes something new, everyone at first thinks he's a little crazy." I continued earnestly. "You know, I'm only a foot soldier in the ranks of science myself, a poor devil of an instructor. Nevertheless, I've always recognized you as a great pioneer. I've been wondering a lot just what you've been working on here so intensively, and I'm honestly hoping you'll tell me something about it. But whether you do or not, you have my admiration and sympathy." Fessenden's smile deepened. He told me, "Bradley, if you expect me to be grateful for your sympathy, you're wrong. I'm not. I've been called cold and unfeeling, and that is just what I want to be. The gabbling of the fools who have been ridiculing me does not disturb me, and means no more to me than does your sympathy." My face must have fallen a little. Fessenden laughed. "I'm glad that is clear to you," he said. "But now that it is, let me tell you that I have decided that I will show you what I am doing after all. I'll show you the greatest experiment which any scientist on Earth has ever conducted." I said, in surprise, "If you feel no more friendliness for me than you say, I don't see why you should." He shrugged mockingly. "Because, unfortunately, I am still an ordinary human being at bottom, Bradley. As such, I have a certain ineradicable amount of exhibitionism in me, which, deplore it as I may, persists and makes me want to show at least somebody what I have done." He laughed. "Just like any small boy who has built his first kite and wants somebody to see it." I recognize the folly of this. I am amused by it. but I can't wholly eliminate it from my makeup. Well, why not indulge this irrational desire for applause by demonstrating to you what I've done? You do not have enough intelligence to comprehend it all, of course. Still, you will be an auditor, an audience, and I shall satisfy this itch of mine to let someone know what I've accomplished. I said quickly, I promise that I'll keep everything you tell me absolutely confidential. Fessenden roared with laughter. You needn't promise that. For all I care, you can go out and tell the whole world what you see here. Only, if you do, they'll call you a madman, and very likely confine you in an institution. By all means, go ahead and tell them, if you want to. He was still chuckling as he rose to his feet. It's back in my laboratory, Bradley. But what is it, anyway? I asked doubtfully. What have you done? I've created a universe, Fessenden told me. I said impatiently, That's a grandiose metaphor, but just what does it mean? It's not a metaphor at all, Fessenden said blandly. I mean literally that I have created a universe in my laboratory. A universe that has millions of suns, tens of millions of worlds. I was silent. I was trying to avoid his eyes, to hide my disappointment from him. Fessenden chuckled. A minute ago, he said, you were condemning the rest of the university for thinking me insane. Now you're thinking exactly the same thing, aren't you? Wondering how you can get out of this crazy Fessenden's house with good grace. He added, grinning sardonically, Come along to the laboratory, Bradley, and see for yourself. I followed his tall, powerful figure along the corridor. I did think now that his isolation and the ridicule his radical theories had evoked must have touched his mind. But still, he must have something to show me, and I was eager to see what it was. The laboratory was a long, stone-walled room whose walls were crowded with shelves of chemical and physical apparatus, and whose corners held great electrical mechanisms. Much of the equipment I saw was strange to my eyes. Then my gaze fastened on the thing at the center of the laboratory. It consisted of two 12-foot metal discs with grid-like surfaces, one on the floor and one on the ceiling directly over the other. They were connected by cables to the electrical machinery, and their grid-like surfaces shone faintly with one blue light or force. Between the two discs, floating unsupported in the air, hung a cloud of tiny sparks of light. It looked like a swarm of minute golden bees, countless in number, and the swarm was lenticular in shape. Mounted near this weird thing were several instruments that looked a little like telescopes, though unfamiliar in design. They seemed to be trained upon that thick little cloud of shining sparks. Fessenden walked over to the thing and motioned calmly toward the blue-glowing discs in floor and ceiling. These discs, Bradley, neutralize all the ordinary gravitational forces of Earth in the space between them. What? I cried, astonished. I stepped forward, was about to thrust my hand between the two discs to test the assertion, but Fessenden held me back. Don't try that, he warned. The human body is accustomed to Earth's gravitation and is inwardly braced against it. If you were to step between those discs out of Earth's gravitation, your body would explode from its own inward pressure, just as a deep-sea fish will explode when it is suddenly brought up from the tremendous pressures of its usual depths to the surface. Fessenden added, gesturing to the floating swarm of sparks between the discs. It was necessary that this should be outside Earth's gravitational influences, for this is the universe I have created. I stared from him to the shining swarm, and then back again to his dark, amused face. Those little flecks of light? A universe? Just that, he assured me. Look closer at them, Bradley. I looked closer, and I felt a weird chill creeping over me. Those points of light were so infinitesimal that I could barely distinguish them one from another, and I knew there must be millions of them in this thick swarm. Yet there were some oddly familiar features about them. Some of the tiny sparks were blazing white in color, others smoky red, others golden yellow, the colors of suns in our own universe. Some of them were in double or triple groups, and here and there were clusters of them that contained thousands, and here and there, too, were little glowing patches that looked like tiny nebulae and crawling sparks with tails of light like Lilliputian comets, just as the floating sparks looked like tiny suns. Those sparks were tiny suns. I knew it beyond doubt, even while my brain fought against the knowledge and called it impossible. I knew that I was looking at a miniature universe, one on a scale many billions of times smaller than our own universe, yet one that was comparatively as large in extent as our own, a little microcosm floating here in Fessenden's laboratory. Fessenden's eyes had been following my stupefied change of expression. He said calmly, "Yes, Bradley, it is true. That is a tiny, self-sustaining universe, with its own suns, nebulae, and worlds. Everything in it, down to the atoms which compose it, is infinitely smaller in scale than our own. But it is a real universe, like our own." "And you say you created this?" I gasped. Fessenden nodded. "Yes, I did. After many failures, I succeeded in bringing that universe into being only a few weeks ago. I've been experimenting with it ever since." His black eyes flashed a little. "Didn't I tell you that it was the greatest experiment any scientist had ever conducted? Think of what I'm able to do. I can conduct my astrophysical and other experiments on a cosmic scale. I can change or destroy suns and nebulae at will with the instruments I devised. Can observe the minutest details of that tiny universe through my super-magnifying telescopes. I can make observations with the universe itself as my subject." I said in amazement. "But how did you make it? Start it?" Fessenden shrugged. "How did our own universe start, Bradley? As a vast cloud of glowing gas that filled all space. The mutual attraction of the cloud's particles drew them together, so that the cloud condensed into huge nebulae. The nebulae further condensed into suns, which by tidal attraction and occasional collision threw off matter that formed into circling worlds. Well, I started this tiny universe just like that. I filled the non-gravitational space between these disks with a cloud of glowing gas, whose atoms were infinitely tinier than our atoms, because I had contracted their electronic orbits. Then all I had to do was watch, while the same inevitable natural process that eons ago formed our universe formed this little microcosm. I watched as the gas condensed into tiny nebulae. I saw those little nebulae condense further into miniature suns, just as in our own cosmos long ago. And I saw those suns, as their random wanderings brought them close to one another, throw off worlds. Millions on millions of tiny worlds, here in this little microcosm, Bradley. Worlds that I can change and tamper with and destroy at will. Worlds with every conceivable kind of conditions. Worlds whose life I can develop or wither as I wish. That is my experiment, Bradley." "Whose life, you say?" I repeated in a whisper. "On the tiny planets of this microcosm? Life?" "Of course," said Fessenden. "Life always develops automatically on worlds where conditions are favorable, and usually in very much the same forms." He reached toward one of the bulky, unfamiliar telescopic instruments. "Wait, and I shall find such a world for you, Bradley. I shall let you watch its life develop for yourself." He applied his eye to one of the lenses of the bulky telescope instrument, focusing it upon that shining cloud of sparks, turning knobs, twisting, searching, until at last he straightened. "Now look, Bradley." I put my eye to one of the lenses, looked into that cloud of floating sparks. There leaped into my vision, dazzling and gigantic, a huge white sun booming majestically through the darkness of space. Just one of those tiny sparks, seen through the super-magnifying instrument. Fessenden was beside me, gazing through the other lens of the instrument. His fingers were touching the focus knobs, and he said calmly, "Keep watching. You'll see the changes of ages in a few minutes of our time. For, of course, the time of this microcosm runs at an infinitely swifter rate than the time of our vaster universe." As he shifted the focus of the instrument, my gaze seemed to leap toward that great sun. I made out 2 planets that circled it at tremendous speed, a year of their time, no more than a moment of ours. One of these planets was still partly molten, but the other was cooling, its vapor envelope condensing. My vision leaped forward in the telescope until I seemed almost standing on that cooling world. It was a wild, rocky planet, rain falling heavily on its surface from the cloudy sky, water collecting with unbelievable swiftness in seas. Green life came into being on that world, first along the shores of the warm, shallow seas, then creeping out and advancing over the land. Swiftly, vegetation mantled the globe, and now crawling animal life made its appearance as the ages ticked swiftly by. The animal life developed quickly. So rapid were the changes that my gaze could hardly follow them. Warring species of unhuman monsters passed and vanished. Tiny hordes of man-like animals began to throng here and there, to multiply with each passing moment. I saw rude villages of huts spring up on that world. The villages quickly became cities, as that people developed in intelligence, age after microcosmic age. The cities towered higher each moment. Great ships sailed upon the seas. Ages of progress and development were run through before my eyes in tiny moments. I was shaking as I recoiled from the telescope. I cried, "This is all impossible. It can't be real." Fessenden smiled. "Your expressions of stupefaction satisfy my egotistic desire for applause, Bradley. But I assure you that that tiny race and their world are quite real." He chuckled. "No doubt. That little folk think that they have reached such a pinnacle of power and knowledge that nothing can threaten them. We shall see now whether or not they are able to face a real danger." He turned to a curious needle-like instrument and carefully trained it upon that part of the microcosm which held the tiny white spark that was the great sun of the world I had been watching. There was a tiny comet crawling through the swarm some distance from that white sun. Fessenden touched a knob, and from the needle-like instrument a thin, almost invisible filament of force crept into the microcosmic swarm of sparks and touched the little crawling comet. It seemed to veer a tiny bit aside. "Now watch," said Fessenden with amused interest, "and we shall see just how great is the power of that little people." I did not understand, but I looked again with him through the telescope at the tiny world. By now, so swift its development in terms of our time, its cities had become even vaster, and were roofed with glass-like shields. Huge aircraft flashed above them. All seemed peace and progress on that world. Generation after generation ticked by as we watched. Then came a mad stir of movement, a wild scurrying about of the little folk, a swift change in the tempo of their life. A faint green light was now falling upon their planet, the baleful glow of a monster comet that was coming headlong toward it. I knew then that it was the tiny microcosmic comet whose course Fessenden had slightly altered, but in the telescope it was colossal, a huge orb dripping green light across the heavens as it rushed toward that world. Remorselessly it came on. Then that comet struck the planet, and I saw the doom of the little folks' cities. The meteors that were the comet's only solid substance shattered the glass-roofed cities to ruin. The poisonous gases that made up the rest of the comet veiled that whole world in a toxic cloud. The comet passed on as we watched, but its deadly gases had wiped away all life from that planet. It was still and brown and dead now, a lifeless world circling its sun. The ruined cities melted swiftly down into decay and disappeared as we watched. Fessenden's laugh rang in my ears as I stared in stunned horror. "You see? Their knowledge was not enough to save them from the mere slight shifting of the comet's course." "You killed them. Killed every soul on that world." My voice throbbed with the horror that I felt. "Nonsense! It was just an experiment," Fessenden said. "It's no more murder than when a bacteriologist casually destroys germs he experiments with. Those little folk were millions of times smaller than any germ, but they and others like them on the countless worlds of this microcosm provide me with a subject for experimentation which no scientist has ever had before. Look at another world. Here are two that interest me." My vision in the telescope leaped to another sun, for Fessenden had shifted the focus. It was a yellow sun with 4 planets circling it. 2 of them were airless worlds, but the other 2 bore different forms of life, one of them quite manlike, the other verging on the reptilian, each supreme on its own world. Both races had a certain amount of civilization, as was evident from the queer cities on their worlds. There was no contact or communication between them, for the 2 planets were widely separated from each other. "Now I wonder," Fessenden was saying interestedly, "just what the result would be if those 2 races were to come into contact with each other." "Well, we'll soon see," he mused aloud, and reached again toward the needle-like instrument. Again, a ghostly little thread of force stole into the microcosm. I saw its effects through the telescope. One of those planets, beneath the impetus, began to change its orbit. It moved closer and closer toward the other inhabited world. Soon, the 2 were so close together that they had formed an Earth-Moon system, revolving around a common center of gravity as they circled their sun. Soon, very soon, ships began to fly from one world to the other, across the narrowed gulf. Communication had been established, and almost at once came war between the 2 worlds, a conflict of the manlike and reptilian races. Cities were destroyed by flashes of fire in that war. Great throngs went to death in battles of incredible ferocity. The tide turned in favor of the reptilian race. Their invading hordes destroyed the last members of the manlike folk. Then it was all over. The reptilian race reigned supreme over both worlds. "I'm a little surprised. I thought the human race would have won out," Fessenden said interestedly. "Apparently, they didn't have the adaptability of the reptilian race." I cried, "That little human people would have lived for generations in peace and happiness if you hadn't brought that other world into contact with their own. Why didn't you let them alone?" He said impatiently, "Don't be a fool, Bradley. This is just a scientific experiment. Those ephemeral little races and their tiny worlds are merely a subject for study." And he added, "Why, for days I've been observing and changing and tampering with these microcosmic worlds just to see the reactions of their peoples to different stimuli and dangers. I've learned things from them that you'd never dream. Watch, I'll show you others." In a stupefied trance I watched as Fessenden went on, taking my vision to world after world, prodding and changing, observing the fall of empires and the crash of planets with keen, amused detachment. I saw worlds of beauty incredible and worlds of horror unthinkable, planet after planet, race after race, and all of them merely the playthings of the experimenting scientist beside me. Fessenden showed me a planet in the microcosm that was covered with wild forest, in which dwelt little communities of hunting folk who chased the beasts of the forest. Generation after generation flashed by without change in their rude society. They were content to hunt and eat and love and die, without developing any higher civilization. Then Fessenden turned upon that little world a tiny ray that altered its chemical stability. Beneath the influence of chemical changes, the plant life of that world began to unfold in weird hypertrophy, began to develop mobility, to change into great rootless plant things that soon fell upon and killed the animals. The communities of hunters battled valiantly for a few generations against the moving plant hordes, but in the end they all succumbed, and that world was covered only with restlessly moving plant life. And Fessenden brought into our observation another world, planet of a sun out near the microcosm's edge. It was a watery world, covered with oceans over all of its surface, and teeming life had developed in that planetary sea into intelligent, seal-like people who had reared in the sea great submarine cities whose spires lifted here and there above the waters. Fessenden's filaments of force played upon that world, and the seas began to dwindle, the water molecules to fly off into space. And as the seas rapidly shrank, for generation after generation, more and more of that world became dry land, and the seal people had to desert many of their cities and retreat back with the waters. Very soon, as we watched, there was but one shallow sea remaining on that little world, and here were crowded the last of the seal folk, and here they fought blindly with all manner of scientific devices to prevent the evaporation of this last refuge. But the remorseless process that Fessenden had started went on, and that last sea dried and disappeared also, and there was only a desert planet with the ruined wrecks of the dead seal folk's city standing here and there as memorials of the vanished race. World after world my dazed eyes watched. I saw an icy planet that swung far out from its parent sun, and upon which was strange life adapted to the cold, bloodless little folk who had reared also a mighty civilization. Their weird palaces and cities rose amid the awful chasms of eternal ice, and it was evident that they were far advanced in scientific power. Fessenden reached and touched their sun with a tiny thread of force, and that sun blazed suddenly hotter and brighter, casting forth a quadrupled radiance. Its increased heat began to melt the ice sheath of that far-swinging little world, and its people began to perish from the unaccustomed warmth. We saw them frantically laboring for the next generation at a great work upon the site of their little world. Then its purpose became clear to us, for from that spot there projected a plume of fire and force, whose rocket-like push moved their little planet suddenly outward. They were moving their world farther from their sun to escape the increased warmth, and at a suitable distance they let it settle into a new orbit, where it was as cold as before, and Fessenden laughed and applauded their ingenuity. And there was a world whose crowded peoples were ruled by an oligarchy of living brains. Time after time, each generation that passed, we saw the enslaved people revolt against the tyranny of the brains, and each time the weapons of their unhuman masters subdued them. Fessenden's probing threads of force reached deep into the bowels of that little planet, and it rocked with terrific quakes that threw up vast masses of radioactive material from the interior, and a strange, glowing plague seized the bodies of the people and also seized the brains, so that they began to rot and die. Swiftly the people were annihilated by that glowing rot, but the brains managed to contrive for themselves an antidote against the deadly infections, so that most of the brains survived. For a few generations, the brains clung to existence, served now by machines of their own devising. But they must have made their mechanical servants too intelligent, for in time the machines rose against the brains and destroyed them. And later still, without any directing intelligence, the machines themselves came to wreck and vanished from that world. Dazed with horror, I watched as we viewed world after world of the microcosm, as Fessenden probed and changed and destroyed. And then there came into my view a world whose aching beauty brought tears to my eyes, a green and blossoming world whose people were human, but of a fineness and beauty far beyond our own humanity. Not upon their world were any towering cities or huge machines or swarming vehicles. Their civilization had reached a plane above crude material progress, and their planet was like a green and surpassingly lovely park. Here and there, amid the flowering trees, shimmered exquisite buildings, and through flowers and forests went white-robed noblemen and beautiful women, and their knowledge had almost conquered death, since for many microcosmic generations they remained unchanged. I watched that world through the telescope with my heart struck at the vision, and in the peace and loveliness of that planet and its people I seemed to catch a glimpse of what humanity might aspire to in some unthinkably far future. And then I suddenly woke to the fact that Fessenden, beside me, was reaching again toward the needle-like instrument that loosed his tampering forces upon the microcosmic worlds. I broke then from my trance and cried out horrified, "Fessenden, you can't do anything to endanger that world." He smiled sardonically. "Of course I'm going to do something. I want to see whether that people have not become decadent in their peace and plenty, whether the science that brought them up to that level can save them now, when real danger threatens." He chuckled as he sighted the needle-like thing. "A mere tiny thread of force, but it will cause their little sun to spin so fast that it will break up. Will that people have the resourcefulness to save themselves by flight to another sun? We shall soon see." But I tore him away from the deadly instrument and sent him staggering back across the laboratory with a wild thrust. "No," I cried. "These worlds and peoples that you experiment with and endanger and destroy, they're real as ours, even though infinitely smaller. I'll not let you calmly vivisect and torment any more of them out of your damnable scientific curiosity." Fessenden's black brows drew together in a cold fury, and he rasped, "I see now how foolish it was to show my experiment to an unreasoning sentimentalist like you. But that microcosm is my experiment, my property, and I'll experiment with and destroy every world in it if I please. Get away from that instrument." "I won't do it," I shouted. "You've wreaked horror enough on those tiny planets with your inhuman experiments, subjecting those little races to agony and toil and death just to gratify your unholy curiosity. You're not going to do it now with this little world." Fessenden sprang straight at me, rage burning in his black eyes. His heavy fist descended on me and knocked me away from the instrument I held. I reeled back from that blow, and at that moment I heard a hoarse cry. Fessenden had tripped on one of the cables in his wild spring, and was toppling into the space between the two discs. His toppling body struck the microcosm squarely, and it crashed around him in a broken shower of sparks. A universe wrecked in a second. At the same time, Fessenden's body exploded. It exploded into a bloated, torn thing of flesh, just as he had warned me any human body would do if it entered the area between the discs where there was no gravitation. The cable he had tripped over had jerked loose, and there was a flash of fire across the lower disc. In an instant, destroying blue electrical flames enveloped the discs and Fessenden's body, and danced around the electrical machinery in the laboratory with a sputtering, increasing roar. I turned and stumbled crazily out of the laboratory, out of the house into the wet and windy night. I heard a crackling roar behind me, and the flickering light of the now flaming house shot past me as I staggered on. But I did not look back. So ended Fessenden and his great experiment. No one doubted but that the eccentric scientist had somehow set fire to the house and had perished in the blaze, and I said nothing to change that opinion. And very soon his end was no longer remembered, and Fessenden is now forgotten by everyone. By everyone except me. I wish that I could forget too. But I can't forget Fessenden and his microcosmic worlds. And because I can't, my soul is sick, and I have a shuddering, fearful wonder in me that will endure until I die. A black question to which I'll never get an answer, and which torments me every time I look up at the night stars. And the question that quakes in my soul whenever I look up into the starry sky is this: is our own great universe nothing but a tiny microcosm on some vaster scale? And in that vaster cosmos is there a super-experimenter who regards our universe as nothing but an interesting experiment, and who smites us with disasters just to study our reactions for his own amusement? Is there a Fessenden up there? The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick. 5 o'clock, Ed Loyce washed up, tossed on his hat and coat, got his car out, and headed across town toward his TV sales store. He was tired. His back and shoulders ached from digging dirt out of the basement and wheeling it into the backyard. But for a 40-year-old man, he had done okay. Janet could get a new vase with the money he had saved, and he liked the idea of repairing the foundations himself. It was getting dark. The setting sun cast long rays over the scurrying commuters, tired and grim-faced, women loaded down with bundles and packages, students swarming home from the university, mixing with clerks and businessmen and drab secretaries. He stopped his Packard for a red light, and then started it up again. The store had been open without him. He'd arrived just in time to spell the help for dinner, go over the records of the day, maybe even close a couple of sales himself. He drove slowly past the small square of green in the center of the street, the town park. There were no parking places in front of Loyce TV Sales and Service. He cursed under his breath and swung the car in a U-turn. Again he passed the little square of green with its lonely drinking fountain and bench and single lamppost. From the lamppost something was hanging, a shapeless dark bundle, swinging a little with the wind, like a dummy of some sort. Loyce rolled down his window and peered out. What the hell was it? A display of some kind? Sometimes the Chamber of Commerce put up displays in the square. Again he made a U-turn and brought his car around. He passed the park and concentrated on the dark bundle. It wasn't a dummy, and if it was a display, it was a strange kind. The hackles on his neck rose, and he swallowed uneasily. Sweat slid out on his face and hands. It was a body, a human body. "Look at it," Loyce snapped. "Come on out here." Don Ferguson came slowly out of the store, buttoning his pinstripe coat with dignity. "This is a big deal, Ed. I can't just leave the guy standing there." "See it?" Ed pointed into the gathering gloom. The lamppost jutted up against the sky, the post and the bundle swinging from it. "There it is. How the hell long has it been there?" His voice rose excitedly. "What's wrong with everybody? They just walk on past." Don Ferguson lit a cigarette slowly. "Take it easy, old man. There must be a good reason, or it wouldn't be there." "A reason? What kind of reason?" Ferguson shrugged. "Like the time the Traffic Safety Council put that wrecked Buick there. Some sort of civic thing. How would I know?" Jack Potter from the shoe shop joined them. "What's up, boys?" "There's a body hanging from the lamppost," Loyce said. "I'm going to call the cops." "They must know about it," Potter said, "or otherwise it wouldn't be there." "I got to get back in." Ferguson headed back into the store. "Business before pleasure." Loyce began to get hysterical. "You see it? You see it hanging there? A man's body? A dead man?" "Sure, Ed. I saw it this afternoon when I went out for coffee." You mean it's been there all afternoon?" Sure. What's the matter? Potter glanced at his watch. Have to run. See you later, Ed. Potter hurried off, joining the flow of people moving along the sidewalk, men and women passing by the park. A few glanced up curiously at the dark bundle, and then went on. Nobody stopped. Nobody paid any attention. I'm going nuts, Lois whispered. He made his way to the curb and crossed out into traffic, among the cars. Horns honked angrily at him. He gained the curb and stepped up onto the little square of green. The man had been middle-aged. His clothing was ripped and torn, a grey suit splashed and caked with dried mud. A stranger. Lois had never seen him before. Not a local man. His face was partly turned away, and in the evening wind he spun a little, turning gently, silently. His skin was gouged and cut. Red gashes, deep scratches of congealed blood. A pair of steel-rimmed glasses hung from one ear, dangling foolishly. His eyes bulged. His mouth was open, tongue thick and ugly blue. For heaven's sake, Lois muttered, sickened. He pushed down his nausea and made his way back to the sidewalk. He was shaking all over, with revulsion and fear. Why? Who was the man? Why was he hanging there? What did it mean? And why didn't anybody notice? He bumped into a small man hurrying along the sidewalk. "Watch it," the man grated. "Oh, it's you, Ed." Ed nodded dazedly. "Hello, Jenkins." "What's the matter?" The stationery clerk caught Ed's arm. "You look sick." "The body, there in the park." "Sure, Ed." Jenkins led him into the alcove of Lois TV Sales and Service. "Take it easy." Margaret Henderson from the jewelry store joined them. "Something wrong?" "Ed's not feeling well." Lois yanked himself free. "How can you stand here? Don't you see it, for God's sake?" "What's he talking about?" Margaret asked nervously. "The body!" Ed shouted. "The body hanging there!" More people collected. "Is he sick? It's Ed Lois. You okay, Ed?" "The body!" Lois screamed, struggling to get past them. Hands caught at him. He tore loose. "Let me go! The police! Get the police!" "Ed, better get a doctor. He must be sick or drunk." Lois fought his way through the people. He stumbled and half fell. Through a blur he saw rows of faces, curious, concerned, anxious. Men and women halting to see what the disturbance was. He fought past them toward his store. He could see Ferguson inside talking to a man, showing him an Emerson TV set. Pete Foley in the back at the service counter, setting up a new Philco. Lois shouted at them frantically. His voice was lost in the roar of traffic and the murmur around him. "Do something!" he screamed. "Don't stand there! Do something! Something's wrong! Something's happened! Things are going on!" The crowd melted respectfully for the two heavy-set cops moving efficiently toward Lois. "Name?" the cop with the notebook murmured. "Lois." He mopped his forehead wearily. "Edward C. Lois. Listen to me. Back there." "Address?" the cop demanded. The police car moved swiftly through traffic, shooting among the cars and buses. Lois sagged against the seat, exhausted and confused. He took a deep, shuddering breath. 1368 Hurst Road. That's here in Pikeville. That's right. Lois pulled himself up with a violent effort. "Listen to me. Back there, in the square, hanging from the lamppost. Where were you today?" the cop behind the wheel demanded. "Where?" Lois echoed. "You weren't in your shop, were you?" "No." He shook his head. "No. I was home, down in the basement." "In the basement?" "Digging. A new foundation. Getting out the dirt to pour a cement frame." "Why? What has that to do with—" "Was anybody else down there with you?" "No. My wife was downtown. My kids were at school." Lois looked from one heavy-set cop to the other. Hope flicked across his face, wild hope. "You mean, because I was down there, I missed the explanation? I didn't get in on it, like everybody else?" After a pause, the cop with the notebook said, "That's right, you missed the explanation. Then it's official? The body, it's supposed to be hanging there?" "It's supposed to be hanging there, for everybody to see." Ed Loyce grinned weakly. "Good Lord, I guess I sort of went off the deep end. I thought maybe something had happened. You know, something like the Ku Klux Klan. Some kind of violence, communists or fascists taking over." He wiped his face with his breast pocket handkerchief, his hands shaking. "I'm glad to know it's on the level." "It's on the level." The police car was getting near the Hall of Justice. The sun had set. The streets were gloomy and dark. The lights had not yet come on. "I feel better," Loyce said. "I was pretty excited there for a minute. I guess I got all stirred up. Now that I understand, there's no need to take me in, is there?" The two cops said nothing. I should be back at my store. The boys haven't had dinner. I'm all right now. No more trouble. Is there any need of—" "This won't take long," the cop behind the wheel interrupted. "A short process. Only a few minutes." "I hope it's short," Loyce muttered. The car slowed down for a stoplight. "I guess I sort of disturbed the peace. Funny getting excited like that, and—" Loyce yanked the door open. He sprawled out into the street and rolled to his feet. Cars were moving all around him, gaining speed as the light changed. Loyce leaped onto the curb and raced among the people, burrowing into the swarming crowds. Behind him he heard sounds, shouts, people running. They weren't cops. He had realized that right away. He knew every cop in Pikeville. A man couldn't own a store, operate a business in a small town for 25 years without getting to know all the cops. They weren't cops, and there hadn't been any explanation. Potter, Ferguson, Jenkins, none of them knew why it was there. They didn't know and they didn't care. That was the strange part. Loyce ducked into a hardware store. He raced toward the back, past the startled clerks and customers, into the shipping room and through the back door. He tripped over a garbage can and ran up a flight of concrete steps. He climbed over a fence and jumped down on the other side, gasping and panting. There was no sound behind him. He had got away. He was at the entrance of an alley, dark and strewn with boards and ruined boxes and tires. He could see the street at the far end. A streetlight wavered and came on. Men and women, stores, neon signs, cars, and to his right, the police station. He was close, terribly close. Past the loading platform of a grocery store rose the white concrete side of the Hall of Justice. Barred windows, the police antenna, a great concrete wall rising up in the darkness. A bad place for him to be near. He was too close. He had to keep moving, get farther away from them. Them? Loyce moved cautiously down the alley. Beyond the police station was the City Hall, the old-fashioned yellow structure of wood and gilded brass and broad cement steps. He could see the endless rows of offices, dark windows, the cedars and beds of flowers on each side of the entrance. And something else. Above the City Hall was a patch of darkness, a cone of gloom denser than the surrounding night, a prism of black that spread out and was lost into the sky. He listened. Good God, he could hear something. Something that made him struggle frantically to close his ears, his mind, to shut out the sound. A buzzing, a distant, muted hum, like a great swarm of bees. Loyce gazed up, rigid with horror. The splotch of darkness hanging over the City Hall. Darkness so thick it seemed almost solid. In the vortex something moved. Flickering shapes, things descending from the sky, pausing momentarily above the City Hall, fluttering over it in a dense swarm, and then dropping silently onto the roof. Shapes, fluttering shapes from the sky, from the crack of darkness that hung above him. He was seeing them. For a long time, Loyce watched, crouched behind a sagging fence, in a pool of scummy water. They were landing, coming down in groups, landing on the roof of the city hall and disappearing inside. They had wings, like giant insects of some kind. They flew and fluttered and came to rest, and then crawled crab-fashion sideways, across the roof, and into the building. He was sickened and fascinated. Cold night wind blew around him, and he shuddered. He was tired, dazed with shock. On the front steps of the city hall were men, standing here and there, groups of men coming out of the building and halting for a moment before going on. Were there more of them? It didn't seem possible. What he saw descending from the black chasm weren't men. They were alien, from some other world, some other dimension, sliding through this slit, this break in the shell of the universe, entering through this gap, winged insects from another realm of being. On the steps of the city hall, a group of men broke up. A few moved toward a waiting car. One of the remaining shapes started to re-enter the city hall. It changed its mind and turned to follow the others. Lois closed his eyes in horror. His senses reeled. He hung on tight, clutching at the sagging fence. The shape, the man shape, had abruptly fluttered up and flapped after the others. It flew to the sidewalk and came to rest among them. Pseudo-men, imitation men, insects with ability to disguise themselves as men. Like other insects familiar to Earth, protective coloration, mimicry. Lois pulled himself away. He got slowly to his feet. It was night. The alley was totally dark, but maybe they could see in the dark. Maybe darkness made no difference to them. He left the alley cautiously and moved out onto the street. Men and women flowed past, but not so many now. At the bus stop stood waiting groups. A huge bus lumbered along the street, its lights flashing in the evening gloom. Lois moved forward. He pushed his way among those waiting, and when the bus halted, he boarded it and took a seat in the rear by the door. A moment later, the bus moved into life and rumbled down the street. Lois relaxed a little. He studied the people around him, dulled, tired faces, people going home from work, quite ordinary faces. None of them paid any attention to him. All sat quietly, sunk down in their seats, jiggling with the motion of the bus. The man sitting next to him unfolded a newspaper. He began to read the sports section, his lips moving. An ordinary man, blue suit, tie, a businessman or a salesman, on his way home to his wife and family. Across the aisle, a young woman, perhaps 20, dark eyes and hair, a package on her lap, nylons and heels, red coat and white Angora sweater, gazing absently ahead of her. A high school boy in jeans and black jacket. A great triple-chinned woman with an immense shopping bag loaded with packages and parcels, her thick face dim with weariness. Ordinary people, the kind that rode the bus every evening, going home to their families, to dinner, going home with their minds dead, controlled, filmed over with the mask of an alien being that had appeared and taken possession of them, their town, their lives, himself too, except that he happened to be deep in his cellar instead of in the store. Somehow, he had been overlooked. They had missed him. Their control wasn't perfect, foolproof. Maybe there were others. Hope flickered in Lois. They weren't omnipotent. They had made a mistake, not got control of him. Their net, their field of control had passed over him. He had emerged from his cellar as he had gone down. Apparently their power zone was limited. A few seats down the aisle, a man was watching him. Lois broke off his chain of thought. A slender man, with dark hair and a small moustache. Well-dressed, brown suit and shiny shoes, a book between his small hands. He was watching Lois, studying him intently. He turned quickly away. Lois tensed. One of them? Or another they had missed? The man was watching him again. Small dark eyes, alive and clever, shrewd. A man too shrewd for them, or one of the things itself, an alien insect from beyond. The bus halted. An elderly man got on slowly and dropped his token into the box. He moved down the aisle and took a seat opposite Lois. The elderly man caught the sharp-eyed man's gaze. For a split second something passed between them, a look rich with meaning. Lois got to his feet. The bus was moving. He ran to the door. One step down into the well. He yanked the emergency door release. The rubber door swung open. "Hey!" the driver shouted, jamming on the brakes. "What the hell?" Lois squirmed through. The bus was slowing down. Houses on all sides. A residential district. Lawns and tall apartment buildings. Behind him, the bright-eyed man had leaped up. The elderly man was also on his feet. They were coming after him. Lois leaped. He hit the pavement with terrific force and rolled against the curb. Pain lapped over him. Pain and a vast tide of blackness. Desperately fought it off. He struggled to his knees and then slid down again. The bus had stopped. People were getting off. Lois groped around. His fingers closed over something. A rock lying in the gutter. He crawled to his feet, grunting with pain. A shape loomed before him. A man, the bright-eyed man with the book. Lois kicked. The man gasped and fell. Lois brought the rock down. The man screamed and tried to roll away. "Stop! For God's sake, listen!" He struck again. A hideous crunching sound. The man's voice cut off and dissolved in a bubbling wail. Lois scrambled up and back. The others were there now, all around him. He ran, awkwardly, down the sidewalk, up a driveway. None of them followed him. They had stopped and were bending over the inert body of the man with the book, the bright-eyed man who had come after him. Had he made a mistake? But it was too late to worry about that. He had to get out, away from them. Out of Pikeville, beyond the crack of darkness, the rent between their world and his. "Ed!" Janet Lois backed away nervously. "What is it? What?" Ed Lois slammed the door behind him and came into the living room. "Pull down the shades. Quick!" Janet moved toward the window. "But do as I say. Who else is here besides you?" "Nobody. Just the twins. They're upstairs in their room. What's happened? You look so strange. Why are you home?" Ed locked the front door. He prowled around the house, into the kitchen. From the drawer under the sink he slid out the big butcher knife and ran his finger along it. Sharp. Plenty sharp. He returned to the living room. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't have much time. They know I escaped and they'll be looking for me." "Escaped?" Janet's face twisted with bewilderment and fear. "Who?" "The town has been taken over. They're in control. I've got it pretty well figured out. They started at the top, at the City Hall and Police Department. What they did with the real humans, What are you talking about?" "We've been invaded. From some other universe, some other dimension. They're insects. Mimicry. More. Power to control minds. Your mind." "My mind?" "Their entrance is here, in Pikeville. They've taken over all of you. The whole town except me. We're up against an incredibly powerful enemy. But they have their limitations. That's our hope. They're limited. They can make mistakes." Janet shook her head. "I don't understand, Ed. You must be insane." "Insane? No, just lucky. If I hadn't been down in the basement, I'd be like all the rest of you." Lois peered out the window. "But I can't stand here talking. Get your coat." "My coat?" "We're getting out of here, out of Pikeville. We've got to get help, fight this thing. They can be beaten. They're not infallible. It's going to be close, but we may make it if we hurry. Come on." He grabbed her arm roughly. "Get your coat and call the twins. We're all leaving. Don't stop to pack. There's no time for that." White-faced, his wife moved toward the closet and got down her coat. "Where are we going?" Ed pulled open the desk drawer and spilled the contents out onto the floor. He grabbed up a road map and spread it open. I'll have the highway covered, of course. But there's a back road, to Oak Grove. I got onto it once. It's practically abandoned. Maybe they'll forget about it. The old ranch road? Good Lord, it's completely closed. Nobody's supposed to drive over it. I know. Ed thrust the map grimly into his coat. That's our best chance. Now call down the twins and let's get going. Your car is full of gas, isn't it? Janet was dazed. The Chevy? I had it filled up yesterday afternoon. Janet moved towards the stairs. Ed, Call the twins! Ed unlocked the front door and peered out. Nothing stirred. No sign of life. All right so far. Come on downstairs, Janet called in a wavering voice. We're going out for a while. Now? Tommy's voice came. Hurry up, Ed barked. Get down here, both of you. Tommy appeared at the top of the stairs. I was doing my homework. We're starting fractions. Miss Parker says if we don't get this done... You can forget about fractions. Ed grabbed his son as he came down the stairs and propelled him toward the door. Where's Jim? He's coming. Jim started slowly down the stairs. What's up, Dad? We're going for a ride. A ride? Where? Ed turned to Janet. We'll leave the lights on and the TV set. Go turn it on. He pushed her toward the set, so they'll think we're still. He heard the buzz and dropped instantly, the long butcher knife out. Sickened, he saw it coming down the stairs at him, wings a blur of motion as it aimed itself. It still bore a vague resemblance to Jimmy. It was small, a baby one. A brief glimpse, the thing hurtling at him, cold, multi-lensed inhuman eyes. Wings, body still clothed in yellow t-shirt and jeans, the mimic outline still stamped on it. A strange half-turn of its body as it reached him. What was it doing? A stinger. Lois stabbed wildly at it. It retreated, buzzing frantically. Lois rolled and crawled toward the door. Tommy and Janet stood still as statues, faces blank, watching without expression. Lois stabbed again. This time the knife connected. The thing shrieked and faltered. It bounced against the wall and fluttered down. Something leapt through his mind. A wall of force, energy, an alien mind probing into him. He was suddenly paralyzed. The mind entered his own, touched against him briefly, shockingly. An utterly alien presence settling over him, and then it flickered out as the thing collapsed in a broken heap on the rug. It was dead. He turned it over with his foot. It was an insect, a fly of some kind. Yellow t-shirt, jeans. His son, Jimmy. He closed his mind tight. It was too late to think about that. Savagely, he scooped up his knife and headed toward the door. Janet and Tommy stood stone still, neither of them moving. The car was out. He'd never get through. They'd be waiting for him. It was 10 miles on foot. 10 long miles over rough ground, gullies and open fields and hills of uncut forest. He'd have to go alone. Lois opened the door. For a brief second he looked back at his wife and son. Then he slammed the door behind him and raced down the porch steps. A moment later, he was on his way, hurrying swiftly through the darkness toward the edge of town. The early morning sunlight was blinding. Lois halted, gasping for breath, swaying back and forth. Sweat ran down in his eyes. His clothing was torn, shredded by the brush and thorns through which he had crawled. 10 miles, on his hands and knees, crawling, creeping through the night. His shoes were mud-caked. He was scratched and limping, utterly exhausted. But ahead of him lay Oak Grove. He took a deep breath and started down the hill. Twice he stumbled and fell, picking himself up and trudging on. His ears rang. Everything receded and wavered. But he was there. He had got out, away from Pikeville. A farmer in a field gaped at him. From a house a young woman watched him wonder. Lois reached the road and turned onto it. Ahead of him was a gasoline station and a drive-in. A couple of trucks, some chickens pecking in the dirt, a dog tied with a string. The white-clad attendant watched suspiciously as he dragged himself up to the station. Thank God. He caught hold of the wall. I didn't think I was going to make it. They followed me most of the way. I could hear them buzzing and flitting around behind me. What happened? The attendant demanded. You in a wreck? A hold-up? Lois shook his head wearily. They have the whole town. The city hall and the police station. They hung a man from the lamppost. That was the first thing I saw. They've got all the roads blocked. I saw them hovering over the cars coming in. About 4 this morning I got beyond them. I knew it right away. I could feel them leave. And then the sun came up. The attendant licked his lip nervously. You're out of your head. I better get a doctor. Get me to Oak Grove, Lois gasped. He sank down on the gravel. We've got to get started. Cleaning them out. Got to get started right away. They kept a tape recorder going all the time he talked. When he had finished, the commissioner snapped off the recorder and got to his feet. He stood for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he got out his cigarettes and lit up slowly, a frown on his beefy face. You don't believe me, Lois said. The commissioner offered him a cigarette, and Lois pushed it impatiently away. Suit yourself. The commissioner moved over to the window and stood for a time looking out at the town of Oak Grove. I believe you, he said abruptly. Lois sagged. Thank God. So you got away. The commissioner shook his head. You were down in your cellar instead of at work. A freak chance, 1 in a million. Lois sipped some of the black coffee they had brought him. I have a theory, he murmured. What is it? About them. Who they are. They take over one area at a time, starting at the top, the highest level of authority, working down from there in a widening circle. When they're firmly in control, they go on to the next town. They spread, slowly, very gradually. I think it's been going on for a long time. A long time? Thousands of years. I don't think it's new. Why do you say that? When I was a kid, a picture they showed us in Bible League. A religious picture. An old print. The enemy gods, defeated by Jehovah, Moloch, Beelzebub, Moab, Baalim, Ashtoreth. So? They were all represented by figures. Lois looked up at the commissioner. Beelzebub was represented as a giant fly. The commissioner grunted. An old struggle. They've been defeated. The Bible is an account of their defeats. They make gains, but finally they're defeated. Why defeated? They can't get everyone. They didn't get me, and they never got the Hebrews. The Hebrews carried the message to the whole world, the realization of the danger. The 2 men on the bus, I think they understood, had escaped, like I did. He clenched his fists. I killed one of them. I made a mistake. I was afraid to take a chance. The commissioner nodded. Yes, they undoubtedly had escaped, as you did. Freak accidents, but the rest of the town was firmly in control. He turned from the window. Well, Mr. Lois, you seem to have figured everything out. Not everything. The hanging man. The dead man hanging from the lamppost. I don't understand that. Why? Why did they deliberately hang him there? That would seem simple. The commissioner smiled faintly. Bait. Lois stiffened. His heart stopped beating. Bait? What do you mean? To draw you out, make you declare yourself, so they'd know who was under control and who had escaped. Lois recoiled with horror. Then they expected failures. They anticipated... He broke off. They were ready with a trap. And you showed yourself. You reacted. You made yourself known. The commissioner abruptly moved toward the door. Come along, Lois. There's a lot to do. We must get moving. There's no time to waste. Lois started slowly to his feet, numbed. And the man? Who was the man? I never saw him before. He wasn't a local man. He was a stranger, all muddy and dirty, his face cut, slashed. There was a strange look on the Commissioner's face as he answered. "Maybe," he said softly. "You'll understand that, too. Come along with me, Mr. Loyce." He held the door open, his eyes gleaming. Loyce caught a glimpse of the street in front of the police station. Policemen, a platform of some sort, a telephone pole, and a rope. "Right this way," the Commissioner said, smiling coldly. As the sun set, the Vice President of the Oak Grove Merchants Bank came up out of the vault, threw the heavy time locks, put on his hat and coat, and hurried outside onto the sidewalk. Only a few people were there, hurrying home to dinner. "Good night," the guard said, locking the door after him. "Good night," Clarence Mason murmured. He started along the street toward his car. He was tired. He had been working all day down in the vault, examining the layout of the safety deposit boxes to see if there was room for another tier. He was glad to be finished. At the corner he halted. The street lights had not yet come on. The street was dim. Everything was vague. He looked around and froze. From the telephone pole in front of the police station, something large and shapeless hung. It moved a little with the wind. What the hell was it? Mason approached it warily. He wanted to get home. He was tired and hungry. He thought of his wife, his kids, a hot meal on the dinner table. But there was something about the dark bundle, something ominous and ugly. The light was bad. He couldn't tell what it was. Yet it drew him on, made him move closer for a better look. The shapeless thing made him uneasy. He was frightened by it, frightened and fascinated. And the strange part was that nobody else seemed to notice it. The Glass Labyrinth by Stanton A. Coblentz. On a certain June evening that I consider one of the most memorable of my life, nothing was further from my mind than the thought of adventure. Lulled by the languorous warm air, I had been strolling in the early twilight by the banks of Westmore Creek, smoking my pipe in long, contented puffs, in one of those moods halfway between dreamy lethargy and delighted enjoyment of my surroundings. It was accordingly with a shock that the leisurely current of my reveries was broken, and that, on rounding a clump of bushes by the water's brink, I heard myself accosted by an excited voice. "Professor Brattle! By the stars, if it isn't Professor Brattle! Just the man I've been wanting to meet!" The sound of one's own name pronounced unexpectedly when one's mind is far away always comes with something of the sensation of a thunderclap. But in this case, the impression was all the more startling, because the speaker, in his eagerness, projected himself toward me as if out of a catapult, and because he was one of the oddest-looking individuals I had ever encountered. Picture for yourself a little, thin man, scarcely more than 5 feet in height, with a head of disproportionate size, a wrinkled, bald head with huge oval brow and deep-set, strained-looking eyes. A head which, apparently large enough for two, was tilted at an angle like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, while the pale, flexible features worked with emotion, and the agitated words came forth. "Professor Brattle! Professor Brattle! By God, it's providential that we meet tonight. How are you, Professor? How are you?" He shot out a lean hand, which I could not help taking, and the warmth and enthusiasm of his clasp surprised me. But as I stared into those tiny, penetrating eyes, I had only the vaguest recollection of ever having encountered their possessor before. "Don't remember me, do you, Professor?" he rattled on, quick to note my embarrassed situation. Well, we met 3 years ago at the International Institute of Higher Physics. I was a brother delegate, and was struck by the able talk you gave on introducing Herr Einstein. Yes, I interrupted. Now I recall. Your name is Roderick Morrow, Dr. Roderick Morrow, a name, I dare say, that the world will know more of hereafter. In reply, I could merely grunt. Of all the queer specimens I had ever run across, this man was the queerest. You don't believe me, Professor? He spurted on. Well, if I do say it myself, I've made discoveries that will place me beside Newton and Edison. My astonishment was fast turning to pity. It now appeared that the man was not merely queer, he was a lunatic. Yes, beside Newton and Edison, he reiterated, while I, looking gloomily about me, was wondering how to escape. Come with me. Let me show you. He took my arm, and though I did my best to resist, some compelling magnetism in his bright eyes, some strange contagion in his enthusiasm, drew me forward at his side. You must come with me. You must come, he ejaculated, in a series of rapid sputterings. Just this evening, I perfected the masterpiece. Would you believe it? Just this very evening. It works like a charm. Never in all the ages was anything like it seen. The cosmospectrograph, I call it. What? Cosmospectrograph. Or just the spec, for short. But wait, you'll see. I was just rushing out to find someone to show it to. And then it was providential, Professor. I came upon you. Just the man to appreciate it. But what's it all about? I demanded, as my captor hastened me along at an ever-increasing speed. I noted what an eager fire flashed from his deep slits of eyes. I observed how heavily he panted, and how his shoulders heaved in his agitation, and I could not help being just a little interested, despite myself. Come, he exclaimed, still accelerating our pace, although we were already moving at a gait altogether out of keeping with the mood of the peaceful June evening. For 11 years I have worked at it. 11 years, best years of my life, he snapped in his hurried staccato, while he rushed me across an automobile-laden road with such recklessness that I feared I should not survive to learn what he had worked at. Right around the corner, he hastened on. There's my studio. I've admitted no one for years. Though relieved to know that our mad chase was nearly over, I had an impulse to turn back even at this point, for I was still convinced that my newfound acquaintance was a madman, though possibly a harmless one. Little did I suspect that the most amazing episode of my life lay just ahead. Into a huge, dilapidated-looking old house he led me, then down a flight of steps and through a dark doorway, where he paused, almost invisible in the gloom. Now, prepare yourself, he counselled mysteriously. I do not wish to reveal the spec too suddenly, lest the shock should overwhelm you. Oh, I guess I'll be able to bear it, I grumbled, not liking the idea of standing there in that dismal cellar without so much as a spark of light to reassure me that I was not being led into a den of thieves. Well, then, shield your eyes. Steady yourself. Here goes, he warned, in a deliberate and grandiose manner. But still, nothing happened. I was mumbling something under my breath, and beginning to retreat a step or two, when suddenly I heard the snapping of a switch, and the place was deluged with light. Instinctively I blinked, and flung a hand protectively to my forehead. The illumination was so intense that for a moment I was dazzled, and could make out no object in particular. All that I knew was that the light was of a peculiar, penetrating blueness, hard, cold, and almost unearthly in its vivid brilliance. It was as if thousands of bulbs, with a concentration of heatless, inimical fire, were glaring upon me all at once. "See! See! The speck! The Cosmos spectrograph!" exclaimed Dr. Morrow, hopping up and down in throes of irrepressible excitement, like a child at some new game. Fortunately, I have always been gifted with powerful eyesight, and it was, therefore, but a moment before I was able to adjust myself to the blaze of lights, and what I saw, as I gradually took in the spectacle before me, was enough to make anyone gasp in bewilderment. Mirrors and mirrors and mirrors. Mirrors by the dozens, by the scores, by the hundreds. Throughout the entire basement, which was an exceptionally large one, they were spread in every nook and corner, and with all queer arrangements. They covered the floors, so that one had but narrow trails to walk on. They glared from the ceiling. They mantled the walls. They were bent and twisted at every conceivable angle. There were plane mirrors and curved mirrors, large mirrors and small mirrors, convex mirrors and concave mirrors, mirrors tinted red, and mirrors with a yellowish colouring. There were tall mirrors placed opposite one another in crooked parallel lines, forming labyrinthine passageways. There were round mirrors, triangular mirrors, and star-shaped mirrors. There were rotating mirrors that moved rapidly amid a buzz of motors and cast dagger-like flashes of light. There were prismatic mirrors that shed rainbow glints and sparkles in captivating profusion. For a moment, I was speechless. I merely stared in the manner of a man who, not believing in ghosts, has just seen an apparition. Was this but the contraption of some ingenious monomaniac? "See? See? I told you you'd be surprised. I told you," exclaimed Morrow, jubilantly, as he bustled back and forth, his huge head tilted at a sharper angle than ever above his undersized shoulders. "It does look extraordinary," I started to admit, fumbling for words. "Extraordinary? Wait, Professor, you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't watched the speck in action." "Well, what's it like in action?" "If I were to tell you," he declared, as he ranged back and forth impatiently, "you wouldn't believe me. No, Professor, you couldn't believe me. You'd say I'm crazy, just as all the others have done." Not presuming to disagree, I waited for him to continue. "Before I explain, let me demonstrate," he hurried on. "Seeing is believing, they say. Are you ready?" I nodded in the affirmative. Morrow darted over to a switchboard near the door and pressed his hand to a lever. "Here, we'll begin mildly," he said, and he turned a dial to the number 1300. Instantly the blue light was deepened, until its intensity became almost unbearable. There was a whirring, as of motors in rapid rotation, and a clicking of levers. Scores of the mirrors began to shift and revolve on hinges and axles. Red and white electric sparks darted from the ceiling, and there was a crackling as of muffled thunder. But what particularly caught my attention was the reflection just before me in one of the mirrors. The figure of a helmeted man on horseback darted into view, life-sized, and distinct enough to be recognized as a medieval knight. Behind him rode others, their lances gleaming and sparkling, their banners brilliantly waving. I saw the flashing of the iron corselet. I almost felt I could hear the clanking of the heavy mail. And in the background, the grim, squat shape of a castle with armed guards around it and a drawbridge and moat made me feel as if I had been transported back to the Middle Ages. "See, the year 1300, cried the elated Morrow. "Real as life itself. Now, what other period would you like to see?" "Well, how about 1300 BC? I exclaimed, reeling like one who has lost touch with all solid things. "Very well," acquiesced the inventor, turning the dial to 1300. "Do you mind stepping down the aisle a little ways?
Yes, there. Down that corridor between the slanting mirrors." I did as directed, and, in a moment, had a glimpse of desert sands, and tasselled Egyptians, and a long funeral procession, with slaves carrying palm branches, painted boxes, fruits and flowers, while to one side flowed a wide, reedy river that I recognized as the Nile. Still staggering a little, I realized that I had been borne back more than 3,200 years through time. After this, I was ready for nearly anything. I could scarcely have been more shaken had I been shown scenes on Mars or on Sirius. Hence I could only stare and gasp in astonishment when given glimpse of Babylonia in the year 4000 BC, and when transported back to 20,000 BC, to the day of the Neolithic caveman. I now saw no reason to doubt Morrow's statement that he could get recognizable impressions as far back as 100,000 BC. Beyond that, he declared, we will need more power, which, of course, we'll develop in time. Then, with an odd twinkle in his eyes, he switched the dial to 2500 and exclaimed, "Suppose now we go into the future?" Before I was able to do more than mumble incredulously in reply, a reddish tinge overcame the light, and I was aware of curious-looking figures moving on some of the more remote mirrors. "Over there! Step over that way," requested the inventor, as, nearly tripping over one of the floor glasses in my excitement, I made haste to follow directions. So utterly bewildered had I become that I stared like one in a dream. My memory has retained but scattered fragments of the forms that flickered across the mirror. I have a recollection, however, of a city with mountainous towers that would dwarf those of Manhattan, a city with a succession of elevated moving platforms instead of streets, a city above which multitudes of men glided on little flying devices with outstretched wings not much longer than their arms, which enabled them to dart back and forth, to zigzag and spiral with tremendous speed, or else to remain poised almost motionless, like an insect hovering above a flower. "So, how do you like the year 2500? Inquired Morrow, with a smile that seemed to say, "Well, sir, are you ready to congratulate me now?" "Suppose next we take a view of 3000 or 4000, he went on, but no longer able to bear the succession of shocks, I slumped down in exhaustion against one of the mirrors, and interrupted my host with an impatient gesture. No, wait a while. I've seen enough for one evening. Enough for any man. First, tell me, Doctor, tell me. How do you accomplish it? Why, I'll swear it's the most miraculous achievement of the age." "I know that," he admitted, still embarrassed by no false modesty. "But the principle is very complicated. You really wish me to explain?" "Of course." "To make everything clear would require many hours. One cannot cover the whole of 11 years' research in a minute. But, stated in its simplest terms, the principle is one of higher mathematics. It's what I may call the conservation of time and space." "Conservation of time and space?" "Exactly." His eyes gleamed brilliantly, and his great head tossed energetically back and forth. "You see, it's all a matter of dimensions. The fourth dimension includes not only space, but time. The fifth includes these two, in addition to a third, imponderable, which can be expressed only by mathematical symbols, but which includes the totality of all things, unchanging and everlasting. It is in the fifth dimension that I have worked, Professor. There everything that has ever happened or ever will happen exists continually, and sends out its vibrations through the lesser dimensions." "Vibrations?" I demanded, my head reeling with the difficulties of the explanation. "What kind of vibrations?" Dr. Morrow rubbed his bald pate thoughtfully, and wrinkled his brow till it assumed the appearance of a long overripe apple. Vibrations of a new type, hitherto undiscovered. Exceedingly faint pulsations in the ether, to which I have given the name of the Z-ray. I discovered them quite by chance one day, when experimenting with a new kind of electric lamp, made with a manganese filament and a potassium vapor. This is the lamp which, with modifications, you see about you now. He pointed above him eagerly to the scores of bulbs which steeped the place in its uncanny blue radiance. By means of the lamps, attached to an ordinary television receiving set, I have been able to catch the Z-rays. How or why, I do not know, any more than the discoverers of the Hertzian rays knew why they were able to utilize these vibrations in the radio. But the fact was that I could use the Z-rays. For many years my problem was to make them practically available, and with that thought in mind I devised a series of mirrors in which they could be reflected, magnified, and held. This alone has occupied me for 7.5 years. You can imagine my elation, Professor, when finally I ironed out the last difficulty. As if to give proof of this elation, the Professor went hopping about the room ecstatically, until I feared that he would run full tilt into one of the mirrors, and so put a sorry end to his experiment. I'm afraid I don't thoroughly understand, I admitted, after he had ceased his mad peregrinations. You mean to say these vibrations, these Z-rays, are pulsating about us at all times in the manner of radio waves or cosmic rays? Well, not exactly. The inventor rubbed his lean chin with a bony hand and wrinkled his face into a thoughtful expression. You see, the third dimension and the fourth and fifth are continuous and interpenetrating, and in order to feel vibrations from either of the latter two, one must project oneself into them. You mean we have just now been in the fourth and fifth dimensions? Naturally. Otherwise, how be reached by fourth and fifth dimension impressions? Morrow hopped several yards along the wall and pointed to a little green switch half hidden between two mirrors. See that? That's the dimension adjuster, to hold the doorway open, as it were, between the dimensions. And what's that other lever? I inquired, indicating a small blue switch just beneath the green one. Oh, that's just the emergency brake. I put it there as a precaution. If anything goes wrong with any part of the machinery, one has only to pull that to shut off the power. As a matter of fact, I don't suppose we'll ever need it. Don't suppose so, said I, accepting this remark on its face value. Unfortunately, it did not occur to me to look carefully at the emergency brake and note its exact appearance and position. But how bitterly I was to rue this oversight 1 short hour later. With my head still reeling, I was preparing to leave for the evening, when Morrow seized my arm with an importunity beyond my power to resist. No, Professor, just a few minutes more. I've one final surprise for you. How would you like to witness a continuous panorama, from Julius Caesar to the day of our grandchildren's grandsons? Wait, I'll have it prepared in just a minute. Heedless of my protests, he seized a small kit of tools and went gliding away along one of the labyrinths, between two curving lines of 6-foot mirrors. In an instant, he had been lost to sight, but I could hear his heavy breathing and the sounds of scraping, tapping, and hammering as he labored somewhere not far off. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes went by. I began to grow impatient. "Aren't you ready, Doctor?" I called. "My head's aching. I can't wait much longer." "Just a second. Another second," rasped his excited tones. "God damn this electro-primerscope. I can't get it adjusted." And then the sound of scraping, tapping, and hammering was heard again, though at an accelerated tempo. "Make it quick, or you won't find me here," I challenged. If only I had shown more patience, for I am sure that it was my words that urged Morrow to a burst of excessive speed, and that were responsible for some careless misstroke and the ensuing disaster. Suddenly, from above the mirrors where the inventor was hidden from view, there shot a succession of vivid white sparks, so bright that I was momentarily blinded. Simultaneously, a spurt of smoke shot upward, and a peculiar acrid odor came to my nostrils. And, at the same time, my ears were assaulted by an unearthly howl. It was half a yell of anguish and half an articulate cry, shrill, piercing, and desperate. "Quick! Quick, Professor! Quick! The emergency brake! Emergency—" Though my eyes were so dazzled by the lights that I could hardly tell one object from another, I leaped toward the indicated point. "Quick, Professor! Quick! Before it's too late!" screamed the voice, while the white sparks still spurted forth, and the odor of smoke grew sharper in my nostrils. Amid the glare and horror of that moment, I caught sight of a small rod sticking out between the mirrors. "Quick, Professor! Quick!" wailed the imploring voice, and frantic not to lose a second, I flung out my hand and snatched at the rod. Even to this day, I am not quite clear as to the appalling sequel. It was as if I had touched off a charge of dynamite. There came a deafening, thudding roar, accompanied by a blaze of crimson light. The floor beneath me shook. The walls groaned as if from an earthquake. I heard the crash of shattering glass, and my legs gave way, and I sank down, stunned and nearly senseless. It may have been many minutes before I had recovered and rose uncertainly to my feet. The smoke had cleared away. An unearthly blue glare suffused the place, which was strewn with the fragments of a score of great mirrors. But where was the inventor? "Doctor!" I called. "Dr. Morrow! Where are you?" My voice rang strangely, as if in a tomb, and there was no response. "Doctor! Where are you?" I repeated, fearing that he had been gravely injured, or even killed. "Where are you? Where are you?" Still receiving no reply, I hastened down the passageway. His toolkit was plainly visible, the hammer and pliers scattered on the floor as if hastily abandoned. But the inventor was not to be seen. With confused and throbbing head, I hastened back to the spot where Morrow had bade me wait for him, and sank down in sheer exhaustion. At the same time, by some uncanny attraction, my eyes were drawn to a little blue switch on the wall, the emergency brake. Leaping up, I observed it in horror. It was pressed flat against the plaster, in exactly the position in which I had first seen it. But just above it was a green switch, the dimension adjuster, which stuck out as if wrenched violently out of place. Groaning, I sank to the floor. All too well I knew what I had done. Maddened by haste, I had pulled the wrong switch. In that first moment of dread realization, my only thought was for the inventor. Having tried to throw back the dimension adjuster, and found that it would not respond, I had no impulse except to dash off again down the galleries of mirrors after the lost man. With no more premeditation than that of a terrier scurrying away after a rat, I found myself among the mirrors once more. "Doctor! Doctor!" I repeated my call of a minute before. "Where are you? Where are you?" The echoes came back to me with a mocking note, but there was no other response. "Morrow! Dr. Morrow!" I cried once more. "Here I am. Tell me where to find you." Again silence, except for those same insulting echoes. After still another fruitless try, I could stand it no longer. A fierce, unreasoning terror took possession of me. My only impulse was to rush away as from a place of plague, to dash out of the house and cry for help. After some difficulty, I groped my way to the door and up the basement stairs to the street. So wild and dishevelled was my appearance that I do not wonder that passers-by thought me out of my head. Gradually, a crowd gathered, but it was long before, with much difficulty, I managed to persuade my hearers that I was quite sane, that a man in mortal peril required immediate help. Possibly half an hour had passed before, accompanied by several policemen and a multitude of hangers-on, I descended again to the basement. Even as I did so, I felt fresh misgivings. Would it not have been wiser to search for Morrow myself than to bring this crazed mob in at my heels? So stormily did they push their way downstairs that the combined effect was like that of an earthquake. The whole building trembled. The shock was more than the delicately adjusted mirrors would stand. For an instant, a time so sudden and fleeting that to this day I cannot be sure if what I saw was illusion or fact, I was aware of an image from the direction of the mirrors. There was a huge, oval head, a pair of deep-set, strained-looking eyes, and two lean sticks of arms reached out imploringly. But almost before I could draw a breath, all was changed. Shaken by the rush of invading feet, the remaining mirrors collapsed and fell in a shower of fragments, mingling their scraps with those of the previous disaster. Long and eagerly we searched, but still there was no sign of Morrow. That odd-looking, earnest form was nowhere among the ruins. Nor did further searching, nor inquiries by the police, bring any results. It is the view of the authorities that he was either spirited away or fled while I was calling for help. But it is my own opinion that he is still alive, though beyond our reach, that he is trapped in the fourth dimension, or the fifth, experiencing who knows what remarkable adventures in the time of the cave-dweller, or in that of the unborn Superman.
The Transgressor by Henry Kuttner. The night was oven hot. Thor, my Great Dane, was panting in a corner and occasionally growling to himself. I was alone in the house. So I thought. Thus, when I heard a tentative cough from nearby, I looked up in surprise, and my jaw dropped. I stared unbelievingly at the face before me. For, feature for feature, it was my own. "Well," said the intruder, "so it worked. I've conquered time." The dog barked. I sprang to my feet, overturning the chair. Involuntarily, my gaze went past the man to the door he had closed behind him. I knew what was behind that panel, and therefore I guessed. I said, "Who are you?" "Jim Harline." My own name. Something of fear, dread of the unknown, must have crept into my eyes, for the man said, "Don't be frightened." And the voice was my own. "Surely you're not afraid of the result of your own experiment." "What do you know about that?" I asked. "You're all ready for it, aren't you? In about half an hour you're planning on the final test. But sit down." As I dropped back into the chair, Thor got quickly to his feet. His eyes were hard and brilliant. He padded to the drinking pan by the table, but did not drink. "My experiments have dealt with the possibility of moving about in time," I said. "I've completed a model, but this visitation—" I made a vague gesture. "Naturally my coming surprises you." He hesitated. "It's difficult to explain. Our identities are confused, I think. We are the same person, and yet we're different, because I've lived a half hour longer than you have. How did you get in this house? Indirectly, he answered. You're ready to give your time machine the final test. It will work. You'll project yourself half an hour backward in time. You'll see yourself sitting there, reading, as I saw you. You'll speak, as I did. I snatched at an obvious straw. How do you know this? I experienced it. Just half an hour ago, I was sitting where you're sitting now, talking to a mysterious visitor who looked like my double. Suddenly, the man glanced aside at Thor. The huge dog was pacing nervously about, little flecks of foam on his jaws. It's hot, he said, irrelevantly. I looked at my visitor carefully. His body was apparently as solid and real as my own. There was only one distinguishing feature between us. A fresh cut had peeled away half an inch of skin from his forehead. Observing my glance, the man touched the wound with his handkerchief. Hit my head on the control lever, he explained. The damned machine gives you a nasty jolt when it starts. Watch out for it. He grinned crookedly. I forgot. You can't. The cycle has to repeat itself. My thoughts were chaotic. I could not understand. Gropingly, I said, But the cycle must start someplace. It started with you? You say you've already lived through the period of time I'm now experiencing? He nodded. Then you sat in this chair. I patted its arm. Reading, but didn't get interrupted by a visitor, for nobody went through before you. Hold on. I did get interrupted. But you couldn't have. Didn't you start the time cycle? Lord, no. I'd already traveled around the loop. Look here. He reached for a convenient magazine and drew a figure on it, a line that intersected itself, like the letter P. Thus, the straight line, the vertical one, is our normal progress in time. We're both existing right now at the point where the lines intersect. But you've reached that point normally. I haven't. I've lived a half hour longer, travelled backward in time, and moved along the loop back to the point of intersection. Suddenly, the dog howled. I said sharply, Quiet, Thor. My visitor went on after a moment. It isn't a paradox, really. If you were to travel back through time for 30 years, you'd see yourself as a baby. But that baby would also see you, the man who's 32 years old, if just as you're seeing me, the man who's half an hour older than you are. His eyes changed. But there's something... He paused, staring again at the dog. Something I can't remember. A blank space in my memory. And I've a feeling it's very important. A memory that has been eradicated. Why should that happen? He came close, gripping my arm with hard fingers. It isn't logical. There's no reason for it. I stared at him. Perhaps if you explain what you did. Well, I went into the laboratory when the clock struck 8. I can remember that, but just before it is the blank spot in my memory, the part I can't remember. I went into the lab and got into the time machine. I pulled over the lever and felt a jerking shock. I said that was how I got this cut on my head, didn't I? Yes. Well then, the machine had stopped. At first I thought I'd failed, but I looked at the clock on the wall, and it showed 7:30 instead of 8. As easy as that. I got out of the machine and came in here. You were sitting reading. He was silent. It was very strange to see my own face set in lines of wonder and triumph and apprehension. Then the experiment will be, a success, I said, and he grinned wryly. A success, yes. He was looking at me, but far beyond. His gaze dwelt beyond Earth. It looked into the unknown, and he said, I have gone too far. I know that now. There are laws which must not be transgressed. We may think there are ways of overcoming them, but
we forget one thing. Beyond those laws, we know there are others, and they may be very terrible. I think there is no room for rebels in this universe." Briefly, the tension held us. Then it snapped, and he said, "Give me a drink. A cold one. It's damned hot." I mixed a highball, 2 of them. We looked at each other over the glasses. I noticed that the fingers of his right hand were blood-stained. The dog paced the floor, panting. Foam flecked his mouth. My visitor drank deeply and sank into a chair. Thor paused to stare at him. The 2, man and dog, gazed, and I heard a little growl rumble in the Great Dane's shaggy throat. And suddenly, the most dreadful look came over the man's throat. He shouted something. I don't know what. He sprang to his feet. At the sudden movement, Thor crouched. The dog's eyes were glaring, and as I saw the foam-frosted, lolling tongue, I realized the truth. The heat. Thor's refusal to drink water. Well, it was over soon. I killed Thor with a chair that splintered as it crushed his skull. But my double was gripping the table's edge, blood bubbling from a throat torn open by the dog's fangs. He looked at me, and there was horror unspeakable in his eyes, a terror beyond life and beyond death. Then he came down, his outflung arms sending papers fluttering to the floor. Very slowly, he slid from the table and crumpled into a quiet heap. His wrist was pulseless. I looked down at his still face and glanced at the dog, and finally at the door of my laboratory. I did not look away, for in that split second as I stared at the panel, a brief, inexplicable shock racked me. Something seemed to move within my brain. I found myself quietly walking into the laboratory. A little voice whispered within my head. It said, "Stop, you've forgotten something. Something important." I did not heed it. I did not know what I had forgotten. In the laboratory was a high, box-shaped framework, the time machine I had created. It stood there, its bright metal gleaming in the light, and I paused to run a caressing hand over its surface. Then I climbed inside and seated myself before the control board. The voice in my head grew fainter. I scarcely heard it. Far away it whispered urgently, "You've forgotten. You've forgotten." My hand went out. I pulled the control lever toward me. I felt a grinding shock, and my head jerked forward. A white-hot pain burned along my forehead. I touched it with my hand, and my fingers came away smeared with blood. I couldn't believe the machine had worked, but I turned to look at the clock. The hands pointed to 7:30. I had been hurled a half-hour backward in time. Triumph intoxicated me. Yet, somehow, far in the back of my mind, was a queer, small foreboding, knowledge of the fact that I had forgotten something that had happened just before I had entered the laboratory, something vitally important. I opened the door. A man was sitting at the table reading. When I coughed, he looked up. Feature for feature, the face was my own. "Well," I said, "so it worked. I've conquered time." The dog barked.
The Red God Laughed, by McClusky. The city was dead. New York, the greatest monument mankind ever reared upon the face of earth, was dead. No creature of flesh and blood moved along her thousands of miles of multiple-tiered streets, glanced appreciatively and pridefully outward and downward through dizzying azure depths from the gleaming pinnacles of her 4,000-foot towers, strolled or lounged in her unkempt and silent parks. No silvery aircraft or fish-shaped stratoships hurtled purposefully above her Himalayan skyline. No birds or insects sang or buzzed in her wondrous hanging gardens. Grass and weeds grew in crevices in her disintegrating pedestrian walks, and fat angleworms crawled unafraid through their lush and fecund tangle. Dry and chalk-white skeletons littered the streets, the skeletons of men and women and children and birds and domestic beasts. They strewed the dust-carpeted corridors of great buildings. They were even to be found, had any sentient creature been there to search for them, in the huge and hermetically sealed gas shelters beneath the city. The gas had lingered longer than the men who had designed and built those tremendous caverns had believed possible. Thirst and oxygen starvation had snuffed out lives the gas had not been able to touch. It was not only that way in New York and in the Americas. It was the same all over Earth. Even the yellow men, big and little, who had first perfected the gas and immediately deluged the Americas with it in that last decade of the 21st century, had also perished. For the gas had been easy to analyze and easier to manufacture. Dying, the Americas had struck back at the yellow men with their own weapon, and gasping doom had encircled the globe. All races of mankind, all air-breathing creatures, save only the deep-sea fishes and the worms that chanced to be far underground, and perhaps a few toads and frogs encapsulated and dormant in dry lake or riverbeds, had perished. The last human creature had been dead for over 3 years, and the last bird or beast or insect for perhaps an additional 6 months, when, at approximately 11 o'clock in the morning on June 8th, in the year, according to Occidental reckoning, 2097, Thvol the Seeker brought his 14-million-ton neutronium-hulled spaceship into Earth's atmosphere, and, having already observed New York's towers and minarets from halfway around the globe, set her down as lightly as a drifting feather in a cradle of granite rocks near the southern boundary of that rectangular stretch of greenery men knew as Central Park. And as he set his ship down gently, careful to avoid crushing the green vegetation, in Thvol the Seeker's curious soul there was a great gladness, for Thvol knew that his quest was ended. It had been a long and a lonely search, spanning reaches of space that light will not cross in 20,000 years. It had begun beyond the hub of our stellar galaxy, and the years of Thvol's journeying were to the life of a man as the age of the pyramids is to a single day. Spawn of the innermost planet of a blue-white dwarf sun deep hidden in the globular cluster in Messier 2, Thvol resembled in no way save one any of the diversified forms of life which have evolved upon Earth down the millenniums since the red heat died from her surface rocks and permitted her seas to form. Because of that single resemblance, Thvol had begun his search. Only because of it had he finally arrived upon Earth. Water. Thvol, like a man, required water. The mechanical processes of his existence, and of the existence of his kind, depended upon an unfailing supply of water. And upon Thvol's homeworld the water was almost gone. Thvol well knew, when he began his quest, the odds against his succeeding. To every 100,000 suns, there was but one, and perhaps not even one, with planets. To every 1,000 planets, perhaps there was one sufficiently supplied with water, and suitable for colonization by his kind. There were 100 million chances to 1 of Thvol's finding, anywhere in the galaxy, that which he sought. And the other galaxies, even the big near one in Andromeda, were too far away. And now the quest was ended. Thvol's selection of Sol as a star worthy of investigation had not been haphazard. While still beyond the white star Alpha in the constellation of the Centaur, he had noted that this modest yellow-white sun was slightly unstable, slightly variable, a star that fluctuated, though to only a minor degree, through a regularly recurrent cycle. That periodicity might mean almost anything. It might mean that the star was on the verge of blowing up. It might be caused by the resultant of the gravitational attraction of attendant planets, or it might be merely the subsiding spasms of some ancient solar malaise. From Alpha Centauri, Thorvald set his course for Sol. He was 15 billions of miles beyond the orbit of that planet men have named Pluto, when the steadily increasing intensity of Sol's illumination, actuating certain mechanisms, awakened him from the state of completely suspended animation in which he voyaged from star to star. He awoke instantly, feeling neither refreshed nor enervated, and lacking any recollection whatsoever of the passage of time. His first and almost automatic activity was to reduce the velocity of his spacecraft from a hyper-Einsteinian interstellar speed to a pace more suitable to interplanetary cruising. During those first brief, waking moments, his ship traveled solward 1 billion miles. Immediately, he had slowed the rush of his ship toward the yellow sun. He applied himself to his instruments, and saw at once that the slightly nervous star was plagued with a swarm of planets. The outermost planets were too cold to support life. Their atmospheres were raging seas of ammonia and methane. The planet nearest the luminary was without atmosphere. The next was heavily blanketed with an atmosphere, which was, however, full of carbon dioxide. The third planet, the one with the pear-shaped moon, had an atmosphere dripping with water vapor. Thorvald, looking upon Earth, knew that his quest was ended. His ship safely landed on Sol's third planet. Thorvald began a series of routine tasks. He analyzed the luminary's radiation and the planet's atmosphere with highly encouraging results. His kind could adapt themselves to life on Earth. Next, he attempted communication with the green-growing life, but although he quickly learned that Earth's vegetation possessed a dim, vague consciousness, it was obvious that its intelligence was too meager, too instinctive for the development of original thought. Obviously, Earth's vegetation could not have constructed the aimless, sprawling city in the midst of which Thorvald's spaceship lay. It was probable, therefore, that the city's creators were temporarily absent. Perhaps they were nocturnal creatures who lived during the day in underground recesses and came to the surface of the planet only at night. Perhaps they were migratory. There were any number of plausible explanations of their absence. His preliminary scrutiny of the immediate environment satisfactorily concluded, and no motile form of Earth life having yet appeared to inspect his ship, attempt communication with him, or perhaps dispute his peaceful invasion of the planet, Thorvald determined to inspect one of the buildings which towered skyward, only 1/4 of a mile away to the southward. Prudently burdening himself with a variety of apparatus and weapons, which he distributed among several of his smaller tentacles, he emerged through the airlock in his ship's hull and crawled rapidly and with a slight tingling of anticipation toward the nearest of the buildings. He had proceeded only a short distance when he came upon a bleached mass of human bones, half hidden in the rank grass. Examining them, he realized at once that they had lived, but, as his own amorphous race lacked rigid skeletal structure of any sort, and any conception of motile life being hampered by rigidity was alien to him, he had difficulty in imagining what the creature had been like in life. He concluded that it had been nowhere near as motile as himself, perhaps little more motile than the vegetation. He also noted, however, and with considerable approval, a number of fat grey earthworms, and he paused and attempted to communicate with them, quickly discovering, however, that, though they knew fear and hunger, they were incapable of abstract thought. Continuing onward, he ascended a long ramp which debouched upon a broad street. On the opposite side of the street, the buildings began. The street was littered with a large number of small, egg-shaped wheeled mechanisms. Examining one of these through its windows of fused silica and metallic oxides, Thvol saw that it contained 2 skeletons. It was obvious to him now that these dead were of the species which had built the city. Why were they dead? And had all of their kind throughout the city perished? Or were some left alive? Uneasily, Thvol, who realized only too well that the unknown doom which had snuffed out this bony form of earth life might also be inimical to himself, paused and made additional tests. Reassurance of a sort returned to him, as he determined that Earth's atmosphere was remarkably stable, and that there were no electrical or atomic mechanisms operating within the field of his apparatus. Nevertheless, he determined to proceed with extreme wariness. Crossing the broad street, Thvol approached the base of the nearest building and examined as much of the interior as he could see through the dusty, though still partly transparent windows. The structure was internally subdivided into many small cubicles profusely equipped with furnishings, which were, for the most part, incomprehensible to Thvol. He would have to see those objects in use before he could understand their purpose. His bulk was too great to permit him to enter through any of the windows, but there were large doors which, after a brief examination, he easily opened. Entering the building, he found himself in a chamber of considerable size, which, like the smaller cells, was luxuriously furnished. The walls of this room were profusely panelled with mirrors, which created the illusion of a chamber twice as large as actuality. Why this illusion should be necessary or even desirable was utterly beyond Thvol's comprehension. Reflecting surfaces in utter dissociation with any recognizable form of apparatus whatsoever were a complete enigma to him. The floor of this chamber was littered with no less than 20 skeletons. Some were still partly clothed in garments of vegetable, mineral, and animal fiber. Some wore loose-fitting circlets of metallic alloys around their tinier appendages. Many of the circlets held geometrically carved bits of crystallized carbon in claw-like sockets. Lifting and examining a small, glass-dialed mechanism which lay beside one of the skeletons, Thvol discovered that it was operated by an internal spring, which had, however, lost its tension. He rewound the spring by turning a ratcheted pin provided for the purpose, and discovered that the mechanism produced a regular pulsation, while 3 small indicators beneath a transparent portion of the mechanism's shell revolved at proportionate though greatly dissimilar velocities. Correctly assuming that the mechanism was a device for measuring the passage of time, Thvol replaced the watch beside the skeleton of its owner and glided toward the deeper recesses of the chamber. Here he discovered a number of doors arranged in an orderly row, and, investigating one which was not fully closed and which slid open easily, he found that it opened upon a chimney-like well. Within the well were a number of taut steel cables which supported a square metal cage at a level slightly beneath the door. Thvol had opened the cage. Thvol saw at once was designed to be raised and lowered from level to level of the building. Far above, a tiny pinpoint of brilliant light told Thvol that the well extended to the top of the building. He instantly determined to ascend the shaft and view the city from that vantage point. He squirmed up the elevator shaft like a gargantuan knot of writhing serpents, and, reaching the elevator motors, squeezed upward past them and into a small, many-windowed chamber. Here, an iron door provided egress to the roof of the building. Thvol opened the door and squirmed through. On the roof of the building, in the clean, sharp sunlight, Thvol put down his instruments and weapons and sedately capered. This world was so fair, so bountiful, and, as yet, so undeveloped. There was no doubt now that its ruling race were exceedingly primitive, but they possessed intelligence of a sort, too. If they proved peaceable and friendly, Thvol's people could teach them so much, in return for a bit of the planet's desert land and a single lake of water. Probably the first boon Thvol's kind would confer upon this world's people would be conquest of the plague which had slain the city's inhabitants. Yes, that would certainly be done first. The roof on which Thvol stood was flat, and surrounded by a low parapet. It was encumbered by only two objects, the small structure which housed the elevator motors, and a huge torpedo-shaped steel cylinder which lay near a corner of the parapet. Some of the parapet bricks were broken, and there was a long, dull scar on the roof. Obviously the cylinder had been dropped from a low altitude, had struck the parapet a glancing blow, and had then slithered across the roof. What was the thing, and why had it been dropped on this roof? Thor slowly circled the object, scrutinizing it intently. He saw that, except for a short, stubby rod protruding from its pear-shaped nose, it was utterly without external moving parts of any kind. But the rod looked like a control of some sort. Thor first rotated the rod, then, when nothing happened, he tugged on it, and finally pressed on it. That brought results. The rod moved inward easily, and instantly 4 small valves opened in the cylinder's circumference, and a thick grey gas poured forth and mingled with the atmosphere. For an instant Thor hunched there motionless, watching the gas ooze viscidly from the metal cylinder and vanish in the clean, still air. Then, in a lightning flash of utter comprehension, he understood the whole cryptic pattern, the silent city, the dead everywhere, the significance of the gas bomb that was now pouring its lethal fumes into the surrounding atmosphere. Instantly, he darted for the open door and the elevator shaft. He never reached that gaping well. He detected no odor. There was no warning pain. But abruptly the flat roof was heaving and billowing like a swirling sea. Vertigo danced in his alien brain. An intense blackness deepened before his single 1,000-faceted eye, and strength and life went swiftly together from his boneless tentacles. Thus Thor the Seeker died, and the knowledge that on Earth, the third planet of a minor sun, deep sunk in the thinning haze of stars, 20,000 light-years beyond the galaxy's axis, were the environmental conditions and the water his people required so desperately, died with him. And on Earth the frogs and fishes were now the highest remaining forms of sentient life. But Mars, the red god, laughed. For though on Earth the men who had deified him and honored him with a name no longer lived to speak that name, he had just claimed his last and perhaps his most significant sacrifice. The Crystal Egg by H.G. Wells. There was, until a year ago, a little and very grimy-looking shop near Seven Dials, over which, in weather-worn yellow lettering, the name of C. Cave, naturalist and dealer in antiquities, was inscribed. The contents of its window were curiously variegated. They comprised some elephant tusks and an imperfect set of chessmen, beads and weapons, a box of eyes, 2 skulls of tigers and 1 human, several moth-eaten stuffed monkeys, one holding a lamp, an old-fashioned cabinet, a fly-blown ostrich egg or so, some fishing tackle, and an extraordinarily dirty, empty glass fish tank. There was also, at the moment the story begins, a mass of crystal, worked into the shape of an egg and brilliantly polished. And at that 2 people who stood outside the window were looking, one of them a tall, thin clergyman, the other a black-bearded young man of dusky complexion and unobtrusive costume. The dusky young man spoke with eager gesticulation, and seemed anxious for his companion to purchase the article. While they were there, Mr. Cave came into his shop, his beard still wagging with the bread and butter of his tea. When he saw these men and the object of their regard, his countenance fell. He glanced guiltily over his shoulder and softly shut the door. He was a little old man, with pale face and peculiar watery blue eyes. His hair was a dirty grey,
and he wore a shabby blue frock coat, an ancient silk hat, and carpet slippers very much down at heel. He remained watching the two men as they talked. The clergyman went deep into his trouser pocket, examined a handful of money, and showed his teeth in an agreeable smile. Mr. Cave seemed still more depressed when they came into the shop. The clergyman, without any ceremony, asked the price of the crystal egg. Mr. Cave glanced nervously towards the door leading into the parlour, and said £5. The clergyman protested that the price was high, to his companion as well as to Mr. Cave. It was indeed very much more than Mr. Cave had intended to ask when he had stocked the article, and an attempt at bargaining ensued. Mr. Cave stepped to the shop door and held it open. £5 is my price, he said, as though he wished to save himself the trouble of unprofitable discussion. As he did so, the upper portion of a woman's face appeared, above the blind in the glass upper panel of the door leading into the parlour, and stared curiously at the two customers. £5 is my price, said Mr. Cave, with a quiver in his voice. The swarthy young man had so far remained a spectator, watching Cave keenly. Now he spoke. "Give him £5, he said. The clergyman glanced at him to see if he were in earnest, and when he looked at Mr. Cave again, he saw that the latter's face was white. "It's a lot of money," said the clergyman, and diving into his pocket, began counting his resources. He had little more than 30 shillings, and he appealed to his companion, with whom he seemed to be on terms of considerable intimacy. This gave Mr. Cave an opportunity of collecting his thoughts, and he began to explain in an agitated manner that the crystal was not, as a matter of fact, entirely free for sale. His two customers were naturally surprised at this, and inquired why he had not thought of that before he began to bargain. Mr. Cave became confused, but he stuck to his story, that the crystal was not in the market that afternoon, that a probable purchaser of it had already appeared. The two, treating this as an attempt to raise the price still further, made as if they would leave the shop. But at this point the parlour door opened, and the owner of the dark fringe and the little eyes appeared. She was a coarse-featured, corpulent woman, younger and very much larger than Mr. Cave. She walked heavily, and her face was flushed. "That crystal is for sale," she said, "and £5 is a good enough price for it. I can't think what you're about, Cave, not to take the gentleman's offer." Mr. Cave, greatly perturbed by the eruption, looked angrily at her over the rims of his spectacles, and, without excessive assurance, asserted his right to manage his business in his own way. An altercation began. The two customers watched the scene with interest and some amusement, occasionally assisting Mrs. Cave with suggestions. Mr. Cave, hard-driven, persisted in a confused and impossible story of an inquiry for the crystal that morning, and his agitation became painful. But he stuck to his point with extraordinary persistence. It was the young Oriental who ended this curious controversy. He proposed that they should call again in the course of 2 days, so as to give the alleged inquirer a fair chance. "And then we must insist," said the clergyman, £5. Mrs. Cave took it on herself to apologize for her husband, explaining that he was sometimes a little odd, and as the two customers left, the couple prepared for a free discussion of the incident in all its bearings. Mrs. Cave talked to her husband with singular directness. The poor little man, quivering with emotion, muddled himself between his stories, maintaining on the one hand that he had another customer in view, and on the other asserting that the crystal was honestly worth 10 guineas. "Why did you ask £5? said his wife. "Do let me manage my business my own way," said Mr. Cave. Mr. Cave had living with him a stepdaughter and a stepson, and at supper that night the transaction was rediscussed. None of them had a high opinion of Mr. Cave's business methods, and this action seemed a culminating folly. "It's my opinion he's refused that crystal before," said the stepson, a loose-limbed lout of 18. "But £5, said the stepdaughter, an argumentative young woman of 26. Mr. Cave's answers were wretched. He could only mumble weak assertions that he knew his own business best.
They drove him from his half-eaten supper into the shop, to close it for the night, his ears aflame and tears of vexation behind his spectacles. Why had he left the crystal in the window so long? The folly of it! That was the trouble closest in his mind. For a time he could see no way of evading sale. After supper, his stepdaughter and stepson smartened themselves up and went out, and his wife retired upstairs to reflect upon the business aspects of the crystal over a little sugar and lemon and so forth in hot water. Mr. Cave went into the shop and stayed there until late, ostensibly to make ornamental rockeries for goldfish cases, but really for a private purpose that will be better explained later. The next day, Mrs. Cave found that the crystal had been removed from the window and was lying behind some second-hand books on angling. She replaced it in a conspicuous position, but she did not argue further about it, as a nervous headache disinclined her from debate. Mr. Cave was always disinclined. The day passed disagreeably. Mr. Cave was, if anything, more absent-minded than usual, and uncommonly irritable withal. In the afternoon, when his wife was taking her customary sleep, he removed the crystal from the window again. The next day, Mr. Cave had to deliver a consignment of dogfish at one of the hospital schools, where they were needed for dissection. In his absence, Mrs. Cave's mind reverted to the topic of the crystal, and the methods of expenditure suitable to a windfall of £5. She had already devised some very agreeable expedients, among others a dress of green silk for herself and a trip to Richmond, when a jangling of the front door bell summoned her into the shop. The customer was an examination coach who came to complain of the non-delivery of certain frogs asked for the previous day. Mrs. Cave did not approve of this particular branch of Mr. Cave's business, and the gentleman, who had called in a somewhat aggressive mood, retired after a brief exchange of words, entirely civil so far as he was concerned. Mrs. Cave's eye then naturally turned to the window, for the sight of the crystal was an assurance of the £5 and of her dreams. What was her surprise to find it gone? She went to the place behind the locker on the counter, where she had discovered it the day before. It was not there, and she immediately began an eager search about the shop. When Mr. Cave returned from his business with the dogfish, about 1:45 in the afternoon, he found the shop in some confusion, and his wife extremely exasperated, and on her knees behind the counter, rooting among his taxidermic material. Her face came up hot and angry over the counter, as the jangling bell announced his return, and she forthwith accused him of hiding it. "Hid what?" asked Mr. Cave. "The crystal." At that, Mr. Cave, apparently much surprised, rushed to the window. "Isn't it here?" he said. "Great heavens! What has become of it?" Just then Mr. Cave's stepson re-entered the shop from the inner room. He had come home a minute or so before Mr. Cave, and he was blaspheming freely. He was apprenticed to a second-hand furniture dealer down the road, but he had his meals at home, and he was naturally annoyed to find no dinner ready. But when he heard of the loss of the crystal, he forgot his meal, and his anger was diverted from his mother to his stepfather. Their first idea, of course, was that he had hidden it, but Mr. Cave stoutly denied all knowledge of its fate, freely offering his bedabbled affidavit in the matter, and at last was worked up to the point of accusing first his wife and then his stepson of having taken it with a view to a private sale. So began an exceedingly acrimonious and emotional discussion, which ended for Mrs. Cave in a peculiar nervous condition, midway between hysterics and a muck, and caused the stepson to be half an hour late at the furniture establishment in the afternoon. Mr. Cave took refuge from his wife's emotions in the shop. In the evening the matter was resumed, with less passion and in a judicial spirit, under the presidency of the stepdaughter. The supper passed unhappily and culminated in a painful scene. Mr. Cave gave way at last to extreme exasperation and went out banging the front door violently. The rest of the family, having discussed him with the freedom his absence warranted, hunted the house from garret to cellar, hoping to light upon the crystal. The next day the two customers called again. They were received by Mrs. Cave almost in tears. It transpired that no one could imagine all that she had stood from Cave at various times in her married pilgrimage. She also gave a garbled account of the disappearance. The clergyman and the Oriental laughed silently at one another, and said it was very extraordinary. As Mrs. Cave seemed disposed to give them the complete history of her life, they made to leave the shop. Thereupon Mrs. Cave, still clinging to hope, asked for the clergyman's address, so that if she could get anything out of Cave she might communicate it. The address was duly given, but apparently was afterwards mislaid. Mrs. Cave can remember nothing about it. In the evening of that day the Caves seemed to have exhausted their emotions, and Mr. Cave, who had been out in the afternoon, supped in a gloomy isolation that contrasted pleasantly with the impassioned controversy of the previous days. For some time, matters were very badly strained in the Cave household, but neither Crystal nor customer reappeared. Now, without mincing the matter, we must admit that Mr. Cave was a liar. He knew perfectly well where the crystal was. It was in the rooms of Mr. Jacoby Was, assistant demonstrator at St. Catherine's Hospital, Westbourne Street. It stood on the sideboard, partially covered by a black velvet cloth, and beside a decanter of American whiskey. It is from Mr. Was, indeed, that the particulars upon which this narrative is based were derived. Cave had taken off the thing to the hospital hidden in the dogfish sack, and there had pressed the young investigator to keep it for him. Mr. Was a little dubious at first. His relationship to Cave was peculiar. He had a taste for singular characters, and he had more than once invited the old man to smoke and drink in his rooms, and to unfold his rather amusing views of life in general, and of his wife in particular. Mr. Was had encountered Mrs. Cave, too, on occasions when Mr. Cave was not at home to attend him. He knew the constant interference to which Cave was subjected, and having weighed the story judiciously, he decided to give the crystal a refuge. Mr. Cave promised to explain the reasons for his remarkable affection for the crystal more fully on a later occasion, but he spoke distinctly of seeing visions therein. He called on Mr. Was the same evening. He told a complicated story. The crystal, he said, had come into his possession with other oddments at the forced sale of another curiosity dealer's effects, and not knowing what its value might be, he had ticketed it at 10 shillings. It had hung upon his hands at that price for some months, and he was thinking of reducing the figure, when he made a singular discovery. At that time his health was very bad, and it must be borne in mind that, throughout all this experience, his physical condition was one of ebb, and he was in considerable distress by reason of the negligence, the positive ill-treatment even, he received from his wife and stepchildren. His wife was vain, extravagant, unfeeling, and had a growing taste for private drinking. His stepdaughter was mean and overreaching, and his stepson had conceived a violent dislike for him, and lost no chance of showing it. The requirements of his business pressed heavily upon him, and Mr. Was does not think that he was altogether free from occasional intemperance. He had begun life in a comfortable position. He was a man of fair education, and he suffered for weeks at a stretch from melancholia and insomnia. Afraid to disturb his family, he would slip quietly from his wife's side when his thoughts became intolerable, and wander about the house. And about 3 o'clock one morning, late in August, chance directed him into the shop. The dirty little place was impenetrably black, except in one spot, where he perceived an unusual glow of light. Approaching this, he discovered it to be the crystal egg, which was standing on the corner of the counter towards the window. A thin ray smote through a crack in the shutters, impinged upon the object, and seemed as it were to fill its entire interior. It occurred to Mr. Cave that this was not in accordance with the laws of optics as he had known them in his younger days. He could understand the rays being refracted by the crystal and coming to a focus in its interior, but this diffusion jarred with his physical conceptions. He approached the crystal nearly, peering into it and around it,
with a transient revival of the scientific curiosity that in his youth had determined his choice of a calling. He was surprised to find the light not steady, but rising within the substance of the egg, as though that object was a hollow sphere of some luminous vapor. In moving about to get different points of view, he suddenly found that he had come between it and the ray, and that the crystal nonetheless remained luminous. Greatly astonished, he lifted it out of the light ray and carried it to the darkest part of the shop. It remained bright for some 4 or 5 minutes, when it slowly faded and went out. He placed it in the thin streak of daylight, and its luminousness was almost immediately restored. So far, at least, Mr. Woz was able to verify the remarkable story of Mr. Cave. He has himself repeatedly held this crystal in a ray of light, which had to be of a less diameter than 1 millimeter, and in a perfect darkness, such as could be produced by velvet wrapping, the crystal did undoubtedly appear very faintly phosphorescent. It would seem, however, that the luminousness was of some exceptional sort, and not equally visible to all eyes, for Mr. Harbinger, whose name will be familiar to the scientific reader in connection with the Pasteur Institute, was quite unable to see any light whatever, and Mr. Woz's own capacity for its appreciation was out of comparison inferior to that of Mr. Cave's. Even with Mr. Cave the power varied very considerably. His vision was most vivid during states of extreme weakness and fatigue. Now, from the outset, this light in the crystal exercised a curious fascination upon Mr. Cave, and it says more for his loneliness of soul than a volume of pathetic writing could do, that he told no human being of his curious observations. He seems to have been living in such an atmosphere of petty spite that to admit the existence of a pleasure would have been to risk the loss of it. He found that as the dawn advanced and the amount of diffused light increased, the crystal became to all appearance non-luminous, and for some time he was unable to see anything in it, except at night time, in dark corners of the shop. But the use of an old velvet cloth, which he used as a background for a collection of minerals, occurred to him, and by doubling this and putting it over his head and hands, he was able to get a sight of the luminous movement within the crystal even in the daytime. He was very cautious lest he should be thus discovered by his wife, and he practiced this occupation only in the afternoons, while she was asleep upstairs, and then circumspectly in a hollow under the counter. And one day, turning the crystal about in his hands, he saw something. It came and went like a flash, but it gave him the impression that the object had for a moment opened to him the view of a wide and spacious and strange country, and turning it about he did, just as the light faded, see the same vision again. Now it would be tedious and unnecessary to state all the phases of Mr. Cave's discovery from this point. Suffice that the effect was this: the crystal, being peered into at an angle of about 137 degrees from the direction of the illuminating ray, gave a clear and consistent picture of a wide and peculiar countryside. It was not dreamlike at all. It produced a definite impression of reality, and the better the light, the more real and solid it seemed. It was a moving picture, that is to say, certain objects moved in it, but slowly in an orderly manner, like real things, and, according as the direction of the lighting and vision changed, the picture changed also. It must, indeed, have been like looking through an oval glass at a view, and turning the glass about to get at different aspects. Mr. Cave's statements, Mr. Woz assures me, were extremely circumstantial, and entirely free from any of that emotional quality that taints hallucinatory impressions. But it must be remembered that all the efforts of Mr. Woz to see any similar clarity in the faint opalescence of the crystal were wholly unsuccessful, try as he would. The difference in intensity of the impressions received by the two men was very great, and it is quite conceivable that what was a view to Mr. Cave was a mere blurred nebulosity to Mr. Woz. The view, as Mr. Cave described it, was invariably of an extensive plain, and he seemed always to be looking at it from a considerable height, as if from a tower or a mast. To the east and to the west the plain was bounded at a remote distance by vast reddish cliffs, which reminded him of those he had seen in some picture. But what the picture was, Mr. Woz was unable to ascertain. These cliffs passed north and south. He could tell the points of the compass by the stars that were visible of a night, receding in an almost illimitable perspective, and fading into the mists of the distance before they met. He was nearer the eastern set of cliffs. On the occasion of his first vision, the sun was rising over them, and black against the sunlight and pale against their shadow appeared a multitude of soaring forms that Mr. Cave regarded as birds. A vast range of buildings spread below him. He seemed to be looking down upon them, and as they approached the blurred and refracted edge of the picture, they became indistinct. There were also trees, curious in shape, and in colouring a deep mossy green and an exquisite grey, beside a wide and shining canal. And something great and brilliantly coloured flew across the picture. But the first time Mr. Cave saw these pictures, he saw only in flashes. His hands shook, his head moved, the vision came and went, and grew foggy and indistinct. And at first he had the greatest difficulty in finding the picture again once the direction of it was lost. His next clear vision, which came about a week after the first, the interval having yielded nothing but tantalizing glimpses and some useful experience, showed him the view down the length of the valley. The view was different, but he had a curious persuasion, which his subsequent observations abundantly confirmed, that he was regarding the strange world from exactly the same spot, although he was looking in a different direction. The long facade of the great building, whose roof he had looked down upon before, was now receding in perspective. He recognized the roof. In the front of the facade was a terrace of massive proportions and extraordinary length, and down the middle of the terrace, at certain intervals, stood huge but very graceful masts, bearing small shiny objects which reflected the setting sun. The import of these small objects did not occur to Mr. Cave until some time after, as he was describing the scene to Mr. Woz. The terrace overhung a thicket of the most luxuriant and graceful vegetation, and beyond this was a wide grassy lawn on which certain broad creatures, in form like beetles but enormously larger, reposed. Beyond this again was a richly decorated causeway of pinkish stone, and beyond that, and lined with dense red weeds and passing up the valley exactly parallel with the distant cliffs, was a broad and mirror-like expanse of water. The air seemed full of squadrons of great birds, manoeuvring in stately curves, and across the river was a multitude of splendid buildings, richly coloured and glittering with metallic tracery and facets, among a forest of moss-like and lichenous trees. And suddenly something flapped repeatedly across the vision, like the fluttering of a jewelled fan or the beating of a wing, and a face, or rather the upper part of a face with very large eyes, came as it were close to his own, and as if on the other side of the crystal. Mr. Cave was so startled and so impressed by the absolute reality of these eyes that he drew his head back from the crystal to look behind it. He had become so absorbed in watching that he was quite surprised to find himself in the cool darkness of his little shop, with its familiar odour of methyl, mustiness, and decay. And as he blinked about him, the glowing crystal faded and went out. Such were the first general impressions of Mr. Cave. The story is curiously direct and circumstantial. From the outset, when the valley first flashed momentarily on his senses, his imagination was strangely affected, and as he began to appreciate the details of the scene he saw, his wonder rose to the point of a passion. He went about his business listless and distraught, thinking only of the time when he should be able to return to his watching. And then, a few weeks after his first sight of the valley, came the two customers, the stress and excitement of their offer, and the narrow escape of the crystal from sale, as I have already told. Now, while the thing was Mr. Cave's secret, it remained a mere wonder, a thing to creep to covertly and peep at, as a child might peep upon a forbidden garden. But Mr. Woz has, for a young scientific investigator, a particularly lucid and consecutive habit of mind. Directly the crystal and its story came to him, and he had satisfied himself by seeing the phosphorescence with his own eyes that there really was a certain evidence for Mr. Cave's statements, he proceeded to develop the matter systematically. Mr. Cave was only too eager to come and feast his eyes on this wonderland he saw, and he came every night from 8:30 until 10:30, and sometimes, in Mr. Waz's absence, during the day. On Sunday afternoons also he came. From the outset Mr. Waz made copious notes, and it was due to his scientific method that the relation between the direction from which the initiating ray entered the crystal and the orientation of the picture were proved. And, by covering the crystal in a box perforated only with a small aperture to admit the exciting ray, and by substituting black Holland for his buff blinds, he greatly improved the conditions of the observations, so that in a little while they were able to survey the valley in any direction they desired. So, having cleared the way, we may give a brief account of this visionary world within the crystal. The things were in all cases seen by Mr. Cave, and the method of working was invariably for him to watch the crystal and report what he saw, while Mr. Waz, who as a science student had learnt the trick of writing in the dark, wrote a brief note of his report. When the crystal faded, it was put into its box in the proper position, and the electric light turned on. Mr. Waz asked questions and suggested observations to clear up difficult points. Nothing, indeed, could have been less visionary and more matter-of-fact. The attention of Mr. Cave had been speedily directed to the bird-like creatures he had seen so abundantly present in each of his earlier visions. His first impression was soon corrected, and he considered for a time that they might represent a diurnal species of bat. Then, he thought, grotesquely enough, that they might be cherubs. Their heads were round and curiously human, and it was the eyes of one of them that had so startled him on his second observation. They had broad, silvery wings, not feathered, but glistening almost as brilliantly as new-killed fish, and with the same subtle play of colour. And these wings were not built on the plan of bird-wing or bat, Mr. Waz learned, but supported by curved ribs radiating from the body. A sort of butterfly wing with curved ribs seems best to express their appearance. The body was small, but fitted with 2 bunches of prehensile organs, like long tentacles, immediately under the mouth. Incredible as it appeared to Mr. Waz, the persuasion at last became irresistible that it was these creatures which owned the great quasi-human buildings and the magnificent garden that made the broad valley so splendid. And Mr. Cave perceived that the buildings, with other peculiarities, had no doors, but that the great circular windows which opened freely gave the creatures egress and entrance. They would alight upon their tentacles, fold their wings to a smallness almost rod-like, and hop into the interior. But among them was a multitude of smaller winged creatures, like great dragonflies and moths and flying beetles, and across the green sward brilliantly coloured gigantic ground beetles crawled lazily to and fro. Moreover, on the causeways and terraces, large-headed creatures, similar to the greater winged flies, but wingless, were visible, hopping busily upon their hand-like tangle of tentacles. Allusion has already been made to the glittering objects upon masts that stood upon the terrace of the nearer building. It dawned upon Mr. Cave, after regarding one of these masts very fixedly on one particularly vivid day, that the glittering object there was a crystal exactly like that into which he peered, and a still more careful scrutiny convinced him that each one in a vista of nearly 20 carried a similar object. Occasionally, one of the large flying creatures would flutter up to one, and folding its wings and coiling a number of its tentacles about the mast, would regard the crystal fixedly for a space, sometimes for as long as 15 minutes, and a series of observations made at the suggestion of Mr. Waz convinced both watchers that, so far as this visionary world was concerned, the crystal into which they peered actually stood at the summit of the endmost mast on the terrace, and that on one occasion at least one of these inhabitants of this other world had looked into Mr. Cave's face while he was making these observations. So much for the essential facts of this very singular story. Unless we dismiss it all as the ingenious fabrication of Mr. Woz, we have to believe one of two things. Either that Mr. Cave's crystal was in two worlds at once, and that while it was carried about in one, it remained stationary in the other, which seems altogether absurd, or else that it had some peculiar relation of sympathy with another and exactly similar crystal in this other world, so that what was seen in the interior of the one in this world was, under suitable conditions, visible to an observer in the corresponding crystal in the other world, and vice versa. At present, indeed, we do not know of any way in which two crystals could so come en rapport, but nowadays we know enough to understand that the thing is not altogether impossible. This view of the crystals as en rapport was the supposition that occurred to Mr. Woz, and to me at least it seems extremely plausible. And where was this other world? On this, also, the alert intelligence of Mr. Woz speedily threw light. After sunset, the sky darkened rapidly. There was a very brief twilight interval indeed, and the stars shone out. They were recognizably the same as those we see, arranged in the same constellations. Mr. Cave recognized the Bear, the Pleiades, Aldebaran, and Sirius, so that the other world must be somewhere in the solar system, and, at the utmost, only a few hundreds of millions of miles from our own. Following up this clue, Mr. Woz learned that the midnight sky was a darker blue even than our midwinter sky, and that the sun seemed a little smaller. And there were two small moons, like our moon but smaller and quite differently marked, one of which moved so rapidly that its motion was clearly visible as one regarded it. These moons were never high in the sky, but vanished as they rose. That is, every time they revolved, they were eclipsed because they were so near their primary planet. And all this answers quite completely, although Mr. Cave did not know it, to what must be the condition of things on Mars. Indeed, it seems an exceedingly plausible conclusion that peering into this crystal Mr. Cave did actually see the planet Mars and its inhabitants, and if that be the case, then the evening star that shone so brilliantly in the sky of that distant vision was neither more nor less than our own familiar Earth. For a time the Martians, if they were Martians, do not seem to have known of Mr. Cave's inspection. Once or twice one would come to peer and go away very shortly to some other mast, as though the vision was unsatisfactory. During this time Mr. Cave was able to watch the proceedings of these winged people without being disturbed by their attentions, and although his report is necessarily vague and fragmentary, it is nevertheless very suggestive. Imagine the impression of humanity a Martian observer would get who, after a difficult process of preparation and with considerable fatigue to the eyes, was able to peer at London from the steeple of St. Martin's Church for stretches, at longest, of 4 minutes at a time. Mr. Cave was unable to ascertain if the winged Martians were the same as the Martians who hopped about the causeways and terraces, and if the latter could put on wings at will. He several times saw certain clumsy bipeds, dimly suggestive of apes, white and partially translucent, feeding among certain of the lichenous trees, and once some of these fled before one of the hopping, round-headed Martians. The latter caught one in its tentacles, and then the picture faded suddenly, and left Mr. Cave most tantalizingly in the dark. On another occasion, a vast thing that Mr. Cave thought at first was some gigantic insect appeared advancing along the causeway beside the canal with extraordinary rapidity. As this drew nearer, Mr. Cave perceived that it was a mechanism of shining metals and of extraordinary complexity. And then, when he looked again, it had passed out of sight. After a time, Mr. Woz aspired to attract the attention of the Martians, and the next time that the strange eyes of one of them appeared close to the crystal, Mr. Cave cried out and sprang away, and they immediately turned on the light and began to gesticulate in a manner suggestive of signaling. But when at last Mr. Cave examined the crystal again, the Martian had departed. Thus far these observations had progressed in early November, and then Mr. Cave, feeling that the suspicions of his family about the crystal were allayed, began to take it to and fro with him in order that, as occasion arose in the daytime or night, he might comfort himself with what was fast becoming the most real thing in his existence. In December, Mr. Waz's work in connection with a forthcoming examination became heavy. The sittings were reluctantly suspended for a week, and for 10 or 11 days, he is not quite sure which, he saw nothing of Cave. He then grew anxious to resume these investigations, and, the stress of his seasonal labours being abated, he went down to Seven Dials. At the corner, he noticed a shutter before a bird fancier's window, and then another at a cobbler's. Mr. Cave's shop was closed. He rapped, and the door was opened by the stepson in black. He at once called Mrs. Cave, who was, Mr. Waz could not but observe, in cheap but ample widow's weeds of the most imposing pattern. Without any very great surprise, Mr. Waz learnt that Cave was dead and already buried. She was in tears, and her voice was a little thick. She had just returned from Highgate. Her mind seemed occupied with her own prospects and the honourable details of the obsequies, but Mr. Waz was at last able to learn the particulars of Cave's death. He had been found dead in his shop in the early morning, the day after his last visit to Mr. Waz, and the crystal had been clasped in his stone-cold hands. His face was smiling, said Mrs. Cave, and the velvet cloth from the minerals lay on the floor at his feet. He must have been dead 5 or 6 hours when he was found. This came as a great shock to Waz, and he began to reproach himself bitterly for having neglected the plain symptoms of the old man's ill health. But his chief thought was of the crystal. He approached that topic in a gingerly manner, because he knew Mrs. Cave's peculiarities. He was dumbfounded to learn that it was sold. Mrs. Cave's first impulse, directly Cave's body had been taken upstairs, had been to write to the mad clergyman who had offered £5 for the crystal, informing him of its recovery, but after a violent hunt, in which her daughter joined her, they were convinced of the loss of his address. As they were without the means required to mourn and bury Cave in the elaborate style the dignity of an old Seven Dials inhabitant demands, they had appealed to a friendly fellow tradesman in Great Portland Street. He had very kindly taken over a portion of the stock at a valuation. The valuation was his own, and the crystal egg was included in one of the lots. Mr. Waz, after a few suitable condolences, a little offhandedly proffered perhaps, hurried at once to Great Portland Street. But there he learned that the crystal egg had already been sold to a tall, dark man in grey. And there the material facts in this curious and to me at least very suggestive story come abruptly to an end. The Great Portland Street dealer did not know who the tall, dark man in grey was, nor had he observed him with sufficient attention to describe him minutely. He did not even know which way this person had gone after leaving the shop. For a time Mr. Waz remained in the shop, trying the dealer's patience with hopeless questions, venting his own exasperation, and at last, realizing abruptly that the whole thing had passed out of his hands, had vanished like a vision of the night, he returned to his own rooms, a little astonished to find the notes he had made still tangible and visible upon his untidy table. His annoyance and disappointment were naturally very great. He made a second call, equally ineffectual, upon the Great Portland Street dealer, and he resorted to advertisements in such periodicals as were likely to come into the hands of a bric-a-brac collector. He also wrote letters to the Daily Chronicle and Nature, but both those periodicals, suspecting a hoax, asked him to reconsider his action before they printed, and he was advised that such a strange story, unfortunately so bare of supporting evidence, might imperil his reputation as an investigator. Moreover, the calls of his proper work were urgent, so that after a month or so, save for an occasional reminder to certain dealers, he had reluctantly to abandon the quest for the crystal egg, and from that day to this it remains undiscovered. Occasionally, however, he tells me, and I can quite believe him, he has bursts of zeal, in which he abandons his more urgent occupation and resumes his search. Whether or not it will remain lost forever, with the material and origin of it, are things equally speculative at the present time. If the present purchaser is a collector, one would have expected the inquiries of Mr. Wars to have reached him through the dealers. He has been able to discover Mr. Cave's clergyman and Oriental, no other than the Reverend James Parker and the young Prince of Bosso Cooney in Java. I am obliged to them for certain particulars. The object of the prince was simply curiosity and extravagance. He was so eager to buy because Cave was so oddly reluctant to sell. It is just as possible that the buyer in the second instance was simply a casual purchaser and not a collector at all, and the crystal egg, for all I know, may at the present moment be within a mile of me, decorating a drawing room or serving as a paperweight, its remarkable functions all unknown. Indeed, it is partly with the idea of such a possibility that I have thrown this narrative into a form that will give it a chance of being read by the ordinary consumer of fiction. My own ideas in the matter are practically identical with those of Mr. Wars. I believe the crystal on the mast in Mars and the crystal egg of Mr. Cave's to be in some physical, but at present quite inexplicable way on rapport, and we both believe further that the terrestrial crystal must have been, possibly at some remote date, sent hither from that planet, in order to give the Martians a near view of our affairs. Possibly the fellows to the crystals in the other masts are also on our globe. No theory of hallucination suffices for the facts.
Beyond the Wall of Sleep by H.P. Lovecraft. I have an exposition of sleep come upon me. Shakespeare. I have frequently wondered if the majority of mankind ever pause to reflect upon the occasionally titanic significance of dreams, and of the obscure world to which they belong. Whilst the greater number of our nocturnal visions are perhaps no more than faint and fantastic reflections of our waking experiences, Freud to the contrary with his puerile symbolism, there are still a certain remainder whose immundane and ethereal character permits of no ordinary interpretation, and whose vaguely exciting and disquieting effect suggests possible minute glimpses into a sphere of mental existence no less important than physical life, yet separated from that life by an all but impassable barrier. From my experience, I cannot doubt but that man, when lost to terrestrial consciousness, is indeed sojourning in another and uncorporeal life of far different nature from the life we know, and of which only the slightest and most indistinct memories linger after waking. From those blurred and fragmentary memories we may infer much, yet prove little. We may guess that in dreams life, matter, and vitality, as the earth knows such things, are not necessarily constant, and that time and space do not exist as our waking selves comprehend them. Sometimes I believe that this less material life is our truer life, and that our vain presence on the terraqueous globe is itself the secondary or merely virtual phenomenon. It was from a youthful reverie filled with speculations of this sort that I arose one afternoon in the winter of 1901, when to the State Psychopathic Institution in which I served as an intern was brought the man whose case has ever since haunted me so unceasingly. His name, as given on the records, was Joe Slater, or Slader, and his appearance was that of the typical denizen of the Catskill Mountain region, one of those strange, repellent scions of a primitive colonial peasant stock whose isolation for nearly 3 centuries in the hilly fastnesses of a little-travelled countryside has caused them to sink to a kind of barbaric degeneracy, rather than advance with their more fortunately placed brethren of the thickly settled districts. Among these odd folk, who correspond exactly to the decadent element of white trash in the South, law and morals are non-existent, and their general mental status is probably below that of any other section of the Native American people. Joe Slater, who came to the institution in the vigilant custody of 4 state policemen, and who was described as a highly dangerous character, certainly presented no evidence of his perilous disposition when I first beheld him. Though well above the middle stature and of somewhat brawny frame, he was given an absurd appearance of harmless stupidity by the pale, sleepy blueness of his small watery eyes, the scantiness of his neglected and never-shaven growth of yellow beard, and the listless drooping of his heavy nether lip. His age was unknown, since among his kind neither family records nor permanent family ties exist, but from the baldness of his head in front, and from the decayed condition of his teeth, the head surgeon wrote him down as a man of about 40. From the medical and court documents we learned all that could be gathered of his case. This man, a vagabond, hunter, and trapper, had always been strange in the eyes of his primitive associates. He had habitually slept at night beyond the ordinary time, and upon waking would often talk of unknown things in a manner so bizarre as to inspire fear even in the hearts of an unimaginative populace. Not that his form of language was at all unusual, for he never spoke save in the debased patois of his environment, but the tone and tenor of his utterances were of such mysterious wildness that none might listen without apprehension. He himself was generally as terrified and baffled as his auditors, and within an hour after awakening would forget all that he had said, or at least all that had caused him to say what he did, relapsing into a bovine, half-amiable normality like that of the other hill-dwellers. As Slater grew older, it appeared, his matutine aberrations had gradually increased in frequency and violence, till about a month before his arrival at the institution had occurred the shocking tragedy which caused his arrest by the authorities. One day near noon, after a profound sleep began in a whiskey debauch at about 5 of the previous afternoon, the man had roused himself most suddenly, with ululation so horrible and unearthly that they brought several neighbors to his cabin, a filthy sty where he dwelt with a family as indescribable as himself. Rushing out into the snow, he had flung his arms aloft and commenced a series of leaps directly upward in the air, the while shouting his determination to reach some big cabin with brightness in the roof and walls and floor, and the loud, queer music far away. As 2 men of moderate size sought to restrain him, he had struggled with maniacal force and fury, screaming of his desire and need to find and kill a certain thing that shines and shakes and laughs. At length, after temporarily felling one of his detainers with a sudden blow, he had flung himself upon the other in a demoniac ecstasy of bloodthirstiness, shrieking fiendishly that he would jump high in the air and burn his way through anything that stopped him. Family and neighbors now fled in a panic, and when the more courageous of them returned, Slater was gone, leaving behind an unrecognizable pulp-like thing that had been a living man but an hour before. None of the mountaineers had dared to pursue him, and it is likely that they would have welcomed his death from the cold. But when several mornings later they heard his screams from a distant ravine, they realized that he had somehow managed to survive, and that his removal in one way or another would be necessary. Then had followed an armed searching party, whose purpose, whatever it may have been originally, became that of a sheriff's posse, after one of the seldom popular state troopers had by accident observed, then questioned, and finally joined the seekers. On the 3rd day, Slater was found unconscious in the hollow of a tree and taken to the nearest jail, where alienists from Albany examined him as soon as his senses returned. To them he told a simple story. He had, he said, gone to sleep one afternoon about sundown after drinking much liquor. He had awaked to find himself standing bloody-handed in the snow before his cabin, the mangled corpse of his neighbor Peter Slater at his feet. Horrified, he had taken to the woods in a vague effort to escape from the scene of what must have been his crime. Beyond these things he seemed to know nothing, nor could the expert questioning of his interrogators bring out a single additional fact. That night Slater slept quietly, and the next morning he wakened with no singular feature, save a certain alteration of expression. Dr. Barnard, who had been watching the patient, thought he noticed in the pale blue eyes a certain gleam of peculiar quality, and in the flaccid lips an all but imperceptible tightening, as if of intelligent determination. But when questioned, Slater relapsed into the habitual vacancy of the mountaineer, and only reiterated what he had said on the preceding day. On the third morning occurred the first of the man's mental attacks. After some show of uneasiness in sleep, he burst forth into a frenzy so powerful that the combined efforts of 4 men were needed to bind him in a straitjacket. The alienist listened with keen attention to his words, since their curiosity had been aroused to a high pitch by the suggestive yet mostly conflicting and incoherent stories of his family and neighbors. Slater raved for upward of 15 minutes, babbling in his backwoods dialect of great edifices of light, oceans of space, strange music, and shadowy mountains and valleys. But most of all did he dwell upon some mysterious blazing entity that shook and laughed and mocked at him. This vast, vague personality seemed to have done him a terrible wrong, and to kill it in triumphant revenge was his paramount desire. In order to reach it, he said, he would soar through abysses of emptiness, burning every obstacle that stood in his way. Thus ran his discourse, until with the greatest suddenness he ceased. The fire of madness died from his eyes, and in dull wonder he looked at his questioners and asked why he was bound. Dr. Barnard unbuckled the leathern harness and did not restore it till night, when he succeeded in persuading Slater to don it of his own volition, for his own good. The man had now admitted that he sometimes talked queerly, though he knew not why. Within a week, 2 more attacks appeared, but from them the doctors learned little. On the source of Slater's visions they speculated at length, for since he could neither read nor write and had apparently never heard a legend or fairy tale, his gorgeous imagery was quite inexplicable. That it could not come from any known myth or romance was made especially clear by the fact that the unfortunate lunatic expressed himself only in his own simple manner. He raved of things he did not understand and could not interpret, things which he claimed to have experienced, but which he could not have learned through any normal or connected narration. The alienist soon agreed that abnormal dreams were the foundation of the trouble, dreams whose vividness could for a time completely dominate the waking mind of this basically inferior man. With due formality, Slater was tried for murder, acquitted on the ground of insanity, and committed to the institution wherein I held so humble a post. I have said that I am a constant speculator concerning dream life, and from this you may judge of the eagerness with which I applied myself to the study of the new patient as soon as I had fully ascertained the facts of his case. He seemed to sense a certain friendliness in me, born no doubt of the interest I could not conceal, and the gentle manner in which I questioned him. Not that he ever recognized me during his attacks, when I hung breathlessly upon his chaotic but cosmic word pictures, but he knew me in his quiet hours, when he would sit by his barred window weaving baskets of straw and willow, and perhaps pining for the mountain freedom he could never enjoy again. His family never called to see him. Probably it had found another temporary head, after the manner of decadent mountain folk. By degrees I commenced to feel an overwhelming wonder at the mad and fantastic conceptions of Joe Slater. The man himself was pitiably inferior in mentality and language alike, but his glowing titanic visions, though described in a barbarous and disjointed jargon, were assuredly things which only a superior or even exceptional brain could conceive. How, I often asked myself, could the stolid imagination of a Catskill degenerate conjure up sights whose very possession argued a lurking spark of genius? How could any backwoods dullard have gained so much as an idea of those glittering realms of supernal radiance and space about which Slater ranted in his furious delirium? More and more I inclined to the belief that in the pitiful personality who cringed before me lay the disordered nucleus of something beyond my comprehension, something infinitely beyond the comprehension of my more experienced but less imaginative medical and scientific colleagues. And yet I could extract nothing definite from the man. The sum of all my investigation was that in a kind of semi-uncorporeal dream life, Slater wandered or floated through resplendent and prodigious valleys, meadows, gardens, cities, and palaces of light, in a region unbounded and unknown to man. That there he was no peasant or degenerate, but a creature of importance and vivid life, moving proudly and dominantly, and checked only by a certain deadly enemy, who seemed to be a being of visible yet ethereal structure, and who did not appear to be of human shape, since Slater never referred to it as a man, or as aught save a thing. This thing had done Slater some hideous but unnamed wrong, which the maniac, if maniac he were, yearned to avenge. From the manner in which Slater alluded to their dealings, I judged that he and the luminous thing had met on equal terms, that in his dream existence the man was himself a luminous thing of the same race as his enemy. This impression was sustained by his frequent references to flying through space and burning all that impeded his progress. Yet these conceptions were formulated in rustic words, wholly inadequate to convey them, a circumstance which drove me to the conclusion that if a true dream world indeed existed, oral language was not its medium for the transmission of thought. Could it be that the dream soul inhabiting this inferior body was desperately struggling to speak things which the simple and halting tongue of dullness could not utter? Could it be that I was face to face with intellectual emanations which would explain the mystery, if I could but learn to discover and read them? I did not tell the elder physicians of these things, for middle age is skeptical, cynical, and disinclined to accept new ideas. Besides, the head of the institution had but lately warned me in his paternal way that I was overworking, that my mind needed a rest. It had long been my belief that human thought consists basically of atomic or molecular motion, convertible into ether waves of radiant energy like heat, light, and electricity. This belief had early led me to contemplate the possibility of telepathy or mental communication by means of suitable apparatus, and I had in my college days prepared a set of transmitting and receiving instruments somewhat similar to the cumbrous devices employed in wireless telegraphy at that crude pre-radio period. These I had tested with a fellow student, but achieving no result, had soon packed them away with other scientific odds and ends for possible future use. Now, in my intense desire to probe into the dream life of Joe Slater, I sought these instruments again, and spent several days in repairing them for action. When they were complete once more, I missed no opportunity for their trial. At each outburst of Slater's violence, I would fit the transmitter to his forehead and the receiver to my own, constantly making delicate adjustments for various hypothetical wavelengths of intellectual energy. I had but little notion of how the thought impressions would, if successfully conveyed, arouse an intelligent response in my brain, but I felt certain that I could detect and interpret them. Accordingly, I continued my experiments, though informing no one of their nature. It was on the 21st of February, 1901, that the thing finally occurred. As I look back across the years, I realize how unreal it seems, and sometimes half wonder if old Dr. Fenton was not right when he charged it all to my excited imagination. I recall that he listened with great kindness and patience when I told him, but afterward gave me a nerve powder and arranged for the half-year's vacation on which I departed the next week. That fateful night I was wildly agitated and perturbed, for despite the excellent care he had received, Joe Slater was unmistakably dying. Perhaps it was his mountain freedom that he missed, or perhaps the turmoil in his brain had grown too acute for his rather sluggish physique. But at all events, the flame of vitality flickered low in the decadent body. He was drowsy near the end, and as darkness fell, he dropped off into a troubled sleep. I did not strap on the straitjacket, as was customary when he slept, since I saw that he was too feeble to be dangerous, even if he woke in mental disorder once more before passing away. But I did place upon his head, and mine, the two ends of my cosmic radio, hoping against hope for a first and last message from the dream world in the brief time remaining. In the cell with us was one nurse, a mediocre fellow who did not understand the purpose of the apparatus, or think to inquire into my course. As the hours wore on, I saw his head droop awkwardly in sleep, but I did not disturb him. I, myself, lulled by the rhythmical breathing of the healthy and the dying man, must have nodded a little later. The sound of weird lyric melody was what aroused me. Chords, vibrations, and harmonic ecstasies echoed passionately on every hand, while on my ravished sight burst the stupendous spectacle of ultimate beauty. Walls, columns, and architraves of living fire blazed effulgently around the spot where I seemed to float in air, extending upward to an infinitely high, vaulted dome of indescribable splendor. Blending with this display of palatial magnificence, or rather supplanting it at times in kaleidoscopic rotation, were glimpses of wide plains and graceful valleys, high mountains and inviting grottos, covered with every lovely attribute of scenery which my delighted eye could conceive of, yet formed wholly of some glowing, ethereal plastic entity, which in consistency partook as much of spirit as of matter. As I gazed, I perceived that my own brain held the key to these enchanting metamorphoses, for each vista which appeared to me was the one my changing mind most wished to behold. Amidst this Elysian realm I dwelt not as a stranger, for each sight and sound was familiar to me, just as it had been for uncounted eons of eternity before, and would be for like eternities to come. Then the resplendent horror of my brother of light drew near and held colloquy with me, soul to soul, with silent and perfect interchange of thought. The hour was one of approaching triumph, for was not my fellow being escaping at last from a degrading periodic bondage, escaping forever and preparing to follow the accursed oppressor even unto the uttermost fields of ether, that upon it might be wrought a flaming cosmic vengeance which would shake the spheres? We floated thus for a little time, when I perceived a slight blurring and fading of the objects around us, as though some force were recalling me to earth, where I least wished to go. The form near me seemed to feel a change also, for it gradually brought its discourse toward a conclusion, and itself prepared to quit the scene, fading from my sight at a rate somewhat less rapid than that of the other objects. A few more thoughts were exchanged, and I knew that the luminous one and I were being recalled to bondage, though for my brother of light it would be the last time. The sorry planet's shell being well nigh spent, in less than an hour my fellow would be free to pursue the oppressor along the Milky Way and past the hither stars to the very confines of infinity. A well-defined shock separates my final impression of the fading scene of light from my sudden and somewhat shamefaced awakening and straightening up in my chair as I saw the dying figure on the couch move hesitantly. Joe Slater was indeed awaking, though probably for the last time. As I looked more closely, I saw that in the sallow cheeks shone spots of colour which had never before been present. The lips, too, seemed unusual, being tightly compressed, as if by the force of a stronger character than had been Slater's. The whole face finally began to grow tense, and the head turned restlessly with closed eyes. I did not arouse the sleeping nurse, but readjusted the slightly disarranged headbands of my telepathic radio, intent to catch any parting message the dreamer might have to deliver. All at once the head turned sharply in my direction, and the eyes fell open, causing me to stare in blank amazement at what I beheld. The man who had been Joe Slater, the Catskill decadent, was now gazing at me with a pair of luminous, expanded eyes, whose blue seemed subtly to have deepened. Neither mania nor degeneracy was visible in that gaze, and I felt beyond a doubt that I was viewing a face behind which lay an active mind of high order. At this juncture my brain became aware of a steady external influence operating upon it. I closed my eyes to concentrate my thoughts more profoundly, and was rewarded by the positive knowledge that my long-sought mental message had come at last. Each transmitted idea formed rapidly in my mind, and though no actual language was employed, my habitual association of conception and expression was so great that I seemed to be receiving the message in ordinary English. "Joe Slater is dead," came the soul-petrifying voice or agency from beyond the wall of sleep. My opened eyes sought the couch of pain in curious horror, but the blue eyes were still calmly gazing, and the countenance was still intelligently animated. "He is better dead, for he was unfit to bear the active intellect of cosmic entity. His gross body could not undergo the needed adjustments between ethereal life and planet life. He was too much of an animal, too little a man. Yet it is through his deficiency that you have come to discover me, for the cosmic and planet souls rightly should never meet. He has been my torment and diurnal prison for 42 of your terrestrial years. I am an entity like that which you yourself become in the freedom of dreamless sleep. I am your brother of light, and have floated with you in the effulgent valleys. It is not permitted me to tell your waking earth self of your real self, but we are all roamers of vast spaces and travelers in many ages. Next year I may be dwelling in the dark Egypt which you call ancient, or in the cruel empire of San-Chan, which is to come 3,000 years hence. You and I have drifted to the worlds that reel about the red Arcturus, and dwelt in the bodies of the insect philosophers that crawl proudly over the fourth moon of Jupiter. How little does the earth self know of life and its extent? How little indeed ought it to know for its own tranquility? Of the oppressor I cannot speak. You on earth have unwittingly felt its distant presence, you who without knowing idly gave to its blinking beacon the name of Algol, the demon star. It is to meet and conquer the oppressor that I have vainly striven for eons, held back by bodily encumbrances. Tonight I go as a nemesis bearing just and blazingly cataclysmic vengeance. Watch me in the sky, close by the demon star. I cannot speak longer, for the body of Joe Slater grows cold and rigid, and the coarse brains are ceasing to vibrate as I wish. You have been my friend in the cosmos. You have been my only friend on this planet, the only soul to sense and seek for me within the repellent form which lies on this couch. We shall meet again, perhaps in the shining mists of Orion's sword, perhaps on a bleak plateau in prehistoric Asia, perhaps in unremembered dreams tonight, perhaps in some other form an eon hence, when the solar system shall have been swept away. At this point the thought waves abruptly ceased, and the pale eyes of the dreamer, or can I say dead man, commenced to glaze fishily. In a half-stupor I crossed over to the couch and felt on his wrist, but found it cold, stiff, and pulseless. The sallow cheeks paled again, and the thick lips fell open, disclosing the repulsively rotten fangs of the degenerate Joe Slater. I shivered, pulled a blanket over the hideous face, and awakened the nurse. Then I left the cell and went silently to my room. I had an insistent and unaccountable craving for a sleep whose dreams I should not remember. The climax? What plain tale of science can boast of such a rhetorical effect? I have merely set down certain things appealing to me as facts, allowing you to construe them as you will. As I have already admitted, my superior, old Dr. Fenton, denies the reality of everything I have related. He vows that I was broken down with nervous strain and badly in need of the long vacation on full pay, which he so generously gave me. He assures me on his professional honor that Joe Slater was but a low-grade paranoiac, whose fantastic notions must have come from the crude hereditary folk tales which circulate in even the most decadent of communities. All this he tells me, yet I cannot forget what I saw in the sky on the night after Slater died. Lest you think me a biased witness, another's pen must add this final testimony, which may perhaps supply the climax you expect. I will quote the following account of the star Nova Persei verbatim from the pages of that eminent astronomical authority, Professor Garrett P. Serviss. On February 22, 1901, a marvelous new star was discovered by Dr. Anderson of Edinburgh, not very far from Algol. No star had been visible at that point before. Within 24 hours, the stranger had become so bright that it outshone Capella. In a week or two, it had visibly faded, and in the course of a few months, it was hardly discernible with the naked eye. The Fear Experiment by Ian Gordon. Introduction. In over 10 years of continuous travel, I have encountered many peculiar and fascinating individuals. Usually, the most interesting encounters are those with other travelers, men and women with no particular destination, or at least no destination they care to share. I like the idea that one can spend a fleeting evening with a stranger in the middle of a foreign metropolis, only to wave goodbye the following day and never hear from them again. We are merely ships that pass in the night. As I contemplate modern technology, social media and the like, I fear the ships are becoming all too visible. The subtle nuances, silent expressions, and secrets that define us are now exposed to the prying glow of a lethargic civilization spotlight. So I look to places where secrets still exist, hidden nooks and passageways, the world beneath the disembodied voice of the many, the past. And there, by chance, a friend and I encountered an individual so out of touch with the modern world that he could have passed for a ghost. In what could very well have been his last year on this earth, he told us of a strange and profound experiment he was party to in his youth. A cold winter's morning, February 2008, Keleti train station, Budapest, Hungary. The train bound for Sighisoara, Romania, rolled in at around 11 a.m. If memory serves, its final destination was Bucharest. The journey time was estimated at 8 hours, so we were pretty sure we'd be spending the whole day on board. As well as the two of us, several others boarded. We located an empty compartment and stowed our luggage. Within 10 minutes, the train was ready to depart. Upon doing so, the ticket lady approached us almost immediately. I'll never forget the vacant look on her face as she studied my ticket. Some 5 or so minutes into the journey, an elderly gentleman clutching a brown leather briefcase opened the door to our compartment. He hovered in the doorway for several seconds before finally choosing to enter. Nodding in our direction as he entered, we responded in kind as he sat opposite us. His weathered face was chock full of gorge deep lines. My first thought was how unusual it was for an elderly gentleman to choose to join a pair of 20-somethings on a train that was practically empty. It would soon be revealed, however, that we were precisely the kind of company he was looking for. The man, who I came to refer to as Mr. Grey, sat in silence as he watched the world go by outside. My friend and I were idly gossiping, mostly about the things we had seen in Hungary, and would undoubtedly see in Transylvania. Towards the end of our conversation,
the man carefully opened the brown leather briefcase atop his lap and began to inspect the contents. Among a bundle of papers, written in more than one language, were a number of Soviet military orders, all of which looked weathered and tarnished, rather like the man himself. He looked down at the orders and then back up at us, whispering in a thick Russian accent, "Tell me what you know of fear." The Man from Tbilisi, 1920s, Tbilisi, Georgia. Mr. Gray grew up in Tbilisi, Georgia, in the 1920s. His father was a military figure and a great admirer of Joseph Stalin. He claimed to have been heavily brainwashed in his formative years, becoming a strong believer in the Soviet regime and communism in general. So, when he approached adulthood, his heart was inevitably set on military service. Upon reaching the age of 18, he relocated to the Soviet Union, specifically Moscow. He rose to prominence as a young and dedicated officer with an increasing interest in the human condition. This he attributed to his commanding officer's interest in experimental psychology. Throughout the Second World War, Mr. Gray worked as a practicing psychologist in a Russian laboratory on the outskirts of Moscow. There, he and his commanding officer, a man whom he referred to as Mr. Red, conducted a variety of experiments on unwitting subjects, often prisoners of war, although it wasn't unusual for volunteers to arrive at the laboratory, including would-be soldiers unfit for frontline warfare. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Gray's interest in this field grew exponentially after the end of the Second World War, and almost a decade later, during the height of the Cold War, he was conducting his own experiments. Gabala, Azerbaijan, 1955. For reasons undisclosed, Mr. Gray relocated to Gabala, Azerbaijan, and established a psychological research facility with a team of 7 medical practitioners. The team was assembled to conduct a highly controversial and secret experiment dubbed Project Sleep, but for those of whom were involved, it would later come to be known as Project Fear. In their search for willing subjects, villages in the neighboring countries of Armenia, Russia, and Mr. Gray's native Georgia were systematically searched. Vague but intriguing advertisements were posted in strategic locations throughout small and often poor communities. Mr. Gray was carrying one of the advertisements in his briefcase. Written in Georgian, he read the text aloud in broken English, which, if translated, would have looked something like this on paper. Volunteers required, civil servants, medical research, well paid, support medical science. The applications poured in. 12 candidates were selected and subsequently invited to eligibility hearings. Of the 12 initially selected, 7 were formally invited to participate in Project Sleep. The experiment was to be conducted in 2 stages, though candidates would only be made aware of the first. Project Sleep, Stage 1. Candidates were to be kept awake for a period of 72 hours in solitary confinement. To ensure their consciousness, candidates were under constant supervision. Alarms were triggered remotely and repeatedly if candidates appeared to be falling asleep. Periodically, at the 24th, 48th, and 72nd hours, candidates were asked to describe their worst fear. As each period passed, 3 out of the 7 candidates exaggerated the fear they had initially described. For example, Candidate 2 had initially described a generic fear of crustaceans, specifically woodlice. Upon questioning at the 72nd hour, his fear was not only of woodlice, but of the possibility his closest friends and family members would eventually mutate into woodlice. The 48th hour brought about strange, dark fears for candidates 3 and 5, fears that greatly worried the practitioners. Unsurprisingly, though, the 72nd hour instilled a heightened sense of anxiety and paranoia in all 7 candidates, though it was specifically noted that Candidate 5 was said to be experiencing severe apathetic gloom. And then it was on to Stage 2. Even the notion of describing Stage 2 filled Mr. Gray with visible unease. He was sweating and clutching haphazardly at tattered bits of paper. I recall with perfect clarity the moment he withdrew a handkerchief and slowly wiped his brow. His motion was pained and unsteady, but in that instant I could have sworn his obscured mouth was grinning. Project Sleep, Stage 2. Upon completion of the 72nd hour, each candidate was permitted to sleep. In fact, they were given a sleeping agent which ensured they wouldn't be aware of what was to follow. All candidates were driven to a secret facility in the mountains somewhere outside Gabala. The team referred to it secretly as the Mansion. The sleeping candidates were strategically placed in various locations throughout the complex and were left to awaken naturally. The team allotted 24 hours for them to remain inside. The facility was locked from the outside, and metal panels were used to seal the windows. No surveillance equipment was used. They would rely purely upon the candidates' statements upon release at the end of the time period. It is interesting to note that, according to Mr. Gray, there was nothing particularly unusual about the facility, other than its convenient, isolated location. Results. Upon completion of the 24th hour, the mansion's heavy doors were opened. There, Mr. Gray and his team discovered 2 emaciated candidates, numbers 5 and 7. Following the first sweep of the facility, the remaining candidates were nowhere to be found, though bizarre evidence to suggest they encountered unspeakable things was everywhere. Candidate 5 was comatose, and as such was placed under supervision. Candidate 7, however, was surprisingly calm and coherent. He described an experience unlike anything any member of the team had heard of before. It began with him waking in a quiet room, one eerily similar to his bedroom at home in Armenia, and hearing strange sounds, including the fearful cries of unfamiliar voices. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before a stranger burst into his room, shouting maniacally, alluding to an insect of giant proportions pursuing him throughout dilapidated, maze-like corridors. Ready to dismiss the stranger's story as nonsense, he became aware of a distant humming or buzzing sound. Some inexplicable winged creature was on the prowl, tirelessly searching for a victim to fulfill its unknowable desires. The stranger left the room amid uncontainable shrieks and disappeared into the darkness of a gloomy corridor. The buzzing sound continued for a while, until 7 heard what he could only describe as a blood-curdling scream. 7 exited the room, only to discover thick, coarse hairs strewn about the corridor, accompanied by sporadic pools of an unidentifiable viscous fluid. Mr. Gray and his team referred to the notes made during Stage 1 with Candidate 7. He had repeatedly described a fear of helplessness, a fear that had remained consistent even after sleep deprivation. And so, throughout Stage 2, as he wandered throughout the mansion, he continued to experience circumstances beyond his control. He described labyrinthine corridors surrounding him that seemed to grow in height as he explored them. Doors seemed to move away from him, and his attempts to open them failed. He repeatedly came upon dead ends, beyond which he heard manic voices, giving rise to the notion that the owners of those voices were being pursued. In the end, it was nothing more than blind luck that led Candidate 7 to the exit, and up until the moment the doors were opened, he had believed he was slouched against a cold brick wall rather than a set of perfectly ordinary oak doors. Mr. Gray's discoveries within the facility were both fascinating and horrifying. In what appeared to be confirmation of the presence of a large crustacean, the team discovered a giant exoskeleton, complete with a number of jointed limbs, and although it was retrieved for further analysis, it inexplicably disappeared from safe storage several days later. Puddles of coagulated blood were also discovered, supporting the idea that something malevolent had been wandering the halls, and furthermore, that someone or something had been injured. Mr. Gray looked at my friend and me with cold, vacant eyes. "The experiment was a success," he said in that thick Russian accent. "Although now I wish it hadn't been so." Once again he reached into his briefcase and produced a bundle of papers. Further results. 1956. Undisclosed location, Azerbaijan. Candidate 5 spent almost 6 months in a coma and had been under constant medical supervision in an undisclosed location, where the team hoped he would eventually recover. Much to their relief, he awoke on February 23rd, 1956. Several days passed before he felt well enough to discuss the events leading up to his coma. The middle-aged Azerbaijani librarian disturbed Mr. Gray and his team of practitioners with his account, so much so that all plans for subsequent experiments were abandoned. Mr. Gray recalled the librarian's unique fear, as described in Stage 1, the fear that human beings were vessels for a single, greater entity, a being with one desire, to compartmentalize itself into a theoretically infinite number of finite individuals. The fear intensified as the time periods passed, with 5 describing the entity as present in mammals, birds, and fish, but, more worryingly, present in all human beings, living and dead, an entity that took the form of absolutely everything capable of breath in an endless attempt to escape the truth of itself as an impossibly lonely, omnipotent being. Candidate 5's conclusion and ultimate fear was that he too was an aspect of this faceless mass of a thing, and that in a universe of infinite possibilities he would be forced to live every single inconceivably horrible life imaginable, from start to finish, over and over again, forever. In line with Project Sleep, deep within the walls of the mansion, this all-consuming fear came alive. And as it did, almost instantaneously, Candidate 5 saw through the eyes of the other candidates. He saw their fears and lived them. He watched as they fled from untold horrors and screamed each of their screams. His mind wandered further still, deep into the strange, half-imagined minds of the creatures made flesh by the candidates and their fears. He felt things only monsters were supposed to feel, and merged them with emotions unthinkable to man. And as this hapless wandering consumed him, his mind began to collapse, almost as though the matter in which he was made was coming apart, torn asunder by the unseen forces of an exotic dimension, a place where only fear, pain, and agonizing confusion could exist. and there he stayed for almost 6 months. Candidate 5 addressed Mr. Gray and his team, telling them of their fates, explaining the intricate, invisible tapestry binding each and every one of them together, regurgitating memories, thoughts, hopes, and dreams from the deepest and darkest recesses of their minds. After what Mr. Gray described as almost an eternity of outpouring, the Azerbaijani librarian returned to that deep, dark coma the team had found him in following the experiment. Train compartment. And so, Mr. Gray's conclusion was ironic. In what was supposed to be an experiment designed to study the depths of fear, he and his team of practitioners summoned what can only be described as man's deepest fear, the fear that he one day may know himself. I asked him what he meant by that. He said simply, "Your question is proof that we aren't quite there yet." Mr. Gray closed his eyes and slept. As the Carpathian Mountains rolled by the compartment window, I thought about the being, and the frightening possibility that Mr. Gray himself, and even my friend and I, on a quiet train rolling through Eastern Europe, could be nothing more than aspects of an unknowable, omnipotent creature. We reached our destination. Mr. Gray remained asleep. I took his photograph. A part of me wants to visit Gabala, Azerbaijan, to seek out the old facility in the mountains nearby. Will it be there? If the experiment truly was a success, shouldn't whatever was summoned still be there?
Old Rambling House by Frank Herbert. On his last night on Earth, Ted Graham stepped out of a glass-walled telephone booth, ducked to avoid a swooping moth that battered itself in a frenzy against a bare globe above the booth. Ted Graham was a long-necked man with a head of pronounced egg shape topped by prematurely balding sandy hair. Something about his lanky, intense appearance suggested his occupation. Certified public accountant. He stopped behind his wife, who was studying a newspaper classified page, and frowned. "They said to wait here. They'll come get us. Said the place is hard to find at night." Martha Graham looked up from the newspaper. She was a doll-faced woman, heavily pregnant, a kind of pink prettiness about her. The yellow glow from the light above the booth subdued the red auburn cast of her ponytail hair. "I just have to be in a house when the baby's born," she said. "What did they sound like?" "I don't know. There was a funny kind of interruption, like an argument in some foreign language." "Did they sound foreign?" "In a way." He motioned along the night-shrouded line of trailers toward one with 2 windows glowing amber. "Let's wait inside. These bugs out here are fierce." "Did you tell them which trailer is ours?" "Yes. They didn't sound at all anxious to look at it. That's odd, them wanting to trade their house for a trailer. There's nothing odd about it. They've probably just got itchy feet like we did." He appeared not to hear her. "Funniest sounding language you ever heard when that argument started, like a squirt of noise." Inside the trailer, Ted Graham sat down on the green couch that opened into a double bed for company. "I could use a good tax accountant around here," he said. "When I first saw the place, I got that definite feeling. The valley looks prosperous. It's a wonder nobody's opened an office here before." His wife took a straight chair by the counter separating kitchen and living area, folded her hands across her heavy stomach. "I'm just continental tired of wheels going around under me," she said. "I want to sit and stare at the same view for the rest of my life. I don't know how a trailer ever seemed glamorous when—" "It was the inheritance gave us itchy feet," he said. Tires gritted on gravel outside. Martha Graham straightened. Could that be them? Awful quick if it is. He went to the door, opened it, stared down at the man who was just raising a hand to knock. "Are you Mr. Graham?" asked the man. "Yes." He found himself staring at the caller. "I'm Clint Rush. You called about the house?" The man moved farther into the light. At first he'd appeared an old man, fine wrinkle lines in his face, a tired leather look to his skin. But as he moved his head in the light, the wrinkles seemed to dissolve, and with them the years lifted from him. "Yes, we called," said Ted Graham. He stood aside. "Do you want to look at the trailer now?" Martha Graham crossed to stand beside her husband. "We've kept it in awfully good shape," she said. "We've never let anything get seriously wrong with it." "She sounds too anxious," thought Ted Graham. "I wish she'd let me do the talking for the two of us." "We can come back and look at your trailer tomorrow in daylight," said Rush. "My car's right out here, if you'd like to see our house." Ted Graham hesitated. He felt a nagging worry tug at his mind, tried to fix his attention on what bothered him. "Hadn't we better take our car?" he asked. "We could follow you." "No need," said Rush. "We're coming back into town tonight anyway. We can drop you off then." Ted Graham nodded. "Be right with you as soon as I lock up." Inside the car, Rush mumbled introductions. His wife was a dark shadow in the front seat, her hair drawn back in a severe bun. Her features suggested gypsy blood. He called her Raimi. Odd name, thought Ted Graham, and he noticed that she, too, gave that strange first impression of age that melted in a shift of light. Mrs. Rush turned her gypsy features toward Martha Graham. "You're going to have a baby?" It came out as an odd, veiled statement. Abruptly, the car rolled forward. Martha Graham said, "It's supposed to be born in about 2 months. We hope it's a boy." Mrs. Rush looked at her husband. "I have changed my mind," she said. Rush spoke without taking his attention from the road. "It is too—" He broke off, spoke in a tumble of strange sounds. Ted Graham recognized it as the language he'd heard on the telephone. Mrs. Rush answered in the same tongue, anger showing in the intensity of her voice. Her husband replied, his voice calmer. Presently, Mrs. Rush fell moodily silent. Rush tipped his head toward the rear of the car. "My wife has moments when she does not want to get rid of the old house. It has been with her for many years." Ted Graham said, "Oh, then, are you Spanish?" Rush hesitated. "No, we are Basque." He turned the car down a well-lighted avenue that merged into a highway. They turned onto a side road. There followed more turns, left, right, right. Ted Graham lost track. They hit a jolting bump that made Martha gasp. "I hope that wasn't too rough on you," said Rush. "We're almost there." The car swung into a lane, its lights picking out the skeleton outlines of trees, peculiar trees, tall, gaunt, leafless. They added to Ted Graham's feeling of uneasiness. The lane dipped, ended at a low wall of a house, red brick with clear-story windows beneath overhanging eaves. The effect of the wall and a wide-beam door they could see to the left was ultra-modern. Ted Graham helped his wife out of the car, followed the Rushes to the door. "I thought you told me it was an old house," he said. "It was designed by one of the first modernists," said Rush. He fumbled with an odd curved key. The wide door swung open onto a hallway equally wide, carpeted by a deep pile rug. They could glimpse floor-to-ceiling view windows at the end of the hall, city lights beyond. Martha Graham gasped, entered the hall as though in a trance. Ted Graham followed, heard the door close behind them. "It's so big," exclaimed Martha Graham. "You want to trade this for our trailer?" asked Ted Graham. "It's too inconvenient for us," said Rush. "My work is over the mountains on the coast." He shrugged. "We cannot sell it." Ted Graham looked at him sharply. "Isn't there any money around here?" He had a sudden vision of a tax accountant with no customers. Plenty of money, but no real estate customers. They entered the living room. Sectional divans lined the walls. Subdued lighting glowed from the corners. 2 paintings hung on the opposite walls, oblongs of odd lines and twists that made Ted Graham dizzy. Warning bells clamoured in his mind. Martha Graham crossed to the windows, looked at the lights far away below. "I had no idea we'd climb that far," she said. "It's like a fairy city." Mrs. Rush emitted a short, nervous laugh. Ted Graham glanced around the room, thought, if the rest of the house is like this, it's worth 50 or 60,000. He thought of the trailer. A good one, but not worth more than 7,000. Uneasiness was like a neon sign flashing in his mind. This seems so... He shook his head. "Would you like to see the rest of the house?" asked Rush. Martha Graham turned from the window. "Oh, yes." Ted Graham shrugged. No harm in looking, he thought. When they returned to the living room, Ted Graham had doubled his previous estimate on the house's value. His brain reeled with a summing of it, a solarium with an entire ceiling covered by sun lamps, an automatic laundry where you dropped soiled clothing down a chute, took it washed and ironed from the other end. "Perhaps you and your wife would like to discuss it in private," said Rush. "We will leave you for a moment." And they were gone before Ted Graham could protest. Martha Graham said, "Ted, I honestly never in my life dreamed—" "Something's very wrong, honey." "But, Ted—" "This house is worth at least $100,000, maybe more, and they want to trade this?" He looked around him. "For a $7,000 trailer?" "Ted, they're foreigners, and if they're so foolish they don't know the value of this place, then why should—" "I don't like it," he said. Again he looked around the room, recalled the fantastic equipment of the house. "But maybe you're right." He stared out at the city lights. They had a lace-like quality, tall buildings linked by lines of flickering incandescence, something like a Roman candle shot skyward in the distance. "Okay," he said. "If they want to trade, let's go push the deal." Abruptly, the house shuddered. The city lights blinked out. A humming sound filled the air. Martha Graham clutched her husband's arm. "Ted, what was that?" "I dunno." He turned. "Mr. Rush?" No answer. Only the humming. The door at the end of the room opened. A strange man came through it. He wore a short, toga-like garment of grey metallic cloth belted at the waist by something that glittered and shimmered through every colour of the spectrum. An aura of coldness and power emanated from him, a sense of untouchable hauteur. He glanced around the room, spoke in the same tongue the Rushes had used. Ted Graham said, "I don't understand you, mister." The man put a hand to his flickering belt. Both Ted and Martha Graham felt themselves rooted to the floor, a tingling sensation vibrating along every nerve. Again the strange language rolled from the man's tongue, but now the words were understood. "Who are you?" "My name's Graham. This is my wife. What's going—" "How did you get here?" "The Rushes, they wanted to trade us this house for our trailer. They brought us. Now, look, we—" "What is your talent, your occupation?" "Tax accountant. Say, why all these—" "That was to be expected," said the man. "Clever, oh, excessively clever." His hand moved again to the belt. "Now be very quiet. This may confuse you momentarily." Coloured lights filled both the Grahams' minds. They staggered. "You are qualified," said the man. "You will serve." "Where are we?" demanded Martha Graham. "The coordinates would not be intelligible to you," he said. "I am of the Rojak. It is sufficient for you to know that you are under Rojak sovereignty." Ted Graham said, "But you have, in a way, been kidnapped, and the Ramies have fled to your planet, an unregistered planet." I'm afraid," Martha Graham said shakily. "You have nothing to fear," said the man. "You are no longer on the planet of your birth, nor even in the same galaxy." He glanced at Ted Graham's wrist. "That device on your wrist, it tells your local time?" "Yes. That will help in the search. And your son, can you describe its atomic cycle?" Ted Graham groped in his mind for his science memories from school, from the Sunday supplements. "I can recall that our galaxy is a spiral like—" "Most galaxies are spiral." "Is this some kind of a practical joke?" asked Ted Graham. The man smiled, a cold, superior smile. "It is no joke. Now, I will make you a proposition." Ted nodded warily. "All right, let's have the stinger." "The people who brought you here were tax collectors we, Rojak, recruited from a subject planet. They were conditioned to make it impossible for them to leave their job untended. Unfortunately, they were clever enough to realize that if they brought someone else in who could do their job, they were released from their mental bonds. Very clever. But you may have their job, said the man. Normally you would be put to work in the lower echelons, but we believe in meting out justice wherever possible. The Raimis undoubtedly stumbled on your planet by accident and lured you into this position without... How do you know I can do your job? That moment of brilliance was an aptitude test. You passed. Well, do you accept? What about our baby? Martha Graham worriedly wanted to know. You will be allowed to keep it until it reaches the age of decision, about the time it will take the child to reach adult stature. Then what? Insisted Martha Graham. The child will take its position in society, according to its ability. Will we ever see our child after that? Possibly. Ted Graham said, What's the joker in this? Again the cold, superior smile. You will receive conditioning similar to that which we gave the Raimis, and we will want to examine your memories to aid us in our search for your planet. It would be good to find a new inhabitable place. Why did they trap us like this? Asked Martha Graham. It's lonely work, the man explained. Your house is actually a type of space conveyance that travels along your collection route, and there is much travel to the job. And then you will not have friends nor time for much other than work. Our methods are necessarily severe at times. Travel? Martha Graham repeated in dismay. Almost constantly. Ted Graham felt his mind whirling, and behind him he heard his wife sobbing. The Raimis sat in what had been the Grahams' trailer. For a few moments I feared he would not succumb to the bait, she said. I knew you could never overcome the mental compulsion enough to leave them there without their first agreeing. Raimi chuckled. Yes, and now I'm going to indulge in everything the Rojak never permitted. I'm going to write ballads and poems. And I'm going to paint, she said. Oh, the delicious freedom. Greed won this for us, he said. The long study of the Grahams paid off. They couldn't refuse to trade. I knew they'd agree. The looks in their eyes when they saw the house. They both had... She broke off, a look of horror coming into her eyes. One of them did not agree. They both did. You heard them. The baby? He stared at his wife. But it is not at the age of decision. In perhaps 18 of this planet's years it will be at the age of decision. What then? His shoulders sagged. He shuddered. I will not be able to fight it off. I will have to build a transmitter, call the Rojak, and confess. And they will collect another inhabitable place, she said, her voice flat and toneless. I've spoiled it, he said. I've spoiled it. There is a Reaper, by Charles V. DeVette. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk, before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I'd conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I'd never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless nonentity, picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstingingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I'm as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. I'm in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on? He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences, but Abruptly, the muscles about his eyes tightened, and a subtly new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me, with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh, God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence, and still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, some day, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "of, I can name it only, aura, go out from the beast like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly, a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?" I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you."
In the World's Dusk by Edmund Hamilton. The city Zur reared its sombre towers and minarets of black marble into the ruddy sunset, a great mass of climbing spires circumvallated by a high, black wall. 12 gates of massive brass opened in that wall, and outside it there lay the white salt desert that now covered the whole of earth. A cruel, glaring plain that stretched eye-achingly to the horizons. Its monotony was broken by no hill or valley or sea. Long ago the last seas had dried up and disappeared, and long ago the ages of geological gradation had smoothed mountain and hill and valley into a featureless blank. As the sun sank lower, it struck a shaft of red light across the city's ore into a great hall in the topmost spire. The crimson rays cut through the shadowy gloom of the dim, huge room and bathed the sitting figure of Galos Gan. Brooding in the ruddy glow, Galos Gan looked out across the desert to the sinking sun and said, "It is another day. The end comes soon." Chin in hand he brooded, and the sun sank, and the shadows in the great hall deepened and darkened about him. Out in the dusking sky blossomed the stars, and they peered down through the portico like taunting white eyes at him. And it seemed to him that he heard their thin, silvery star voices cry mockingly across the sky to each other, "The end comes soon," to the race of Galos Gan. For Galos Gan was the last man of all men. Sitting alone in his darksome hall high in sombre Zor, he knew that nowhere around the desert globe did there move another human shape, nor echo another human voice. He was that one about whom during anticipatory ages a fearful, foreboding fascination had clung, the final survivor. He tasted a loneliness no other man had ever known, for it was his to brood upon all the marching millions of men who had gone before him, and who were now no more. He could look back across the millions of years to the tumultuous youth of Earth, in whose warm seas had spawned the first protoplasmic life which, under the potent influences of cosmic radiation, had evolved through more and more complex animal forms into the culminating form of man. He could mark how man had risen through primeval savagery to world civilization that had finally given men mighty powers and had lengthened their lifespan to centuries. And he could mark, too, how the grim, grinding mechanism of natural forces had in the end brought doom to the fair cities of that golden age. Steadily, silently, inexorably, through the ages the hydrosphere or water envelope of Earth had slowly dwindled due to the loss of its particles into space from molecular dispersion. The seas had dried up as the millions of years had passed, and salt deserts had crept across the world, and men had seen the end close at hand for their race, and because they saw it, they ceased to bring forth children. They were weary of the endless, hopeless struggle, and they would not listen to the pleadings of Galos Gan, their greatest scientist, who alone among them yearned to keep the dying race alive. And so, in their weariness, the last generation of them had passed away, and in the world was left no living man but the unyielding Galos Gan. In his dark hall high in Zor, Galos Gan sat huddled in his robes, brooding upon these things, his withered face and black, living eyes unchanging. Then, at last, he stood erect. He strode with his robes swirling about him onto the balcony outside, and in the darkness he looked up at the mocking white eyes of the stars. He said, "You think that you look down on the last of men, that all the glories of my race are a story that is told and ended, but you are wrong. I am Galos Gan, the greatest man of all the men that have lived on earth, and it is my unconquerable will that my race shall not die, but shall live on to greater glories." The white stars were silent, wheeling with cynical imperturbability over the deserts beyond night-shrouded Zor. And Galos Gan raised his hand toward Rigel, and Canopus and Achenar, in a gesture pregnant with defiance and menace. "Somewhere and somehow I will find means to keep the race of man living on," he cried to them. "Yes, and the day will come when our seed will yoke you and all your worlds in submissive harness to man." Then Galos Gan, filled with that determination, came to a great resolve, and went to his laboratories and procured certain instruments and cryptic mechanisms. Holding them inside his robes, he went down from the tower and walked through the dark streets of the city Zur. Very small and alone he seemed as he wended through the dim starlight and glooming shadows of the mighty city's ways, yet proudly he stalked, for unconquerable defiance to fate flamed in his heart and vitalized his brain with unshakable resolve. He came to the low, squat structure that he sought, and its door opened with a sighing sound as he approached. He entered, and there in a small dark room was a stair down which he went. The coils of that spiral stair dropped into a great subterranean hall of black marble, illuminated by a feeble blue light that had no visible source. When Galos Gan stepped at last on its tessellated tile floor, he stood looking along the oblong hall. Upon its far-stretching walls were 100 high square panels that bore in painted pictures the story of mankind. The first of those panels showed the primal protoplasmic life from which man had descended, and the last of the panels displayed this very subterranean chamber. For in crypts set into the floor of this hall there lay the dead people of the city Zur, who had been the last generation of mankind. There was one last empty crypt that waited for Galos Gan when he should lie down in it to die, and since this was the last chapter of mankind's story, it had been pictured in the last panel. But Galos Gan disregarded the painted walls and strode along the hall, opening the crypts in the floor one after another. He worked on until at last before him lay the scores of dead men and women, their bodies perfectly preserved, so that they seemed sleeping. Galos Gan said to them, "It is my thought that even you who are not now living can mayhap be used to keep mankind from perishing. It seems an ill thing to disturb you in the peace of death. But nowhere else save in death can I find those I must have to perpetuate mankind." Then Galos Gan began to work upon the bodies of the dead, summoning up from his mighty resolution superhuman scientific powers, which even he had hitherto never possessed. By supreme chemical achievement he synthesized new blood, with which he filled the wasted veins of the bodies. And by powerful electric stimulants and glandular injections he set their hearts to beating convulsively, and then regularly. And as their hearts pumped the new blood through their bodies to their perfectly preserved brains, the dead regained slow consciousness and staggered upright and looked dazedly at one another and at the watching Galos Gan. Galos Gan felt a mighty pride and exultation as he looked at these strong men and fair women whom he had brought back from death. He said to them, "I have recalled you to life, because I have resolved that our race shall not come to an end and be forgotten of the universe. It is my determination that mankind shall continue, and through you I shall effect this." The jaws of one of the staring men moved stiffly, and from between them came the rusty accents of a voice long unused. "What madness of yours is this, Galos Gan? You have given us the semblance of life, but we are still dead, and how can we who are dead prolong the life of man?" "You move and speak, therefore you are living," insisted Galos Gan. "You shall mate together and bring forth sons, and they shall be the progenitors of new peoples." The dead man said hollowly, You strive against the inevitable like a child breaking his hands against a door of marble. It is the law of the universe that everything which exists must come some day to an end. Planets wither and die and fall back into their parent suns, and suns strike one against the other and are transformed into nebulae, and the nebulae last not but in turn condense into other suns and worlds that in their own turn must die. How shall you hope amid this universal law of death to keep the race of man forever living? We have lived a fair life for many million years. We have struggled and won and lost, have laughed in the sunlight and dreamed under the stars, have played our part in the mighty drama of eternity. Now it is time we pass to our appointed end." As the dead man finished speaking, a hollow, low whisper of assent went up from all the other staring dead. "Aye," they said, "it is time the tired sons of men rested in the blessed sleep of death." But the brow of Galos Gan was dark with resolve, and his eyes flashed, and his form stiffened with unchangeable will. "Your words avail you nothing," he told the dead. "Despite your icy counsels of surrender, I am determined that man shall live on to challenge the blind laws of the cosmos. Therefore you shall obey me, for well you know that with my powers and science I can force you to my will. You are not dead now, but living, and you shall repeople the city Zur." Galos Gan, with these words, walked to the spiral stair and started up its winding way. And helplessly, dully submissive, the dead men and women followed him up the stair, walking stiffly with a confused, heavy trampling up the steps. A strange spectacle it was when Galos Gan led his silent host out into the starlit streets of the city. And by day and by night thereafter was Zur a weird sight, peopled again by those who once had peopled it before they died. For Galos Gan decreed that they should live in the same buildings in which they had lived before, and those that had been husbands and wives before should be husbands and wives now, and in all things they should dwell as they had before their deaths. So all day beneath the hot sun the dead went to and fro in Zur and pretended that they were truly living. They walked stiffly in the streets and gave one another greeting in their grating, rusty voices, and those that had had trades in old time followed those trades now, so that the cheery sounds of work and life rang in the city. By night they thronged into the great theatre of the city and sat in stiff immobility, while those who had been dancers and singers performed with heavy clumsiness on the stage, and the dead audience applauded and laughed, and their laughter was a strange sound. And at night, when the stars peered curiously down at Zur, those of them who had been young men and maidens walked apart, and with stiff and uncouth gestures made pantomime of love, and spoke words of love to one another. And they wedded one another, for that was the decree of Galos Gan. In his high tower, Galos Gan watched as moon after moon was born and waxed and died. Great hope was his as the months passed one by one in the dead tenanted city. He said to himself, "These are not wholly living. Something there was that my powers could not bring back from death. But even such as they are, they will serve to give mankind a new start in the universe." The slow months passed, and at last, to one of the dead couples living in the city, a child was born. High flared the hopes of Galos Gan when he heard, and great was his excitement as he hastened through the city to see. But when he saw the child, he felt his heart grow cold. For this infant was like the parents of whom it was born. It was not wholly living. It moved and saw and uttered sounds, but its movements and cries were stiff and strange, and its eyes had death behind them. Not wholly yet did Galosgan give up hope in his great plan. He waited for another child to be born, but the next child too was the same. Then indeed did his faith and hope perish. He called the dead citizens of Zor together, and spoke to them. He said, "Why do you not bring forth wholly living children, seeing that you yourselves are now living? Do you do this but to thwart me?" Out of the gaunt-eyed throng, a dead man answered him, "Death cannot bring forth life any more than light can be born of darkness. Despite your words, we know that we are dead, and we can give birth only to death. Now be convinced of the futility of your mad scheme, and allow us to return to the peace of death, and let the race of man come peacefully to its destined end." Galosgan told them darkly, "Return then to the nothingness you crave, since you cannot serve my purpose. But know that not now and not ever shall I relinquish my purpose to perpetuate the race." The dead answered him not, but turning their backs upon him moved in a silent, trampling throng through the streets of the city toward that low, squat building which they knew. They passed without any word down the spiral stair to the blue-lit chamber of the crypts, and there each lay down once more in the crypt that was his, and the two women who had given birth lay down with their strange, dead little infants at their breasts. Then each drew over his crypt the stone lid that had covered it, until all were covered once more. And again there was solemn silence in the pictured burial chamber of Zor. Up in his high tower, Galosgan had watched them go, and there for 2 days and nights he brooded over the again silent city. He said to himself, "It seems my hope was vain, and that in truth humanity dies with me, since those who are dead cannot be the progenitors of future men. For where in all the world are there any living men and women such as alone will serve my ends?" This he said, and then of a sudden a thought struck him that was like a dazzling and perilous lightning flash across the brooding darkness of his mind. His brain well-nigh reeled at the audacity of the thing it had suddenly conceived, yet such was the desperation of his purpose that he seized quakingly upon even this unearthly expedient. He muttered to himself, "There are no living men and women in the world today. But what of the trillions of men and women who have existed on earth in the past? Those trillions are separated from me by the abyss of time. Yet if I could somehow reach across that abyss, I could draw many living people out of the past into dead Zor." The brain of Galosgan fired to that staggering thought, and he, the greatest scientist Earth had ever possessed, began that night the audacious attempt to draw across the gulf of ages living men and women who would father a new race. Day after day, as the sun blazed on silent Zor, and night after night, as the majestic stars wheeled above it, the withered scientist toiled in his laboratories. And gradually there grew up the great cylindrical mechanism of brass and quartz that was to pierce time. At last, the mighty mechanism was finished, and Galosgan prepared to begin his unthinkably daring attempt. Despite the inflexibility of his resolve, his soul quaked within him as he laid hand upon the switches that controlled the great machine. For well he knew that in attempting to thrust an arm across the awful gulf of time, he was so outraging and rending the inmost frame of the cosmos that vast cataclysm might well result. Yet Galosgan, driven by his unshaken determination, closed the switches with a trembling hand. There came a crash of cosmic thunder, and a hissing of blinding white force that filled the cylinder, and all the dead city Zur rocked strangely on its foundations, as though shaken by a mighty wind. Galos Gan was aware that the titanic forces he had loosed were tearing through space and time itself inside that cylinder, and riving the hitherto inviolate dimensions of the universe. The white force flamed, and the thunder crashed, and the city rocked until at last he convulsively opened the switches again. Then the glare and rumbling and rocking died, and as Galos Gan stared into the cylinder, he cried in shrill triumph, "I have succeeded! The brain of Galos Gan has triumphed over time and fate." For there in the cylinder stood a living man and woman who wore the grotesque cloth garments of ages before. He opened the door of the cylinder, and the man and woman came out with slow steps. Galos Gan told them exultantly, "I have brought you across time to be the fountainhead of a new generation. Be not afraid. You are but the first of very many people I shall bring out of the past in the same way." The man and woman looked at Galos Gan, and suddenly they laughed. Their laughter was not of mirth, but was a maniac shrieking. Wildly, insanely the man and woman laughed, and Galos Gan saw that they were both utterly mad. Then he understood. By dint of superhuman science, he had contrived to bring their living bodies across the gulf of ages unharmed, but in so doing he had destroyed their minds. Not any science beneath the sun could draw their minds over the abyss of time without wrecking them, for the mind is not of matter, and does not obey the laws of matter. Yet Galos Gan was so possessed of his mighty plan that he refused to relinquish it. "I will bring more across time," he told himself, "and surely some of them will come through with minds unharmed." So again and again, in the nights and days that followed, he operated the great mechanism, and with its potent grasp snatched many scores of men and women out of their proper time and brought them across the millenniums to Zur. But always, though he brought their bodies through unharmed, he could not bring their minds, so that it was only madmen and women who came from the cylinder, out of every age and land. These mad people dwelt in Zur in a most frightful fashion, roaming its streets so that no corner of the city was beyond the sound of their insane shrieking. They ascended the sombre towers and raved and gibbered from them at the dead city and at the barren desert beyond it. It seemed that even the insensate city grew fearful of the crazed horde whom it housed, for the city of the mad was more awful than had been the city of the dead. Finally, Galos Gan ceased to draw men and women out of the past, for he saw that never could he hope to bring them through sane. For a time, he strove to replace the minds of these crazed people which had been destroyed, but he saw that that too was beyond the power of any material science. Then, in that shrieking city of madness which was the last city on earth, Galos Gan grew afraid that he too was going mad. He felt a desire to scream with the others through the dark streets. So, in sick disgust and fear, he went forth and destroyed those mad people down to the last one, giving them the release of death. And Zur again knew silence as the last man solitary walked its ways. Finally, there came a day when Galos Gan walked onto his balcony and looked fixedly out over the white and barren desert. He said, "I sought to bring new men out of death, and then out of time, but neither from death nor time, it seems, can come those to prolong the race. How can I hope to produce men in a little moment of time when it required millions of years for the forces of nature to produce them? So I shall produce the new race in the way that the old was produced. I shall change the face of earth so that new life may spring from it as it did long ago, and in time that life will evolve once more into men. Animated by that colossal resolve, Galos Gan, the last and mightiest scientist of Earth, began an awesome task that would hitherto have never even been dreamed of by any man. He first assembled all the forces of which his race had had knowledge, and many of which he himself had discovered, and he devised even mightier forces, such as even a god might fear to unchain too lightly. Then Galos Gan loosed his powers and began to bore a shaft down into the solid lithosphere of the earth. Down through sandstone and granite and gneiss he bored, until he had passed down through the rock crust and was deep in the mighty core of nickel iron, which is the heart of the planet. In that iron core he constructed a great chamber which he fitted with the equipment and the mechanisms that he would require for the task ahead of him. And when everything he needed was in that deep chamber, he retired down to it, and then collapsed and closed the shaft that led up to the surface. Then Galos Gan began to shake the earth. From his deep chamber in the iron core, he loosed small impulses of force at exact intervals, and the period of rhythm of these impulses was timed with perfect accuracy to the period of rhythm of the earth. At first, the little impulses had no effect upon the vast globe of the planet, but little by little their effect accumulated and grew stronger, until finally the whole rocky crust of the lithosphere was shaking violently. These stresses and strains produced immense pressures and heats within the rocks, melting much of them into lava, and this molten lava burst upward in fiery masses all around the globe, as it had done when the earth was in its first youth. Galos Gan, in his deep-buried chamber, watched through his instruments and saw the changes taking place upon the surface of the earth. He saw the upthrust masses of molten magma give off their imprisoned gases, and observed those gases combining to form a new hydrosphere of water vapor clouds around the planet. The earth was passing through the same changes it had passed through long ago. As its molten surface began to cool, rain began to fall from the clouds and gathered upon the torn surface of the world in new seas. Galos Gan watched tensely with his far-seeing, marvelous instruments, and saw complex compounds being built up along the shores of the warm seas, from carbon and hydrogen and oxygen and other elements. And beneath the photosynthetic action of the sunlight, these organic compounds combined into the first beginnings of primal protoplasmic life. Galos Gan said then to himself, "The new cycle of Earth's life is started. The sun's radiation calls forth life from the inorganic elements, as it did ages ago in the past. That life must evolve upward under the same conditions in the same way, and in time men will evolve from it and will again people the earth." He calculated the ages that it would take for a new human race to evolve upon the face of Earth. Then he took a carefully measured quantity of a subtle drug which he had prepared, one which suspended indefinitely every vital function of the human body, and yet permitted it to remain living in a deathless sleep. He lay down upon his couch in the buried chamber inside the earth. "I will sleep now in suspended animation until the new race of man has evolved," said Galos Gan. "When I awake, Earth will again be crowded with the victorious and undying race of men, and I can go forth and look upon them, and then die in peace, knowing that man lives." So saying, he folded his arms upon his breast, and the drug took its effect upon him, and he slept. and it seemed to him that no sooner had his eyes closed and his consciousness darkened than he was awaking again, for in sleep an eternity and a moment are the same. For a little, Galosgan could not indeed believe that he had slept through the ages for which his drug had been calculated, but his chronometers that measured time by the transmutation of uranium showed him that indeed he had lain sleeping for many millions of years. Then he knew that he had come to the moment of his triumph, for in those slow millenniums must have evolved the new race of men that must now people the surface of the earth above him. His hand shook as he prepared to blast a new shaft up to the surface from his chamber. "Death is not far from me," said Galosgan, "but first these eyes shall look on the new race which I have created to perpetuate the old." His forces pierced a shaft up through the rocky crust of the lithosphere to the surface, and borne by his powers, Galosgan rose up that shaft and emerged onto the face of earth, into the sunlight. He stood and looked about him. He was in the midst of a white salt desert that stretched monotonously to the horizons in all directions, and that had nowhere any hill or valley to break its blank expanse. A queer chill came upon the heart of Galosgan as he stood in the glaring sunlight of the lonely desert. Can it be, he asked himself, that the forces of nature have dried and worn the earth just as they did long ago? Even so, somewhere on earth must be the new races of men that time has evolved. He looked in one direction after another, and finally he saw on one horizon the distant spires of a city. His heart gladdened at that sight, and he moved toward that city with quick and eager expectation. But when he came close to the city, he was troubled anew, for it was a city of black marble towers and minarets belted by a high black wall, and in many ways it was very like the city Zor that long ago had perished. He came to one of its open gates and passed into the city, and like a man in a dream, he walked through the streets, turning his head this way and that. For this city was as empty of life as ancient Zor had been. Not in any of its courts or ways did there move one human shape, nor echo one human voice. And now a fatal foreboding and knowledge came upon Galosgan, and led him into the highest tower, and up to a dim and dusky hall at the tower's top. There at the end of the hall sat huddled in his robes a withered, shrunken man who seemed very near to death. Galosgan spoke to him in a strange voice, and said, "Who are you, and where are the others of the races of men?" The other raised his swaying head, and peering blindly at Galosgan, he answered, "There are no others, for I am the last survivor of all the race of man. Millions of years ago, our life began in the protoplasm of the world's warm seas, and developed through many forms into man, and the civilization and power of man grew great. But the seas dried up, and as earth withered, our race withered and died also, until I alone am left in this dead city, and my own death is upon me." With these words, the shrunken, swaying man fell forward, and sighed once, and lay dead upon the floor. And Galosgan, the last man, looked across his body at the sinking sun.
The Supernumerary Corpse by Clark Ashton Smith. It is not remorse that maddens me, that drives me to the penning of this more than indiscreet narrative in the hope of finding a temporary distraction. I have felt no remorse for a crime to which justice itself impelled me. It is the damnable mystery, beyond all human reason or solution, upon which I have stumbled in the doing of this simple deed, in the mere execution of the justice whereof I speak. It is this that has brought me near to insanity. My motives in the killing of Jasper Trilt, though imperative, were far from extraordinary. He had wronged me enough in the course of a 12-years acquaintance to warrant his death twice over. He had robbed me of the painfully garnered fruits of a lifetime of labor and research, had stolen, with lying promises, the chemical formulae that would have made me a wealthy man. Foolishly, I had trusted him, believing that he would share with me the profits of my precious knowledge, from which he was to acquire riches and renown. Poor and unknown, I could do nothing for my own redress. Often I marvel at the long forbearance which I displayed toward Trilt. Something, was it the thought of ultimate revenge, led me to ignore his betrayals, to dissemble my knowledge of his baseness. I continued to use the laboratory which he had equipped for me. I went on accepting the miserable pittance which he paid me for my toil. I made new discoveries, and I allowed him to cheat me of their usufruct. Moreover, there was Norma Gresham, whom I had always loved in my halting, inarticulate fashion, and who had seemed to like me well enough before Trilt began to pay her his dashing and gallant addresses. She had speedily forgotten the timid, poverty-stricken chemist, and had married Trilt. This, too, I pretended to ignore, but I could not forget. As you see, my grievances were such as have actuated many others in the seeking of vengeance. They were in no sense unusual, and like everything else about the affair, they served by their very commonplaceness to throw into monstrous relief the abnormal and inexplicable outcome. I cannot remember when it was that I first conceived the idea of killing my betrayer. It has been so long an integral part of my mental equipment that I seem to have nurtured it from all pre-eternity. But the full maturing, the perfection of my murderous plans, is a thing of quite recent date. For years, apart from my usual work, I had been experimenting with poisons. I delved in the remote arcana and byways of toxicology. I learned all that chemistry could tell me on the subject, and more. This branch of my research was wholly unknown to Trilt, and I did not intend that he should profit by anything that I had discovered or devised in the course of my investigations. In fact, my aims were quite different in regard to him. From the beginning, I had in mind certain peculiar requisites which no poison familiar to science could fulfill. It was after endless groping and many failures that I succeeded in formulating a compound of rare toxic agents which would have the desired effect on the human system. It was necessary, for my own security, that the poison should leave no trace, and should imitate closely the effects of some well-known malady, thus precluding even the chance of medical suspicion. Also, the victim must not die too quickly and mercifully. I devised a compound which, if taken internally, would be completely absorbed by the nervous system within an hour, and would thereafter be indetectable through analysis. It would cause an immediate paralysis, and would present all the outward effects of a sudden and lethal stroke of apoplexy. However, the afflicted person, though seemingly insensible, would retain consciousness and would not die till the final absorption of the poison. Though utterly powerless to speak or move, he would still be able to hear and see, to understand and suffer. Even after I had perfected this agent, and had satisfied myself of its efficacy, I delayed the crowning trial. It was not through fear or compunction that I waited, Rather, it was because I desired to prolong the delicious joys of anticipation, the feeling of power it gave me to know that I could sentence my betrayer to his doom and could execute the sentence at will. It was after many months, it was less than a fortnight ago, that I decided to withhold my vengeance no longer. I planned it all very carefully, with complete forethought, and I left no loophole for mischance or accident. There would be nothing, not even the most tenuous thread, that could ever lead anyone to suspect me. To arouse the cupidity of Trilt and ensure his profound interest, I went to him and hinted that I was on the brink of a great discovery. I did not specify its nature, saying that I should reveal it all at the proper time, when success had been achieved. I did not invite him to visit the laboratory. Cunningly, by oblique hints, I stimulated his curiosity, and I knew that he would come. Perhaps my caution was excessive, but it must not even seem that I had prearranged the visit that would terminate in his seizure and death. I could, perhaps, have found opportunity to administer the poison in his own home, where I was still a fairly frequent caller. But I wished him to die in my presence, and in the laboratory that had been the scene of my long-defrauded toils. I knew, by a sort of prescience, the very evening when he would come, greedy to unearth my new secret. I prepared the draught that contained the poison, a chemist's glass of water coloured with a little grenadine, and set it aside in readiness among my tubes and bottles. Then I waited. The laboratory, an old and shabby mansion converted by Trilt to this purpose, lay in a well-wooded outskirt of the town, at no great distance from my employer's luxurious home. Trilt was a gourmand, and I knew that he would not arrive till well after the dinner hour. Therefore, I looked for him about 9 o'clock. He must indeed have been eager to filch my supposed new formula, for, half an hour before the expected time, I heard his heavy, insolent knock on the door of the rear room in which I was waiting amid my chemical apparatus. He came in, gross and odious, with the purple overfeeding upon his puffy jowls. He wore an azure blue tie and a suit of pepper and salt, a close-fitting suit that merely emphasized the repulsive bulkiness of his figure. "Well, Margrave, what is it now?" he asked. "Have you finished the experiments you were hinting about so mysteriously? I hope you've really done something to earn your pay this time." "I have made a tremendous discovery," I told him. "Nothing less than the elixir of the alchemists, the draught of eternal life and energy." He was palpably startled, and gave me a sharp, incredulous stare. "You are lying," he said, "or fooling yourself. Everyone knows and has known since the Dark Ages that the thing is a scientific impossibility." "Others may lie," I said sardonically, "but it remains to be seen whether or not I have lied. That graduated glass which you see on the table is filled with the elixir." He stared at the vessel which I had indicated. "It looks like grenadine," he remarked, with a certain perspicacity. "There is a superficial likeness. The colour is the same. But the stuff means immortality for anyone who dares to drink it. Also, it means inexhaustible capacity for pleasure, a freedom from all satiety or weariness. It is everlasting life and joy." He listened greedily. "Have you tried it yourself?" "Yes, I've experimented with it," I countered. He gave me a somewhat contemptuous and doubtful glance. "Well, you do look rather animated tonight, at least more so than usual, and not so much like a mackerel that's gotten soured on life. The stuff hasn't killed you at any rate, so I think I'll try it myself. It ought to be a pretty good commercial proposition if it only does 1/10 of what you say it will. We'll call it Trilt's Elixir." "Yes," said I slowly, echoing him. "Trilt's Elixir." He reached for the glass and raised it to his lips. "You guarantee the result?" he asked. "The result will be all that one could desire," I promised, looking him full in the eyes and smiling with an irony which he could not perceive. He drained the glass at a gulp. Instantly, as I had calculated, the poison took effect.
He staggered, as if he had received a sudden, crushing blow. The empty vessel fell from his fingers with a crash. His heavy legs collapsed beneath him. He fell on the laboratory floor between the laden benches and tables, and lay without stirring again. His face was flushed and congested, his breathing stertorous, as in the malady whose effects I had chosen to simulate. His eyes were open, horribly open and glaring, but there was not even the least flicker of their lids. Coolly, but with a wild exultation in my heart, I gathered up the fragments of the broken glass and dropped them into the small heating stove that stood at the room's end. Then, returning to the fallen and helpless man, I allowed myself the luxury of gloating over the dark, unutterable terror which I read in his paralytic gaze. Knowing that he could still hear and comprehend, I told him what I had done, and listed the unforgotten wrongs which he thought I had accepted so supinely. Then, as an added torture, I emphasized the indetectable nature of the poison, and I taunted him for his own folly in drinking the supposed elixir. All too quickly did the hour pass, the hour which I had allowed for the full absorption of the poison and the victim's death. The breathing of Trilt grew slower and fainter. His pulse faltered and became inaudible, and at last he lay dead. But the terror still appeared to dwell, dark and stagnant and nameless, in his ever-open eyes. Now, as was part of my carefully laid plan, I went to the laboratory telephone. I intended to make 2 calls, one to tell Norma, Trilt's wife, of his sudden and fatal seizure while visiting me, and the other to summon a doctor. For some indefinable reason, I called Norma first, and the outcome of our conversation was so bewildering, so utterly staggering, that I did not put in the second call. Norma answered the telephone herself, as I had expected. Before I could frame the few short words that would inform her of Trilt's death, she cried out in a shaken, tremulous voice, "I was just going to call you, Felton. Jasper died a few minutes ago, from an apoplectic stroke. It's all so terrible, and I'm stunned by the shock. He came into the house about an hour ago, and dropped at my feet without saying a word. I thought he had gone to see you, but he could hardly have done that and gotten back so quickly. Come at once, Felton." The dumbfoundment which I felt was inexpressible. I think I must have stammered a little as I answered her. "Are you sure? Quite sure that it's Jasper? Of course, it's incredible, but he is lying here on the library sofa, dead. I called the doctor when he was stricken, and the doctor is still here, but there is nothing more to be done." It was impossible then for me to tell her, as I had intended, that Trilt had come to the laboratory, that his dead body was lying near me in the rear room at that moment. Indeed, I doubted my own senses, doubted my very brain, as I hung up the telephone. Either I or Norma was the victim of some strange and unaccountable delusion. Half expecting that the gross cadaver would have vanished like an apparition, I turned from the telephone, and saw it, supine and heavy, with stiffening limbs and features. I went over. I stooped above it and dug my fingers roughly into the flabby flesh to make sure that it was real, that Trilt's visit and the administering of the poison had not been a mere hallucination. It was Trilt himself who lay before me. No one could mistake the obese body, the sybaritic face and lips, even with the chill of death descending upon them. The corpse I had touched was all too solid and substantial. It must be Norma, then, who was demented or dreaming, or who had made some incredible mistake. I should go to the house at once and learn the true explanation. There would be time enough afterward to do my own explaining. There was no likelihood that anyone would enter the laboratory in my absence. Indeed, there were few visitors at any time. With one backward look at the body to assure myself anew of its materiality, I went out into the moonless evening and started toward my employer's residence. I have no clear recollection of the short walk among shadowy trees and bushes, and along the poorly lit streets with their scattered houses. My thoughts, as well as the external world, were a night-bound maze of baffling unreality and dubiety. Into this maze I was plunged to an irremeable depth on my arrival. Norma, pale and stunned rather than grief-stricken, for I think she had long ceased to love Trilt, was at the door to meet me. "I can't get over the suddenness of it," she said at once. "He seemed all right at dinner-time, and ate heartily as usual. Afterward he went out, saying that he would walk as far as the laboratory and look in on you. He must have felt ill and started back after he had gone halfway. I didn't even hear him come in. I can't understand how he entered the house so quietly. I was sitting in the library, reading, when I happened to look up, just in time to see him cross the room and fall senseless at my feet. He never spoke or moved after that." I could say nothing as she led me to the library. I do not know what I had expected to find, but certainly no sane man, no modern scientist and chemist, could have dreamed of what I saw. The body of Jasper Trilt, reposing still and stiff and cadaverous on the sofa, the same corpse to all outward seeming, which I had left behind me in the laboratory. The doctor, Trilt's family physician, whom Norma had summoned, was about to leave. He greeted me with a slight nod and a cursory, incurious glance. "There's nothing whatever to be done," he said. "It's all over." "But it doesn't seem possible," I stammered. "Is it really Jasper Trilt? Isn't there some mistake?" The doctor did not seem to hear my question. With reeling senses, doubting my own existence, I went over to the sofa and examined the body, touching it several times to make sure, if assurance were possible, of its substantiality. The puffy, purplish features, the open, glaring eyes with their glacial terror, the suit of pepper and salt, the azure blue tie, all were identical with those I had seen and touched a few minutes previous in another place. I could no longer doubt the materiality of the second corpse. I could not deny that the thing before me, to all intents and purposes, was Jasper Trilt. But in the very confirmation of its incredible identity, there lay the inception of a doubt that was infinitely hideous. A week has gone by since then, a week of unslumbering nightmare, of all-prevailing, ineluctable horror. Going back to the laboratory, I found the corpse of Jasper Trilt on the floor, where he had fallen. Feverishly, I applied to it all possible tests. It was solid, clammy, gross, material like the other. I dragged it into a dusty, little-used storeroom among cobwebby cartons and boxes and bottles, and covered it with sacking. For reasons that must be more than obvious, I dared not tell anyone of its existence. No one save myself has ever seen it. No one, not even Norma, suspects the unimaginable truth. Later, I attended the funeral of Trilt. I saw him in his coffin, and as one of the pallbearers I helped to carry the coffin and lower it into the grave. I can swear that it was tenanted by an actual body, and on the faces of the morticians and my fellow pallbearers there was no shadow of doubt or misgiving as to the identity and reality of the corpse. But afterward, returning home, I lifted the sacking in the storeroom and found that the thing beneath, cadaver or car, doppelganger or phantom, whatever it was, had not disappeared or undergone the least change. Madness took me then for a while, and I knew not what I did. Recovering my senses in a measure, I poured gallon after gallon of corrosive acids into a great tub, and in the tub I placed the thing that had been Jasper Trilt, or which bore the semblance of Trilt. But neither the clothing nor the body was affected in any degree by the mordant acid. And since then, the thing has shown no sign of normal decay, but remains eternally and inexplicably the same. Some night, before long, I shall bury it in the woods behind the laboratory, and the earth will receive Trilt for the second time. After that, my crime will be doubly indetectable, if I have really committed a crime and have not dreamed it all or become the victim of some hallucinative brain disease. I have no explanation for what has happened, nor do I believe that any such can be afforded by the laws of a sane universe. But is there any proof that the universe itself is sane or subject to rational laws? Perhaps there are inconceivable lunacies in chemistry itself, and drugs whose action is a breach of all physical logic. The poison I administered to Trilt was an unknown quantity, apart from its deadliness, and I cannot be wholly sure of its properties, of its possible effect on the atoms of the human body and the atoms of the soul. Indeed, I can be sure of nothing, except that I too, like the laws of matter, must go altogether mad in a little while.
To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colourless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop-cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a step-ladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my loving, why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the Happy Garden of Life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. "Lots of faces still to fill in," said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. "Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something," said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. "You think I'm proud of this daub?" he said. "You think this is my idea of what life really looks like?" "What's your idea of what life looks like?" said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop-cloth. "There's a good picture of it," he said. "Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one." "You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you?" said the orderly. "Is that a crime?" said the painter. The orderly shrugged. "If you don't like it here, Grandpa," he said, and he finished the thought with a trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced naught. The number was 2B or not 2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. "When I decide it's time to go," he said, "it won't be at the Sheep Dip." "A do-it-yourselfer, eh?" said the orderly. "Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you?" The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. "The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me," he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable moustache, in fact. The curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted moustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan." She waited. "And you dunk people?" "What?" "Skip it." "That sure is a beautiful picture. Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, 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 he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee, they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh? All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheaf carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her? You like her at all?" "Gosh,
she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz. That upsets you? Good gravy, no. It's just such an honor. Ah, you admire him, eh? Who doesn't admire him? She said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. Who doesn't admire him? She said again. He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago. Nothing would please me more, said the painter, than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb, that strikes you as appropriate? That is kind of like what I do, she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here? This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And, say, isn't that some picture?" I'm honored to be in it with you." "Let me tell you, I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" I can't." "Triplets!" "Triplets?" She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "I don't think they made it. Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Welling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "The invisible man," said Welling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Welling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling?" "I think it's perfectly keen," said Welling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days, when the population of the Earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling?" said Hitz. "Nope," said Welling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry. Without population control, human beings would now be packed on this surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it." Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed, and still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Welling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do. That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die either." "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. I wish people wouldn't call it that, said Leora Duncan. What? Said Dr. Hitz. I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that. It gives people the wrong impression. You're absolutely right, said Dr. Hitz. Forgive me. He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios. That sounds so much better, said Leora Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Welling, said Dr. Hitz. He or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet, thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one, he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. It's only death, he said to her as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody, seemingly, heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his step-ladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2B or not 2B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you. Your country thanks you. Your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations.
The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton Decay. They were all gone now, the masters, all dead, and their atoms scattered to the never-ceasing winds that swept the great chrysolite city towers in ever-increasing fury. That had been the last wish of each as he had passed away, dying from sheer old age. True, they had fought on as long as they could to save their kind from utter extinction, but the comet that had trailed its poisoning wake across space to leave behind it upon Earth a noxious, lethal gas vapor had done its work too well. No living soul breathed upon the Earth. No one lived here now but Kieran and his kind. And, so thought Kieran to himself, he might as well be a great unthinking robot able to do only one thing instead of the mental giant he was, so obsessed had he become with the task he had set himself to do. Yet, in spite of a great loneliness and a strong fear of a final frustration, He worked on with the others of his people, hardly stopping for anything, except the very necessities needed to keep his big body working in perfect coordination. Tirelessly he worked, for the masters had bred, if that is the word to use, fatigue and the need for restoration out of his race long decades ago. Sometimes, though, he would stop his work when the great red dying sun began to fade into the west, and his round eyes would grow wistful as he looked out over the great city that stretched in towering minarets and lofty spires of purest crystal blue for miles on every side. A fairy city of rarest hue and beauty. A city for the gods, and the gods were dead. Kieran felt, at such times, the great loneliness that the last master must have known. They had been kind, the masters, and Kieran knew that his people, as they went about their eternal tasks of keeping the great city in perfect shape for the masters who no longer needed it, must miss them as he did. Never to hear their voices ringing, never to see them again gathered in groups to witness some game or to play amid the silver fountains and flowery gardens of the wondrous city, made him infinitely saddened. It would always be like this, unless... But thinking, dreaming, reminiscing would not bring it all back, for there was only one answer to still the longing: work. The others worked and did not dream, but instead kept busy tending to the 1,001 tasks the masters had set them to do, had left them doing when the last master perished. He too must remember the trust they had placed in his hands, and fulfill it as best he could. From the time the great red eye of the sun opened itself in the east until it disappeared in the blue haze beyond the chrysolite city, Kieran laboured with his fellows. Then, at the appointed hour, the musical signals would peal forth their sweet, sad chimes, whispering good night to ears that would hear them no more, and all operations would halt for the night, just as it had done when the masters were here to supervise it. Then, when morning came, he would start once more trying, testing, experimenting with his chemicals and plastics, forever following the labyrinth of knowledge, seeking for the great triumph that would make the work of the others of some real use. His hands moulded the materials carefully, lovingly to a pattern that was set in his mind as a thing to cherish. Day by day, his experiments in their liquid baths took form under his careful modelling. He mixed his chemicals with the same loving touch, the same careful concentration and painstaking thoroughness, studying often his notes and analysis charts. Everything must be just so, lest his experiment not turn out perfectly. He never became exasperated at a failure or a defect that proved to be the only reward for his faithful endeavours, but worked patiently on toward a goal that he knew would ultimately be his. Then, one day, as the great red sun glowed like an immense red eye overhead, Kieran stepped back to admire his handiwork. In that instant, the entire wondrous city seemed to breathe a silent prayer as he stood transfixed by the sight before him. Then it went on as usual, hurrying noiselessly about its business. The surface cars, empty though they were, fled swiftly about, supported only by the rings of magnetic force that held them to their designated paths. The gravaships raised from the tower domes to speed silently into the eye of the red sun that was dying. No one now, Kieran thought to himself as he studied his handiwork. Then he walked unhurriedly to the cabinet in the laboratory corner and took from it a pair of earphones resembling those of a long-forgotten radio set. Just as unhurriedly, though his mind was filled with turmoil and his being with excitement, he walked back and connected the earphones to the box upon his bench. The phones dangled into the liquid bath before him as he adjusted them to suit his requirements. Slowly he checked over every step of his experiments before he went farther. Then, as he proved them for the last time, his hand went slowly to the small knife switch upon the box at his elbow. Next, he threw into the connection the larger switch upon his laboratory wall, bringing into his laboratory the broadcast power of the chrysolite city. The laboratory generators hummed softly, drowning out the quiet hum of the city outside. As they built up, sending tiny living electrical impulses over the wires like minute currents that come from the brain, Kieran sat breathless, his eyes intent. Closer to his work he bent, watching lovingly, fearful lest all might not be quite right. Then his eyes took on a brighter light as he began to see the reaction. He knew the messages that he had sent out were being received and coordinated into a unit that would stir and grow into intellect. Suddenly the machine flashed its little warning red light and automatically snapped off. Kieran twisted quickly in his seat and threw home the final switch. This, he knew, was the ultimate test. On the results of the flood of energy impulses that he had set in motion rested the fulfillment of his success or failure. He watched with slight misgivings. This had never been accomplished before. How could it possibly be a success now? Even the masters had never quite succeeded at this final test. How could he, only a servant? Yet it must work, for he had no desire in life but to make it work. Then, suddenly, he was on his feet, eyes wide. From the two long, coffin-like liquid baths there arose two perfect specimens of the Homo sapiens. Man and woman they were, and they blinked their eyes in the light of the noonday sun, raised themselves dripping from the baths of their creation, and stepped to the floor before Kieran. The man spoke. The woman remained silent. "I am Adam too," he said, "created by you, Kieran, from a formula they left in their image. I was created to be a master, and she whom you have also created is to be my wife. We shall mate, and the race of man shall be reborn through us and others whom I shall help you create." The man halted at the last declaration he intoned and walked smilingly toward the woman, who stepped into his open arms, returning his smile. Kieran smiled too within his pumping heart. The words the man had intoned had been placed in his still pregnable mind by the teleteach phones, and a record that the last master had prepared before death had halted his experiments. The actions of the man toward the woman, Kieran knew, was caused by the natural constituents that went to form his chemical body and govern his humanness. He, Kieran, had created a living man and woman. The masters lived again because of him. They would sing and play and again people the magnificent chrysolite city because he loved them and had kept on until success had been his. But then why not such a turnabout? Hadn't they, the masters, created him a superb, thinking robot? The Red One by Jack London. There it was, the abrupt liberation of sound. As he timed it with his watch, Bassett likened it to the trump of an archangel. Walls of cities, he meditated, might well fall down before so vast and compelling a summons. For the 1000th time vainly he tried to analyze the tone quality of that enormous peal that dominated the land far into the strongholds of the surrounding tribes. The mountain gorge which was its source rang to the rising tide of it until it brimmed over and flooded earth and sky and air. With the wantonness of a sick man's fancy, he likened it to the mighty cry of some titan of the elder world, vexed with misery or wrath. Higher and higher it arose, challenging and demanding in such profounds of volume that it seemed intended for ears beyond the narrow confines of the solar system. There was in it, too, the clamour of protest in that there were no ears to hear and comprehend its utterance. Such the sick man's fancy. Still he strove to analyze the sound. Sonorous as thunder was it, mellow as a golden bell, thin and sweet as a thrummed taut chord of silver. No, it was none of these, nor a blend of these. There were no words nor semblances in his vocabulary and experience with which to describe the totality of that sound. Time passed. Minutes merged into quarters of hours, and quarters of hours into half-hours, and still the sound persisted, ever changing from its initial vocal impulse, yet never receiving fresh impulse, fading, dimming, dying as enormously as it had sprung into being. It became a confusion of troubled mutterings and babblings and colossal whisperings. Slowly it withdrew, sob by sob, into whatever great bosom had birthed it, until it whimpered deadly whispers of wrath and as equally seductive whispers of delight, striving still to be heard, to convey some cosmic secret, some understanding of infinite import and value. It dwindled to a ghost of sound that had lost its menace and promise, and became a thing that pulsed on in the sick man's consciousness for minutes after it had ceased. When he could hear it no longer, Bassett glanced at his watch. An hour had elapsed ere that archangel's trump had subsided into tonal nothingness. Was this then his dark tower? Bassett pondered, remembering his Browning and gazing at his skeleton-like and fever-wasted hands. And the fancy made him smile, of Childe Roland bearing a slughorn to his lips with an arm as feeble as his was. Was it months or years, he asked himself, since he first heard that mysterious call on the beach at Ringmanu? To save himself he could not tell. The long sickness had been most long. In conscious count of time he knew of months, many of them, but he had no way of estimating the long intervals of delirium and stupor. And how fared Captain Bateman of the Blackbird Anari, he wondered, and had Captain Bateman's drunken mate died of delirium tremens yet? From which vain speculations, Bassett turned idly to review all that had occurred since that day on the beach of Ringmanu, when he first heard the sound and plunged into the jungle after it. Sagawa had protested. He could see him yet, his queer little monkeyish face eloquent with fear, his back burdened with specimen cases. In his hands Bassett's butterfly net and naturalist shotgun, as he quavered in bêche-de-mer English. "Me fella too much fright along bush. Bad fella, boy, too much stop him along bush." Bassett smiled sadly at the recollection. The little New Hanover boy had been frightened, but had proved faithful, following him without hesitancy into the bush in the quest after the source of the wonderful sound. No fire-hollowed tree trunk, that throbbing war through the jungle depths, had been Bassett's conclusion. Erroneous had been his next conclusion, namely, that the source or cause could not be more distant than an hour's walk, and that he would easily be back by mid-afternoon to be picked up by the Nari's whaleboat. "That big fella noise no good, all the same devil, Sagawa had adjudged. And Sagawa had been right. Had he not had his head hacked off within the day? Bassett shuddered. Without doubt Sagawa had been eaten as well by the bad fella boys too much that stopped along the bush. He could see him, as he had last seen him, stripped of the shotgun and all the naturalist's gear of his master, lying on the narrow trail where he had been decapitated barely the moment before. Yes, within a minute the thing had happened. Within a minute, looking back, Bassett had seen him trudging patiently along under his burdens. Then Bassett's own trouble had come upon him. He looked at the cruelly healed stumps of the first and second fingers of his left hand, and rubbed them softly into the indentation in the back of his skull. Quick as had been the flash of the long-handled tomahawk, he had been quick enough to duck away his head and partially to deflect the stroke with his upflung hand. 2 fingers and a hasty scalp wound had been the price he paid for his life. With one barrel of his 10-gauge shotgun, he had blown the life out of the bushman who had so nearly got him. With the other barrel, he had peppered the bushman bending over Sagawa, and had the pleasure of knowing that the major portion of the charge had gone into the one who leaped away with Sagawa's head. Everything had occurred in a flash. Only himself, the slain bushman, and what remained of Sagawa were in the narrow, wild-pig run of a path. From the dark jungle on either side came no rustle of movement or sound of life, and he had suffered distinct and dreadful shock. For the first time in his life he had killed a human being, and he knew nausea as he contemplated the mess of his handiwork. Then began the chase. He retreated up the pig run before his hunters, who were between him and the beach. How many there were he could not guess. There might have been 1 or 100, for aught he saw of them. That some of them took to the trees and travelled along through the jungle roof he was certain, but at the most he never glimpsed more than an occasional flitting of shadows. No bowstrings twanged that he could hear, but every little while, whence discharged he knew not, tiny arrows whispered past him or struck tree boles and fluttered to the ground beside him. They were bone-tipped and feather-shafted, and the feathers, torn from the breasts of hummingbirds, iridesced like jewels. Once, and now after the long lapse of time he chuckled gleefully at the recollection, he had detected a shadow above him that came to instant rest as he turned his gaze upward. He could make out nothing, but, deciding to chance it, had fired at it a heavy charge of number 5 shot. Squalling like an infuriated cat, the shadow crashed down through tree ferns and orchids and thudded upon the earth at his feet, and, still squalling its rage and pain, had sunk its human teeth into the ankle of his stout tramping boot. He, on the other hand, was not idle, and with his free foot had done what reduced the squalling to silence. So inured to savagery has Bassett since become, that he chuckled again with the glee of the recollection. What a night had followed! Small wonder that he had accumulated such a virulence and variety of fevers, he thought, as he recalled that sleepless night of torment, when the throb of his wounds was as nothing compared with the myriad stings of the mosquitoes. There had been no escaping them, and he had not dared to light a fire. They had literally pumped his body full of poison, so that, with the coming of day, eyes swollen, almost shut, he had stumbled blindly on, not caring much when his head should be hacked off and his carcass started on the way of Sagowers to the cooking fire. 24 hours had made a wreck of him, of mind as well as body. He had scarcely retained his wits at all, so maddened was he by the tremendous inoculation of poison he had received. Several times he fired his shotgun with effect into the shadows that dogged him. Stinging day insects and gnats added to his torment, while his bloody wounds attracted hosts of loathsome flies that clung sluggishly to his flesh and had to be brushed off and crushed off. Once, in that day, he heard again the wonderful sound, seemingly more distant, but rising imperiously above the nearer war drums in the bush. Right there was where he made his mistake. Thinking that he had passed beyond it, and that therefore it was between him and the beach of Ringmanu, he had worked back toward it, when in reality he was penetrating deeper and deeper into the mysterious heart of the unexplored island. That night, crawling in among the twisted roots of a banyan tree, he had slept from exhaustion, while the mosquitoes had had their will of him. Followed days and nights that were vague as nightmares in his memory. One clear vision he remembered was of suddenly finding himself in the midst of a bush village, and watching the old men and children fleeing into the jungle. All had fled but one. From close at hand and above him, a whimpering as of some animal in pain and terror had startled him, and looking up he had seen her, a girl or young woman rather, suspended by one arm in the cooking sun. Perhaps for days she had so hung. Her swollen, protruding tongue spoke as much. Still alive, she gazed at him with eyes of terror. Past help, he decided, as he noted the swellings of her legs, which advertised that the joints had been crushed and the great bones broken. He resolved to shoot her, and there the vision terminated. He could not remember whether he had or not, any more than could he remember how he chanced to be in that village, or how he succeeded in getting away from it. Many pictures, unrelated, came and went in Bassett's mind as he reviewed that period of his terrible wanderings. He remembered invading another village of 12 houses and driving all before him with his shotgun, save for one old man, too feeble to flee, who spat at him and whined and snarled as he dug open a ground oven and from amid the hot stones dragged forth a roasted pig that steamed its essence deliciously through its green leaf wrappings. It was at this place that a wantonness of savagery had seized upon him. Having feasted, ready to depart with the hind quarter of the pig in his hand, he deliberately fired the grass thatch of a house with his burning glass. But seared deepest of all in Bassett's brain was the dank and noisome jungle. It actually stank with evil, and it was always twilight. Rarely did a shaft of sunlight penetrate its matted roof 100 feet overhead, and beneath that roof was an aerial ooze of vegetation, a monstrous parasitic dripping of decadent life forms that rooted in death and lived on death. And through all this he drifted, ever pursued by the flitting shadows of the anthropophagi, themselves ghosts of evil that dared not face him in battle, but that knew that, soon or late, they would feed on him. Bassett remembered that at the time, in lucid moments, he had likened himself to a wounded bull pursued by plains coyotes, too cowardly to battle with him for the meat of him, yet certain of the inevitable end of him when they would be full gorged. As the bull's horns and stamping hoofs kept off the coyotes, so his shotgun kept off these Solomon Islanders, these twilight shades of bushmen of the island of Guadalcanal. Came the day of the grasslands. Abruptly, as if cloven by the sword of God in the hand of God, the jungle terminated. The edge of it, perpendicular and as black as the infamy of it, was 100 feet up and down. And, beginning at the edge of it, grew the grass, sweet, soft, tender pasture grass, that would have delighted the eyes and beasts of any husbandman, and that extended on and on for leagues and leagues of velvet verdure, to the backbone of the great island, the towering mountain range flung up by some ancient earth cataclysm, serrated and gullied, but not yet erased by the erosive tropic rains. But the grass! He had crawled into it 12 yards, buried his face in it, smelled it, and broken down in a fit of involuntary weeping. And, while he wept, the wonderful sound had pealed forth. If by peal he had often thought since an adequate description could be given of the enunciation of so vast a sound melting sweet. Sweet it was as no sound ever heard. Vast it was, of so mighty a resonance that it might have proceeded from some brazen-throated monster, and yet it called to him across that leagues-wide savannah, and was like a benediction to his long-suffering, pain-racked spirit. He remembered how he lay there in the grass, wet-cheeked but no longer sobbing, listening to the sound and wondering that he had been able to hear it on the beach of Ringmanu. Some freak of air pressures and air currents, he reflected, had made it possible for the sound to carry so far. Such conditions might not happen again in 1,000 days or 10,000 days. But the one day it had happened had been the day he landed from the Nari for several hours collecting. Especially had he been in quest of the famed jungle butterfly, a foot across from wingtip to wingtip, as velvet dusky of lack of colour as was the gloom of the roof, of such lofty arboreal habits that it resorted only to the jungle roof and could be brought down only by a dose of shot. It was for this purpose that Sagawa had carried the 10-gauge shotgun. 2 days and nights he had spent crawling across that belt of grassland. He had suffered much, but pursuit had ceased at the jungle edge, and he would have died of thirst had not a heavy thunderstorm revived him on the 2nd day. And then had come Balata. In the first shade, where the savannah yielded to the dense mountain jungle, he had collapsed to die. At first she had squealed with delight at sight of his helplessness, and was for beating his brain out with a stout forest branch. Perhaps it was his very utter helplessness that had appealed to her, and perhaps it was her human curiosity that made her refrain. At any rate, she had refrained, for he opened his eyes again under the impending blow, and saw her studying him intently. What especially struck her about him were his blue eyes and white skin. Coolly she had squatted on her hams, spat on his arm, and with her fingertips scrubbed away the dirt of days and nights of muck and jungle that sullied the pristine whiteness of his skin. And everything about her had struck him especially, although there was nothing conventional about her at all. He laughed weakly at the recollection, for she had been as innocent of garb as Eve before the fig-leaf adventure. Squat and lean at the same time, asymmetrically limbed, string-muscled as if with lengths of cordage, Dirt-caked from infancy, save for casual showers, she was as unbeautiful a prototype of woman as he, with a scientist's eye, had ever gazed upon. Her breasts advertised, at the one time, her maturity and youth, and, if by nothing else, her sex was advertised by the one article of finery with which she was adorned, namely a pig's tail thrust through a hole in her left earlobe. So lately had the tail been severed that its raw end still oozed blood that dried upon her shoulder like so much candle droppings. And her face, a twisted and wizened complex of apish features, perforated by upturned, sky-open Mongolian nostrils, by a mouth that sagged from a huge upper lip and faded precipitately into a retreating chin, by peering, querulous eyes that blinked as blink the eyes of denizens of monkey cages. Not even the water she brought him in a forest leaf, and the ancient and half-putrid chunk of roast pig, could redeem in the slightest the grotesque hideousness of her. When he had eaten weakly for a space, he closed his eyes in order not to see her, although again and again she poked them open to peer at the blue of them. Then had come the sound. Nearer, much nearer he knew it to be, and he knew equally well, despite the weary way he had come, that it was still many hours distant. The effect of it on her had been startling. She cringed under it with averted face, moaning and chattering with fear. But after it had lived its full life of an hour, he closed his eyes and fell asleep with Bellata brushing the flies from him. When he awoke, it was night, and she was gone. But he was aware of renewed strength, and, by then too thoroughly inoculated by the mosquito poison to suffer further inflammation, he closed his eyes and slept an unbroken stretch till sun-up. A little later, Bellata had returned, bringing with her a half-dozen women who, unbeautiful as they were patently not so unbeautiful as she. She evidenced by her conduct that she considered him her find, her property, and the pride she took in showing him off would have been ludicrous had his situation not been so desperate. Later, after what had been to him a terrible journey of miles when he collapsed in front of the Devil house in the shadow of the breadfruit tree, she had shown very lively ideas on the matter of retaining possession of him. Ngurn, whom Bassett was to know afterward as the Devil doctor, priest, or medicine man of the village, had wanted his head. Others of the grinning and chattering monkey men, all as stark of clothes and bestial of appearance as Bellata, had wanted his body for the roasting oven. At that time he had not understood their language, if by language might be dignified the uncouth sounds they made to represent ideas. But Bassett had thoroughly understood the matter of debate, especially when the men pressed and prodded and felt of the flesh of him, as if he were so much commodity in a butcher's stall. The latter had been losing the debate rapidly when the accident happened. One of the men, curiously examining Bassett's shotgun, managed to cock and pull a trigger. The recoil of the butt into the pit of the man's stomach had not been the most sanguinary result, for the charge of shot, at a distance of a yard, had blown the head of one of the debaters into nothingness. Even Bellata joined the others in flight, and, ere they returned, his senses already reeling from the oncoming fever attack, Bassett had regained possession of the gun. Whereupon, although his teeth chattered with the ague and his swimming eyes could scarcely see, he held on to his fading consciousness until he could intimidate the bushman with the simple magics of compass, watch, burning glass, and matches. At the last, with due emphasis of solemnity and awfulness, he had killed a young pig with his shotgun and promptly fainted. Bassett flexed his arm muscles in quest of what possible strength might reside in such weakness, and dragged himself slowly and totteringly to his feet. He was shockingly emaciated, yet during the various convalescences of the many months of his long sickness, he had never regained quite the same degree of strength as this time. What he feared was another relapse, such as he had already frequently experienced. Without drugs, without even quinine, he had managed so far to live through a combination of the most pernicious and most malignant of malarial and blackwater fevers. But could he continue to endure? Such was his everlasting query. For like the genuine scientist he was, he would not be content to die until he had solved the secret of the sound. Supported by a staff, he staggered the few steps to the Devil house where Death and Ngurn reigned in gloom. Almost as infamously dark and evil-stinking as the jungle was the Devil house, in Bassett's opinion. Yet therein was usually to be found his favourite crony and gossip, Ngurn, always willing for a yarn or a discussion, the while he sat in the ashes of death, and in a slow smoke shrewdly revolved, curing human heads suspended from the rafters. For, through the month's interval of consciousness of his long sickness, Bassett had mastered the psychological simplicities and lingual difficulties of the language of the tribe of Ngurn, and Balata and Vungangang, the latter the addle-headed young chief who was ruled by Ngurn, and who, whispered intrigue had it, was the son of Ngurn. "Will the Red One speak today?" Bassett asked, by this time so accustomed to the old man's gruesome occupation as to take even an interest in the progress of the smoke-curing. With the eye of an expert, Ngurn examined the particular head he was at work upon.
"It will be 10 days before I can say, 'Finish,'" he said. "Never has any man fixed heads like these."
Bassett smiled inwardly at the old fellow's reluctance to talk with him of the Red One. It had always been so. Never by any chance had Ngurn or any other member of the weird tribe divulged the slightest hint of any physical characteristic of the Red One. Physical the Red One must be to emit the wonderful sound, and though it was called the Red One, Bassett could not be sure that red represented the colour of it. Red enough were the deeds and powers of it, from what abstract clues he had gleaned. Not alone, had Ngurn informed him, was the Red One more bestial powerful than the neighbour tribal gods, ever athirst for the red blood of living human sacrifices, but the neighbour gods themselves were sacrificed and tormented before him. He was the god of a dozen allied villages similar to this one, which was the central and commanding village of the Federation. By virtue of the Red One, many alien villages had been devastated and even wiped out, the prisoners sacrificed to the Red One. This was true today, and it extended back into old history, carried down by word of mouth through the generations. When he, Ngurn, had been a young man, the tribes beyond the grasslands had made a war raid. In the counter-raid, Ngurn and his fighting folk had made many prisoners. Of children alone, over 50 living had been bled white before the Red One, and many, many more men and women. The Thunderer was another of Ngurn's names for the mysterious deity. Also, at times was he called the Loud Shouter, the God-voiced, the Bird-throated, the one with the throat sweet as the throat of the honey-bird, the Sun-singer, and the Star-born. Why the Star-born? In vain Bassett interrogated Ngurn. According to that old devil doctor, the Red One had always been just where he was at present, forever singing and thundering his will over men. But Ngurn's father, wrapped in decaying grass matting and hanging even then over their heads among the smoky rafters of the Devil house, had held otherwise. That departed wise one had believed that the Red One came from out of the starry night. Else why, so his argument had run, had the old and forgotten ones passed his name down as the Star-born? Bassett could not but recognize something cogent in such argument. But Ngurn affirmed the long years of his long life, wherein he had gazed upon many starry nights, yet never had he found a star on grassland or in jungle depth, and he had looked for them. True, he had beheld shooting stars, this in reply to Bassett's contention, but likewise had he beheld the phosphorescence of fungoid growths and rotten meat and fireflies on dark nights, and the flames of wood fires and of blazing candle nuts. Yet what were flame and blaze and glow, when they had flamed and blazed and glowed? Answer, memories. Memories only of things which had ceased to be, like memories of matings accomplished, of feasts forgotten, of desires that were the ghosts of desires, flaring, flaming, burning, yet unrealized in achievement of easement and satisfaction. Where was the appetite of yesterday? The roasted flesh of the wild pig the hunter's arrow failed to slay, the maid unwed and dead ere the young man knew her. A memory was not a star, was Ngurn's contention. How could a memory be a star? Further, after all his long life, he still observed the starry night sky unaltered,
Never had he noted the absence of a single star from its accustomed place. Besides, stars were fire, and the red one was not fire, which last involuntary betrayal told Bassett nothing. "Will the red one speak tomorrow?" he queried. Gurn shrugged his shoulders as who should say. "And the day after? And the day after that?" Bassett persisted.
"I would like to have the curing of your head."
And Gurn changed the subject.
"It is different from any other head. No devil has a head like it. Besides, I would cure it well. I would take months and months. The moons would come and the moons would go, and the smoke would be very slow, and I should myself gather the materials for the curing smoke. The skin would not wrinkle. It would be as smooth as your skin now."
He stood up, and from the dim rafters, grimed with the smoking of countless heads, where day was no more than a gloom, took down a matting-wrapped parcel and began to open it.
"It is a head like yours," he said, "but it is poorly cured."
Bassett had pricked up his ears at the suggestion that it was a white man's head, for he had long since come to accept that these jungle dwellers, in the midmost centre of the great island, had never had intercourse with white men. Certainly he had found them without the almost universal bêche de mer English of the West-South Pacific, nor had they knowledge of tobacco, nor of gunpowder. Their few precious knives made from lengths of hoop iron, and their few and more precious tomahawks from cheap trade hatchets, he had surmised they had captured in war from the bushmen of the jungle beyond the grasslands, and that they, in turn, had similarly gained them from the saltwater men who fringed the coral beaches of the shore, and had contact with the occasional white men.
"The folk in the out beyond do not know how to cure heads,"
Holden Gurn explained as he drew forth from the filthy matting and placed in Bassett's hands an indubitable white man's head. Ancient it was beyond question. White it was as the blonde hair attested. He could have sworn it once belonged to an Englishman, and to an Englishman of long before, by token of the heavy gold circlet still threaded in the withered earlobes.
"Now your head,"
the devil doctor began on his favourite topic. "I'll tell you what," Bassett interrupted, struck by a new idea. "When I die, I'll let you have my head to cure, if, first, you take me to look upon the red one."
"I will have your head anyway when you are dead."
And Gurn rejected the proposition. He added, with the brutal frankness of the savage,
"Besides, you have not long to live. You're almost a dead man now. You will grow less strong. In not many months I shall have you here turning and turning in the smoke. It is pleasant through the long afternoons to turn the head of one you have known as well as I know you. And I shall talk to you and tell you the many secrets you want to know, which will not matter, for you will be dead."
"And Gurn," Bassett threatened in sudden anger, "you know the baby thunder in the iron that is mine." This was in reference to his all-potent and all-awful shotgun. "I can kill you any time, and then you will not get my head."
"Just the same will Vungungen or someone else of my folk get it,"
Gurn complacently assured him.
"And just the same will in the end turn devil house in the smoke. The quicker you slay me with your baby thunder, the quicker will your head turn in the smoke."
And Bassett knew he was beaten in the discussion. What was the red one? Bassett asked himself 1,000 times in the succeeding week while he seemed to grow stronger. What was the source of the wonderful sound? What was this sun-singer, this star-born one, this mysterious deity, as bestial conducted as the black and kinky-headed and monkey-like human beasts who worshipped it, and whose silver-sweet, bull-mouthed singing and commanding he had heard at the taboo distance for so long? And Gurn had he failed to bribe with the inevitable curing of his head when he was dead. Vungungen, imbecile and chief that he was too imbecilic, too much under the sway of Gurn to be considered. Remained Balatta, who, from the time she found him and poked his blue eyes open to recrudescence of her grotesque female hideousness, had continued his adorer. Woman she was, and he had long known that the only way to win from her treason of her tribe was through the woman's heart of her.
Bassett was a fastidious man. He had never recovered from the initial horror caused by Bellatta's female awfulness. Back in England, even at best the charm of woman to him had never been robust. Yet now, resolutely, as only a man can do who is capable of martyring himself for the cause of science, he proceeded to violate all the fineness and delicacy of his nature by making love to the unthinkably disgusting bushwoman. He shuddered, but with averted face hid his grimaces and swallowed his gorge as he put his arm around her dirt-crusted shoulders and felt the contact of her rancid, oily, and kinky hair with his neck and chin. But he nearly screamed when she succumbed to that caress so at the very first of the courtship and moaned and gibbered and squealed little queer pig-like gurgly noises of delight. It was too much. And the next he did in the singular courtship was to take her down to the stream and give her a vigorous scrubbing. From then on, he devoted himself to her like a true swain, as frequently and for as long a time as his will could override his repugnance. But marriage, which he ardently suggested, with due observance of tribal custom, he balked at. Fortunately, taboo rule was strong in the tribe. Thus, Ngurn could never touch bone or flesh or hide of crocodile. This had been ordained at his birth. Bungungun was denied ever the touch of woman. Such pollution, did it chance to occur, could be purged only by the death of the offending female. It had happened once, since Bassett's arrival, when a girl of 9, running in play, stumbled and fell against the sacred chief, and the girl-child was seen no more. In whispers, Belatta told Bassett that she had been 3 days and nights in dying before the Red One. As for Belatta, the breadfruit was taboo to her, for which Bassett was thankful. The taboo might have been water. For himself, he fabricated a special taboo. Only could he marry, he explained, when the Southern Cross rode highest in the sky. Knowing his astronomy, he thus gained a reprieve of nearly 9 months, and he was confident that within that time he would either be dead or escape to the coast with full knowledge of the Red One and of the source of the Red One's wonderful voice. At first, he had fancied the Red One to be some colossal statue, like Memnon, rendered vocal under certain temperature conditions of sunlight. But when, after a war raid, a batch of prisoners was brought in, and the sacrifice made at night in the midst of rain when the sun could play no part, the Red One had been more vocal than usual. Bassett discarded that hypothesis. In company with Belatta, sometimes with men and parties of women, the freedom of the jungle was his for 3 quadrants of the compass. But the 4th quadrant, which contained the Red One's abiding place, was taboo. He made more thorough love to Belatta, also saw to it that she scrubbed herself more frequently. Eternal female she was, capable of any treason for the sake of love. And, though the sight of her was provocative of nausea, and the contact of her provocative of despair, although he could not escape her awfulness in his dream-haunted nightmares of her, he nevertheless was aware of the cosmic verity of sex that animated her, and that made her own life of less value than the happiness of her lover, with whom she hoped to mate. Juliet or Belatta? Where was the intrinsic difference? The soft and tender product of ultra-civilization, or her bestial prototype of 100,000 years before her? There was no difference. Bassett was a scientist first, a humanist afterward. In the jungle heart of Guadalcanal, he put the affair to the test, as in the laboratory he would have to put to test any chemical reaction. He increased his feigned ardor for the bushwoman, at the same time increasing the imperiousness of his will of desire over her to be led to look upon the Red One face to face. It was the old story, he recognized, that the woman must pay, and it occurred when the two of them one day were catching the unclassified and unnamed little blackfish, an inch long, half eel and half scaled, rotund with salmon golden roe, that frequented the fresh water, and that were esteemed, raw and whole, fresh or putrid, a perfect delicacy. Prone in the muck of the decaying jungle floor, Belatta threw herself, clutching his ankles with her hands, kissing his feet, and making slubbery noises that chilled his backbone up and down again. She begged him to kill her, rather than exact this ultimate love payment. She told him of the penalty of breaking the taboo of the Red One, a week of torture, living,
the details of which she yammered out from her face in the mire, until he realized that he was yet a tyro in knowledge of the frightfulness the human was capable of wreaking on the human. Yet did Bassett insist on having his man's will satisfied, at the woman's risk, that he might solve the mystery of the Red One's singing, though she should die long and horribly and screaming. And Ballatta, being mere woman, yielded. She led him into the forbidden quadrant, an abrupt mountain, shouldering in from the north to meet a similar intrusion from the south, tormented the stream in which they had fished into a deep and gloomy gorge. After a mile along the gorge, the way plunged sharply upward, until they crossed a saddle of raw limestone, which attracted his geologist's eye. Still climbing, although he paused often from sheer physical weakness, they scaled forest-clad heights until they emerged on a naked mesa, or tableland. Bassett recognized the stuff of its composition as black volcanic sand, and knew that a pocket magnet could have captured a full load of the sharply angular grains he trod upon. And then, holding Ballatta by the hand and leading her onward, he came to it, a tremendous pit, obviously artificial, in the heart of the plateau. Old history, the South Sea's sailing directions, scores of remembered data and connotations, swift and furious, surged through his brain. It was Mendana who had discovered the islands and named them Solomon's, believing that he had found that monarch's fabled mines. They had laughed at the old navigator's childlike credulity, and yet here stood himself, Bassett, on the rim of an excavation for all the world like the diamond pits of South Africa. But no diamond this that he gazed down upon. Rather was it a pearl, with the depth of iridescence of a pearl, but of a size all pearls of earth and time, welded into one, could not have totaled, and of a colour undreamed of in any pearl, or of anything else for that matter, for it was the colour of the Red One. And the Red One himself, Bassett knew it to be on the instant. A perfect sphere, full 200 feet in diameter. The top of it was 100 feet below the level of the rim. He likened the colour quality of it to lacquer. Indeed, he took it to be some sort of lacquer applied by man, but a lacquer too marvellously clever to have been manufactured by the bushfolk. Brighter than bright cherry red, its richness of colour was as if it were red builded upon red. It glowed and iridesced in the sunlight, as if gleaming up from underlay under underlay of red. In vain Ballatta strove to dissuade him from descending. She threw herself in the dirt, but when he continued down the trail that spiraled the pit wall, she followed, cringing and whimpering her terror. That the red sphere had been dug out as a precious thing was patent. Considering the paucity of members of the federated 12 villages and their primitive tools and methods, Bassett knew that the toil of a myriad generations could scarcely have made that enormous excavation. He found the pit bottom carpeted with human bones, among which, battered and defaced, lay village gods of wood and stone. Some, covered with obscene totemic figures and designs, were carved from solid tree trunks 40 or 50 feet in length. He noted the absence of the shark and turtle gods, so common among the shore villages, and was amazed at the constant recurrence of the helmet motive. What did these jungle savages of the dark heart of Guadalcanal know of helmets? Had Mendana's men-at-arms worn helmets and penetrated here centuries before? And if not, then whence had the bushfolk caught the motive? Advancing over the litter of gods and bones, Ballatta whimpering at his heels, Bassett entered the shadow of the Red One, and passed on under its gigantic overhang, until he touched it with his fingertips. No lacquer that, nor was the surface smooth, as it should have been in the case of lacquer. On the contrary, it was corrugated and pitted, with here and there patches that showed signs of heat and fusing. Also, the substance of it was metal, though unlike any metal or combination of metals he had ever known. As for the colour itself, he decided it to be no application. It was the intrinsic colour of the metal itself. He moved his fingertips, which up to that had merely rested, along the surface, and felt the whole gigantic sphere quicken and live and respond. It was incredible. So light a touch on so vast a mass. Yet did it quiver under the fingertip caress in rhythmic vibrations that became whisperings and rustlings and mutterings of sound, but of sound so different, so elusively thin that it was shimmeringly sibilant, so mellow that it was maddening sweet, piping like an elfin horn, which last was just what Bassett decided would be like a peal from some bell of the gods reaching earthward from across space. He looked at Berlatta with swift questioning, but the voice of the Red One he had evoked had flung her face downward a moaning among the bones. He returned to contemplation of the prodigy. Hollow it was, and of no metal known on earth, was his conclusion. It was right named by the ones of old time as the Star-born. Only from the stars could it have come, and no thing of chance was it. It was a creation of artifice and mind, such perfection of form, such hollowness that it certainly possessed could not be the result of mere fortuitousness. A child of intelligences, remote and unguessable, working corporally in metals it indubitably was. He stared at it in amaze, his brain a racing wildfire of hypotheses to account for this far journeyer who had adventured the night of space, threaded the stars, and now rose before him and above him, exhumed by patient anthropophagi, pitted and lacquered by its fiery bath in 2 atmospheres. But was the colour a lacquer of heat upon some familiar metal, or was it an intrinsic quality of the metal itself? He thrust in the blue point of his pocket-knife to test the constitution of the stuff. Instantly, the entire sphere burst into a mighty whispering, sharp with protest, almost twanging goldenly, if a whisper could possibly be considered to twang, rising higher, sinking deeper, the 2 extremes of the registry of sound threatening to complete the circle and coalesce into the bull-mouthed thundering he had so often heard beyond the taboo distance. Forgetful of safety, of his own life itself, entranced by the wonder of the unthinkable and unguessable thing, he raised his knife to strike heavily from a long stroke, but was prevented by Berlatta. She upreared on her own knees in an agony of terror, clasping his knees and supplicating him to desist. In the intensity of her desire to impress him, she put her forearm between her teeth and sank them to the bone. He scarcely observed her act, although he yielded automatically to his gentler instincts and withheld the knife-hack. To him, human life had dwarfed to microscopic proportions before this colossal portent of higher life from within the distances of the sidereal universe. As had she been a dog, he kicked the ugly little bushwoman to her feet and compelled her to start with him on an encirclement of the base. Part way around, he encountered horrors. Even among the others did he recognize the sun-shriveled remnant of the 9-years girl who had accidentally broken Chief Vingungan's personality taboo. And among what was left of these that had passed, he encountered what was left of one who had not yet passed. Truly had the bushfolk named themselves into the name of the Red One, seeing in him their own image which they strove to placate and please with such red offerings. Farther around, always treading the bones and images of humans and gods that constituted the floor of this ancient charnel house of sacrifice, he came upon the device by which the Red One was made to send his call, singing thunderingly across the jungle belts and grasslands to the far beach of Ringmanu. Simple and primitive was it, as was the Red One's consummate artifice. A great king-post, 100 feet in length, seasoned by centuries of superstitious care, carven into dynasties of gods, each superimposed, each helmeted, each seated in the open mouth of a crocodile, was slung by ropes, twisted of climbing vegetable parasites from the apex of a tripod of 3 great forest trunks, themselves carved into grinning and grotesque adumbrations of man's modern concepts of art and God. From the striker king-post were suspended ropes of climbers to which men could apply their strength and direction. Like a battering ram, this king-post could be driven end onward against the mighty red iridescent sphere. Here was where Ungern officiated and functioned religiously for himself and the 12 tribes under him. Bassett laughed aloud, almost with madness, at the thought of this wonderful messenger, winged with intelligence across space, to fall into a bushman's stronghold and be worshipped by ape-like man-eating and head-hunting savages. It was as if God's world had fallen into the muck-mire of the abyss underlying the bottom of hell, as if Jehovah's commandments had been presented on carved stone to the monkeys of the monkey cage at the zoo, as if the Sermon on the Mount had been preached in a roaring bedlam of lunatics. The slow weeks passed. The nights, by election, Bassett spent on the ashen floor of the Devil House, beneath the ever-swinging, slow-curing heads. His reason for this was that it was taboo to the lesser sex of woman, and therefore a refuge for him from the latter, who grew more persecutingly and perilously lovely as the Southern Cross rode higher in the sky and marked the imminence of her nuptials. His days Bassett spent in a hammock swung under the shade of the great breadfruit tree before the Devil House. There were breaks in this program when, in the comas of his devastating fever attacks, he lay for days and nights in the House of Heads. Ever he struggled to combat the fever, to live, to continue to live, to grow strong and stronger against the day when he would be strong enough to dare the grasslands and the belted jungle beyond and win to the beach, and to some labor-recruiting, blackbirding ketch or schooner, and on to civilization, and the men of civilization, to whom he could give news of the message from other worlds that lay darkly worshipped by beastmen in the black heart of Guadalcanal's midmost centre. On the other nights, lying late under the breadfruit tree, Bassett spent long hours watching the slow setting of the western stars beyond the black wall of jungle, where it had been thrust back by the clearing for the village. Possessed of more than a cursory knowledge of astronomy, he took a sick man's pleasure in speculating as to the dwellers on the unseen worlds of those incredibly remote suns, to haunt whose houses of light life came forth, a shy visitant, from the rayless crypts of matter. He could no more apprehend limits to time than bounds to space. No subversive radium speculations had shaken his steady scientific faith in the conservation of energy and the indestructibility of matter. Always and forever must there have been stars, and surely, in that cosmic ferment, all must be comparatively alike, comparatively of the same substance or substances, save for the freaks of the ferment. All must obey or compose the same laws that ran without infraction through the entire experience of man. Therefore, he argued and agreed, must worlds and life be appanages to all the suns as they were appanages to the particular of his own solar system. Even as he lay here under the breadfruit tree, an intelligence that stared across the starry gulfs, so must all the universe be exposed to the ceaseless scrutiny of innumerable eyes like his, though grantedly different, with behind them, by the same token, intelligences that questioned and sought the meaning and the construction of the whole. So reasoning, he felt his soul go forth in kinship with that august company, that multitude whose gaze was forever upon the arras of infinity. Who were they? What were they, those far distant and superior ones who had bridged the sky with their gigantic, red, iridescent, heaven-singing message? Surely, and long since, had they too trod the path on which man had so recently, by the calendar of the cosmos, set his feet. And to be able to send a message across the pit of space, surely they had reached those heights to which man, in tears and travail and bloody sweat, in darkness and confusion of many counsels, was so slowly struggling. And what were they on their heights? Had they won brotherhood? Or had they learned that the law of love imposed the penalty of weakness and decay? Was strife life? Was the rule of all the universe the pitiless rule of natural selection? And the most immediately and poignantly, were their far conclusions, their long-won wisdoms, shut even then in the huge metallic heart of the Red One, waiting for the first Earthman to read? Of one thing he was certain. No drop of red dew shaken from the lion mane of some sun in torment was the sounding sphere. It was of design, not chance, and it contained the speech and wisdom of the stars. What engines and elements and mastered forces, what lore and mysteries and destiny controls might be there? Undoubtedly, since so much could be enclosed in so little a thing as the foundation stone of a public building, this enormous sphere should contain vast histories, profounds of research achieved beyond man's wildest guesses, laws and formulae that, easily mastered, would make man's life on earth, individual and collective, spring up from its present mire to inconceivable heights of purity and power. It was time's greatest gift to blindfold insatiable and sky-aspiring man. And to him, Bassett, had been vouchsafed the lordly fortune to be the first to receive this message from man's interstellar kin. No white man, much less no outland man of the other bush tribes, had gazed upon the Red One and lived. Such the law expounded by Ungern to Bassett. There was such a thing as blood brotherhood. Bassett, in return, had often argued in the past, but Ungern had stated solemnly no. Even the blood brotherhood was outside the favor of the Red One. Only a man born within the tribe could look upon the Red One and live. But now his guilty secret known only to Belata, whose fear of immolation before the Red One far sealed her lips, the situation was different. What he had to do was to recover from the abominable fevers that weakened him and gain to civilization. Then would he lead an expedition back and, although the entire population of Guadalcanal he destroyed, extract from the heart of the Red One the message of the world from the other worlds. But Bassett's relapses grew more frequent, his brief convalescences less and less vigorous, his periods of coma longer, until he came to know, beyond the last promptings of the optimism inherent in so tremendous a constitution as his own, that he would never live to cross the grasslands, perforate the perilous coast jungle, and reach the sea. He faded as the Southern Cross rose higher in the sky, till even Belata knew that he would be dead ere the nuptial date determined by his taboo. Ungern made pilgrimage personally, and gathered the smoke materials for the curing of Bassett's head, and to him made proud announcement and exhibition of the artistic perfectness of his intention when Bassett should be dead. As for himself, Bassett was not shocked. Too long and too deeply had life ebbed down in him to bite him with fear of its impending extinction. He continued to persist, alternating periods of unconsciousness with periods of semi-consciousness, dreamy and unreal, in which he idly wondered whether he had ever truly beheld the Red One, or whether it was a nightmare fancy of delirium. Came the day when all mists and cobwebs dissolved, when he found his brain clear as a bell, and took just appraisement of his body's weakness. Neither hand nor foot could he lift. So little control of his body did he have, that he was scarcely aware of possessing one. Lightly indeed his flesh sat upon his soul, and his soul, in its briefness of clarity, knew by its very clarity that the black of cessation was near. He knew the end was close, knew that in all truth he had with his eyes beheld the Red One, the messenger between the worlds, knew that he would never live to carry that message to the world, that message, for aught to the contrary, which might already have waited man's hearing in the heart of Guadalcanal for 10,000 years. And Bassett stirred with resolve, calling Ungern to him, out under the shade of the breadfruit tree, and with the old devil doctor discussing the terms and arrangements of his last life effort, his final adventure in the quick of the flesh. "I know the law, O Ungern," he concluded the matter. "Whoso is not of the folk may not look upon the Red One and live. I shall not live anyway. Your young men shall carry me before the face of the Red One, and I shall look upon him and hear his voice, and thereupon die under your hand, O Ungern. Thus will the three things be satisfied: the law, my desire, and your quicker possession of my head, for which all your preparations wait." To which Ungern consented, adding, "It is better so. A sick man who cannot get well is foolish to live on for so little a while. Also is it better for the living that he should go. You have been much in the way of late. Not but what it was good for me to talk to such a wise one, but for moons of days we have held little talk. Instead, you have taken up room in the house of heads, making noises like a dying pig, or talking much and loudly in your own language which I do not understand. This has been a confusion to me, for I like to think on the great things of the light and dark as I turn the heads in the smoke.
Your much noise has thus been a disturbance to the long learning and hatching of the final wisdom that will be mine before I die. As for you, upon whom the dark has already brooded, it is well that you die now. And I promise you, in the long days to come, when I turn your head in the smoke, no man of the tribe shall come in to disturb us. And I will tell you many secrets, for I am an old man and very wise, and I shall be adding wisdom to wisdom as I turn your head in the smoke.
So a litter was made, and borne on the shoulders of 6 of the men, Basset departed on the last little adventure that was to cap the total adventure for him of living, with a body of which he was scarcely aware, for even the pain had been exhausted out of it, and with a bright, clear brain that accommodated him to a quiet ecstasy of sheer lucidness of thought, he lay back on the lurching litter and watched the fading of the passing world, beholding for the last time the breadfruit tree before the devil house, the dim day beneath the matted jungle roof, the gloomy gorge between the shouldering mountains, the saddle of raw limestone, and the mesa of black volcanic sand. Down the spiral path of the pit they bore him, encircling the sheening, glowing red one that seemed ever imminent to iridesce from colour and light into sweet singing and thunder. And over bones and logs of immolated men and gods they bore him, past the horrors of other immolated ones that yet lived, to the 3 king-post tripod and the huge king-post striker. Here Basset, helped by Ungern and Balatter, weakly sat up, swaying weakly from the hips, and with clear, unfaltering, all-seeing eyes gazed upon the red one. "Once, O Ungern," he said, not taking his eyes from the sheening, vibrating surface, whereon and wherein all the shades of cherry red played unceasingly, ever a quiver to change into sound, to become silken rustlings, silvery whisperings, golden thrummings of chords, velvet pipings of elfland, mellow distances of thunderings. "I wait," Ungern prompted after a long pause, the long-handled tomahawk unassumingly ready in his hand. "Once, O Ungern," Basset repeated. "Let the red one speak, so that I may see it speak as well as hear it. Then strike thus when I raise my hand. For when I raise my hand, I shall drop my head forward and make place for the stroke at the base of my neck. But, O Ungern, I, who am about to pass out of the light of day forever, would like to pass with the wonder voice of the red one singing greatly in my ears. And I promise you that never will a head be so well cured as yours," Ungern assured him, at the same time signaling the tribesmen to man the propelling ropes suspended from the king-post striker. "Your head shall be my greatest piece of work in the curing of heads." Basset smiled quietly to the old one's conceit, as the great carved log, drawn back through 20 feet of space, was released. The next moment he was lost in ecstasy at the abrupt and thunderous liberation of sound. But such thunder! Mellow it was with preciousness of all sounding metals. Archangels spoke in it. It was magnificently beautiful before all other sounds. It was invested with the intelligence of supermen of planets of other suns. It was the voice of God, seducing and commanding to be heard. And the everlasting miracle of that interstellar metal. Basset, with his own eyes, saw colour and colours transform into sound till the whole visible surface of the vast sphere was a-crawl and titilant and vaporous with what he could not tell was colour or was sound. In that moment, the interstices of matter were his, and the interfusings and intermating transfusings of matter and force. Time passed. At the last, Basset was brought back from his ecstasy by an impatient movement of Ungern. He had quite forgotten the old devil one. A quick flash of fancy brought a husky chuckle into Basset's throat. His shotgun lay beside him in the litter. All he had to do, muzzle to head, was to press the trigger and blow his head into nothingness. But why cheat him, was Basset's next thought. Head-hunting, cannibal beast of a human that was as much ape as human, nevertheless old Ungern had, according to his lights, played squarer than square. Ungern was in himself a forerunner of ethics and contract, of consideration, and gentleness in man. No, Bassett decided. It would be a ghastly pity and an act of dishonour to cheat the old fellow at the last. His head was in Gurn's, and in Gurn's head to cure it would be. And Bassett, raising his hand in signal, bending forward his head as agreed so as to expose cleanly the articulation to his taut spinal cord, forgot the latter, who was merely a woman merely and only and undesired. He knew, without seeing, when the razor-edged hatchet rose in the air behind him, and for that instant, ere the end, there fell upon Bassett the shadows of the unknown, a sense of impending marvel of the rending of walls before the imaginable. Almost, when he knew the blow had started, and just ere the edge of steel bit the flesh and nerves, it seemed that he gazed upon the serene face of the Medusa, Truth, and, simultaneous with the bite of the steel on the onrush of the dark, in a flashing instant of fancy, he saw the vision of his head turning slowly, always turning, in the devil house beside the breadfruit tree. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,